morning and welcome to the coverage of Sunday's action here at round 4 of the 2025 Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Alex Rizzoli alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you all of the action. 30 motos coming your way today. And Alex, we had some great races yesterday, another 30 yesterday as well. Lots of things to look out for. We're really excited to kick things off.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Welcome back to a much more milder Mallory Park this morning. It's so much nicer than the previous 2 days we've had. It's a lot nicer. We've got a much better breeze and it's a little bit cloudy as well, which is I'm sure comes as a great comfort to all of us here at Mallory Park this weekend. Yes, as Ross said, we had amazing racing yesterday. 30 races over 10 different championships. All the championships had 3 races yesterday and we go again today. It's going to looking like a fantastic day.
It absolutely will be, of course, here at the 4th round. The first round that's been broadcast in 2025 and part of the BMF Connected event as well. That's all occurring over on the infield of the main Mallory Park circuit here in Leicestershire. So if you're coming out to have a watch, make sure you head on over there, see what's going on. There's lots of talks, workshops, different bikes. There's a race team here as well that you can go and speak to those guys. So lots of things to do this weekend at Mallory Park, and it has been a fantastic weekend so far. And seeing all the incredible support as well that we've had here from, obviously the people that come here and work here, the people organising the series, our partners and sponsors, and then people that have been coming along and watching for the, we've had people viewing from South Africa, we've had people watching along in our J&H grandstand as well, which has been fantastic to see. Don't worry if you're just joining us, you've not missed anything. You may see some bikes out on the track, just morning warm-up sessions underway at the moment. We're still a little bit of a while away from kick-starting our racing, so don't worry, you've got time to make yourself a cup of tea, grab yourself some popcorn, fully wake yourself up on this fine Sunday morning before we truly kick-start things. Track has been watered down overnight once again, so hopefully that leads to a little bit more physical racing. Some ruts were very slowly starting to form out yesterday as well. It's the crowd already just waiting. They can't wait to get today started.
Absolutely, all of the crowd there in the grandstand, provided by us by J&H Scaffolding, who supplied that lovely grandstand there. You can see lots of the family members, lots of brothers, lots of sisters, everyone there getting ready to support their riders. Obviously here this weekend we are not on the main track. There you go, we can just see the BMF Connected event. Obviously it's quite early in the morning, so no one is there just yet, but if you come down you will see lots of amazing bikes, including I think it was a Honda CBR or 1100, I think. We've got 3 of them as well in one of the tents there as well. Lots of cars / bikes as well. We can see there's quite a lot of BMW i7s as well that we saw yesterday and this morning as well. So we're just going to wait for a couple of minutes before we jump into the first race, which will be the 12-inch 3 to 4-year-old class. Only 4 laps, and it will be their first race of 3 today. A lot of good racing yesterday. The first race was won by the 21 of Freddie Mason. The race 2, the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom, and Riley Hickenbottom also won race 3 as well. So we've got another 3 races today, rounds 4, 5 and 6, or race 4, 5 and 6 I should say, as we're just seeing everyone giving thumbs up. Some people watching the stream as well. If you're watching us there, give us a thumbs up. There we go. You can already see people giving us having a little wave as well, which is lovely to see. So yesterday we had a lot of really, really good racing. A lot of the bikes as well, as you can just hear them whir past the camera. Obviously the first couple of classes, because they are only 3 to 4 years old and the smallest class, they are not the fastest, but still provide some fantastic racing. You can just see them there in the paddock. They are the 12-inch. And when today, if you are just joining us today because you haven't been able to join us yesterday, when we say like the 12-inch or the 16 or the 18-inch, it basically refers to the wheel diameter. So those bikes that you can see at the minute in the paddock are the 12-inch wheels, our smallest category today. And certainly some of our youngest riders as well. As I said, 3 to 4 years old. It's quite incredible to see, isn't it, Ross? The fact that we have so many young riders. Obviously, yesterday we mentioned as well that sort of finally in the UK scene, we are now starting to see, lots of young riders like we have abroad, which is going to be fantastic. Hopefully British riders making their way up.
It absolutely will be. I mean, it's become a thing in recent years, and any form of motorcycle racing, that the UK riding scene has dropped a little bit behind the European competition in terms of ability, and a lot of that is down to how early we can start. In Europe, they've been allowed, especially in Spain and Italy, to start whacking around on bikes from 3 years old for years and years and years now. And in the UK, that hasn't been the case. Only been ACU approved for riders as young as 3 to start going around this year. So this is the first time we have that. Of course, we do, unfortunately. Well, it's a bit bizarre given the weather we've had this weekend and how warm it's been, but we're unfortunately blessed with the lovely British weather over the winter. That means that you can't also go testing in the winter, whether in Spain and Italy. They can just spend time whacking round. So you do get to the point where you just hit a certain point where they're naturally just going to be better and better. So hopefully this is kick-starting, the UK team catching up to young European riders, which means that hopefully in about 10, 20 years' time, you'll be seeing these riders up there on World Championship stages, on European stages, able to really compete with the best of the best in the world. Of course, we do have a few riders there, of course, and we've had riders achieve fantastic things in the Motocross World Championship over the last few decades. Max Anstey, I believe he was third at MX2 about 10 or so years ago. He's the immediate one that comes to mind. And of course, we have had Motocross World Championships in many classes, either in the 500cc, 250cc. I believe the last World Championship was in an MX3 when that was still a thing. That was about 15 years ago off the top of my head. But it has been a little bit of a while since we've seen a British rider rise to the top and take a Premier class win. Last time someone did that was 1989, fair few years ago. So it's good to see that we finally have these youngest riders getting on there. And yes, they're going out there racing, but for the youngest riders in the paddock this year and again the next few years of their career, it is just about having time on the bike, on the track, getting used to it, learning your skills, and hopefully they can now, take that and, as I said, 10, 15, 20 years' time, go and really compete with the European guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also seen, just going on track there, you can see it was the very nice fruit salad. I remember the name of the sweet. If you remember them, the fruit salad sweet, the liveried, the sweet liveried bike, which is lovely. So that was the number 32 of Paisley Cleft, who did bring out the red flag with a little incident in the last race yesterday. And the Suron Cup, amazing to see that she's absolutely A-OK and back on the bike. So a couple of the riders just going around now for our, I believe it's a Suron Cup practice. And if you've just tuned in, welcome. You're not missing anything. It's just warm up at the minute. As you can see, there is Paisley Cleft there, the bright yellow and the pink bike just in the middle of your shot there. And if you're just joining us, please let us know where you're from. We had some people from South Africa yesterday supporting one of our riders. So if you are as far away from there, give us a message and you'll get a bonus point if you're further away than South Africa. So we're just seeing the final couple of riders going up Suron Summit to the right hand side. So on the left, that bike there you can see is just coming down Mallory Mountain and going up Suron Summit. We had, as I said, amazing racing yesterday. The younger classes will not be going up where that blue bike is now. They will just be cutting straight across to the right. So instead of turning right, they'll just go straight on now and then go across there and cutting off that mountain. Just going through there, we've got a couple of riders. Paisley Cleft being held up there. Lovely stuff. Just on the inside there. So this will be the last warm-up session that we have. As you can see, the track might look a little bit wetter than it did yesterday, which is very good because hopefully we won't get as much dust as we did yesterday, because everyone absolutely got absolutely covered in dust. I think everyone did, and so did everyone's cars as well, which was certainly not fun. Our very brave cameramen as well out there recording this, getting covered in dust as well. So thank you very much to all of them, and thank you very much to all the marshals as well, and obviously all of the paramedics and the medical staff as well. Fantastic to see. So thank you very much to all them.
Absolutely. As you said, Alex, yes, track looking a little bit wet. Artificially, water was put down this morning as well. One thing that's crucial, because it's a little bit colder today, that means it probably won't dry as quickly. The track, I'm expecting, will be bone dry again pretty soon, I'd estimate. It is a very, very hard-packed surface. We saw yesterday lots of riders struggling for grip of the dust and just the lack of moisture in the gravel. Because there are some parts of the track that are still wet, you can see there at the bottom of Mallory Mountain, it was quite wet there. That means we might get some real ruts forming, and then we've got proper motocross racing on our hands, which is what we want to be seeing. And that really could spice things up. Of course, the track will always be changing across the course of the races. Will have changed from yesterday. It changes from round to round as well. The tabletop that we have here this weekend, that's new for round number 4. Haven't had that any of the 3 rounds before this. So just a few things for the riders to think about. So that they'll have been out there in the practice session, having a look, seeing where the grip is this morning, seeing what's changed, and then we're going to have a look forward and see what's going. So race 4s of the weekend are now looking to get started. Of course, we have 3 motos for all our classes yesterday, and then 3 motos today for all of them as well. 30 races coming your way. And coming up first, it will be the 12-inch 3 to 4-year-old category. Our youngest riders, should I say. And they are now just making their way out to the starting gate. Again, Riley Hickenbottom was the man of the moment yesterday, taking 2 wins. Could have been a 3rd, but a fall in race 1 and then issues despite getting the whole shot meant that he dropped back, but still looking very, very quick over the course of Saturday. But a few riders you definitely need to be keeping our eyes on. Blake Ford's been very, very quick. Freddie Fennell as well has also been up there, and Freddie Mason, race 1 winner. Keep your eye on that, number 21. He's been quick away from the start gate and looked pretty confident in the opening few corners. So let's see what he has in his locker today, as we are moments away from getting our first motor of the day racing.
Yeah, absolutely. We're ready. All the riders just getting ready to go. So if you're new to motocross and you don't know how it starts, we don't have qualifying here. Basically, we have this massive thing called the gate, and all the riders line up there, and those cones in the middle there, those cones there is where our series organizer Jack Ford will stand and basically press a pedal, and that will release all the riders into the race. So it looks like we are just getting ready to go. All of the riders getting a final few words of encouragement, and this is race number 1 of Sunday, race 4 of this championship, the 12-inch 3 to 4 years old. It's incredible to see that all of these riders 3 to 4 years old on these bikes. So let's get ready to rumble today. Let's have a go. We can see the 26 and number 3 on the left-hand side there. We've got the hashtag 3, the white bike there. You can just see that's hashtag 3, and the red and white 3, 2 to the left of the middle of the screen, that is the number 3. So quite a lot of 3s in this championship, which just makes our life a little more difficult, but it's a good job that they are different colours so we can see. So just getting ready to go any moment now. It looks like all the riders are on the grid or on the gate. Let us know who you're supporting. There we go. As you see, one of the riders being lifted up there. Just shows how light these bikes are as well. Just getting chucked on the end of the grid there. But let's see which rider gets the whole shot into the first corner, Ross.
Hopefully shouldn't be too long till we're underway. As you said, no qualifying sessions. The starting positions drawn from a ballot, so you don't get to choose where you're lining up behind the gates like you will see at higher levels of motocross racing. So it's all luck of the draw. But quite frankly, it shouldn't really matter if you're good away from the gate. You should be good, looking good down into turn number 1. Gate goes down. We get moto number 4 underway here and kickstarts Sunday's action. Number 3 gets away well. Who is that that's going to get the whole shot? A few riders flying in. Riley Hickenbottom tries to sweep around the outside. Won't get it though. 158 will have to settle for second place. They all try and find where the grip is. Down at turn number 2, you can see very, very wet down that part of the track still. So there will be a lot more grip than we saw yesterday, as that is the 245 that did get the whole shot. Boston Cleft leads this opening moto early doors as they head their way over the tabletop for the first time. Marshall's running out to their positions as they climb their way up Mallory Mountain before bombing back down the hill. Very, very slow crawl around here for these smaller bikes. They just don't have the weight, the momentum to keep themselves pushing on before they then slide on back down. The 245 already getting a pretty healthy lead. This is a nice start there for Cleft. A nice little gap forming over Riley Hickenbottom, but Hickenbottom 2 race wins yesterday. We know that he's going to be quick. We'll just have to wait and see what the pace is going to be like. Into K-Tech curve for the first time before they run down to the final final corners. You can hear the shouts of the marshals and the parents, the crowd encouraging their colleagues on over the whoops for the first time to complete lap 1. And it is Boston Cleft that leads. Riley Hickenbottom, though, holding his head tail in second place.
The black and green bike there, and the black and green gear, the 158 you can see on our screen. Riley Hickenbottom, as we say, took two of three races yesterday. You can listen to the crowd in the background. That is lovely to see that all these kids have got support this weekend. So the 158 trying everything he can to chase the 245 of Boston Cleft just ahead, looking left and right, going over these little bumps up to the top of Mallory Mountain now, trying if he can just get the throttle and maybe get a better exit out of the top of Mallory Mountain. So through the left-hander here, we see him go through, listen to all the parents cheering and supporting their kids, which is lovely to see. The 245 Boston Cleft still leads just to the right of your screen there. And as I said earlier, these riders will not be using the Suron Summit there. They'll just go straight across there and go into the third to last corner. So this is the battle for 3, 4, 5. That's a 1-1-3 there. Albie Clark been chased by the 26 of AJ Garwood and another rider just behind him there. I think that's the number 3, the hashtag 3 there of Blake Ford as well. So the battle for 3, 4, 5, all of them just checking over their shoulders, seeing how close the riders are behind. So the order is as follows at the minute. It is going to be the 158 chasing down the 245 of Boston Cleft. So Boston Cleft leads. The 158 is in its second place. And we've got this battle going on for third place at minute. The hashtag 3 is going to be hopefully on our screen in a minute. There is Freddie, the number 21, Freddie Mason. He and Blake Ford are the current, or coming into this weekend, the joint championship leaders in this class, Ross.
Yeah, I don't think the gap split that much either, given the results over yesterday's action over the 3 motos we had. So I think if the advantage is there for one of them, it's ever so slight. But yeah, they were tied 250 points apiece coming into this 4th round weekend. Is that maybe a problem there for Blake Ford? Just a little check down to the bike. You can see him trying to push himself along with his feet, but looks okay. But the pace not quite there this morning that we saw yesterday from the Hash 3 machine. So maybe just some early morning blues. Maybe there is an issue. We'll have to wait and see. Still pushing onwards regardless. You can hear power coming from the crowd, telling their young riders to keep pushing on. Of course, the advantage of an electric motor, they do make noise, but they're not as noisy as a little 2-stroke thing. So you can call to your kids and try and communicate with them. Under pressure though, maybe from Freddie Mason behind the 21, closing in the braking zone for K-Tech Curve before they make their way to the final corner. One more lap to go then. Boston Cleft still leads from Riley Hickenbottom as this little group heads over the whoops for the penultimate time and takes the last lap flag. So one more tour to go in moto number 4 for the 12-inch 3 to 4 year class, and looks like Blake Ford's still just about holding on to that position at the moment.
Yeah, these two top of the championship table at the minute. The hashtag, or the Hash 3 machine, been chased by his championship competitors. We say Freddie Mason on the 21. This is the leader, the number 245 there. We can just say I don't think Riley Hickenbottom managed to overtake Boston Cleft as he finishes his last lap. Coming through the K-Tech Curve now, and then through the penultimate corner as he's going through now into the final corner, and it's going to be a race win coming over the line for the number 245 of Boston Cleft that wins race 4 of the 12-inch 3 to 4 year class. A great ride from him, and the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom just didn't have an answer.
No, Boston Cleft with the early pace on Sunday's action. A great start to get the whole shot and then just rode away at the front. Lovely stuff there. Looks like Riley Hickenbottom does bring it home in P2. And then elsewhere, some battles further on in the pack, so we'll have to wait and see who's going to finish where. But checkered flag waves. The first race of the day is done. Moto number 4 for the 12-inch 3 to 4 year class. Over halfway through their weekend's action now. There we see Freddie Mason was able to get through Blake Ford by the looks of things, who gets himself a little bit crossed up as he heads over the whoops for the final time. So Blake Ford, a disappointing start to his Sunday. He'll be looking to try and push forward and improve that one. Eli Rudd on the number 3 finishes just behind them as well. Remember that one, the Hash 3 for Blake Ford, the number 3 for Eli Rudd, and the 0-3 for Ziggy Walker as well. A fair few number 3s in this category. But a nice race to kick us off there, and lots of things to think about. Boston Cleft, some pace that he maybe didn't quite have yesterday. Maybe the track suiting him better, maybe the conditions a bit nicer. Again, it is slightly cooler. Sun is now starting to shine through the clouds, and the heat is rising, but we are expecting it to be a couple of degrees cooler than it was yesterday, which of course, given the physicality of this sport, I'm sure the riders will be delighted by. I think we definitely saw a bit of heat fatigue seeping in the final races of yesterday, so that is something to watch out for. If anyone was maybe struggling in moto number 3, let's see how they get on in moto number 6. But of course, then they've got to deal with the fact they've had 5 races, so they might be a bit tired anyway. Moving onwards then, time for the next race. It is the 16-inch 3 to 4 year class for their 4th moto of the weekend. Same age range, slightly bigger, more powerful bikes, and lots of things to think about as well heading through. Carter Anderson has been the man to beat so far this weekend. Can he continue his strong form? But he's had some strong competition as well from elsewhere. The #3 Blake Ford been looking pretty quick, as there's a rider who's had a little fall there on the start line. That's the number 26, AJ Garwood. Again, these bikes, some of the riders actually not quite tall enough to reach the floor properly. You'll see a few of them actually have little starting blocks which they can rest their feet on to make sure, as AJ's unfortunately just done, they don't fall over. So riders making their way to the starting gate, again drawn by ballot, no qualifying, so you don't get to pick where you are starting behind the gate. But just a few moments now until we get the race underway. Can anyone stop Carter Anderson? Maybe the conditions maybe won't favour him, but that pace yesterday, Alex, was really, really strong. He looks very confident on the bike.
Yeah, he did indeed. It was a great performance from him yesterday. Obviously, these are the 16-inch bikes with up to a 250-watt motor in them. And most of these bikes do have the 250 in as standard, but there might be a few differences anyway. But as I said, this is the 16-inch 3 to 4 class, 5 laps, sponsored by Macadam, and this is also sponsored by the Factory Triumph British Supersport team as well. Are we going to see any of these riders being British or world champions in a couple of years? Who knows? Stay tuned and keep watching out for these riders. Could they be the next big thing? We'll just have to wait and see. Fantastic to see. It's number 24 all the way on the right-hand side. That is Billy Cooper with the 26 alongside him, AJ Garwood there. The 20 just in between of Carter Anderson, who obviously he is the one to watch out for. Are they going to be able to get the whole shot award? We've got the 3 and the #3 of Blake Ford. The #3 being the white bike, the number 3 just being Eli Rudd with the red bike and the white helmet there. So, number 22, just to the left of the yellow cones, is Joey Plass, and it looks like we're about to get underway as well. The gate is about to be dropped any second. His arm goes up and it goes down. Who's going to get the whole shot into the first corner? The 24 and the 3 are looking like it's going to... Oh, but no, it's the 33 of Charlie Stake, who just absolutely rockets away from the start line there, getting the whole shot. Getting the whole shot for this race. In race 6, we do actually have the whole shot award, which is awarded to the rider who leads into the first corner, but it's only they get an award for the last race. But it's the 33 who leads from the number 20 there. So it will be Charlie Stake leading from Carter Anderson, and Carter Anderson obviously being one of the big names to watch in this championship. So going round, you can see number 20 Carter Anderson there being chased by the 21 Tommy Brown and a couple of other riders going around there. The 194, we can see Alfie Brooks there, Albie Brooks, and a couple of riders just coming down from Mallor-E Mountain now to the right hand side, again still using the half track instead of going up Suron Summit. But we're now seeing the Blake Ford, the #3 machine, go up on the inside, but takes a very wide line. It's the battle of the 3s here. It's Blake Ford ahead of Eli Rudd at this point. The number 3 of Eli Rudd is the blue and black machine. The yellow and red is Blake Ford with the white number there. A great start for our race leader.
Yeah, Charlie Stark, great job getting down into turn 1, head of the pack, and he may try and draw away now. We're seeing already a lot of the riders seemingly a lot more confident going into bumps and jumps. A lot more confident than yesterday. As we saw yesterday, not too many people getting airtime in this 12 or 16-inch 3 to 4 class. Lap number 1 already seeing people hitting the tabletop, getting straight up in the air. And we'll see here as well, that's Charlie Stark, the race leader. Not a massive advantage though, the 20 just behind him. Carter Anderson, in fact, sticks it up the inside. They make contact. Anderson goes down. Bike looks to be okay. Wasn't a very quick accident. Yellow flags will be waving, but that now hands a huge advantage to Charlie Stark, who did not go down, took a bit of a whack but stayed on 2 wheels, and now we'll check back and see there is nobody in sight as he goes on to the next lap. That is a real shame. That's not the way that you want to see a battle end, with a rider going onto the dirt, but Charlie Stark, he'll be a happy boy with that one. A little bit of luck going on his way, but that basically hands this moto to him already.
Yeah, pretty much. Obviously, as we said, Carter Anderson, one of the really competitive riders in this series, obviously winning races already this weekend. A big mistake for him, but the good news is he's still got race 5 and 6 to make up for that little mistake there. As we've seen the 20 and the 22 side by side, so that's obviously Carter Anderson now fighting with Joey Plass a couple of positions behind there, fighting for this battle here. Carter Anderson stays ahead of Plass on this occasion, but it looks like Plass is going to try and get a little bit more pace, maybe try and taking a tighter line, a little bit of throttle on exit as we're seeing the 21 and the 24 there. That's Tommy Brown being followed by Billy Cooper there, a couple of positions behind there. Lots of support from the crowd. It looks like, oh, we're going to get a send on the inside, and it's happened again. An absolute repeat there of what we saw with Charlie Stark and Carter Anderson. That was the 24 Billy Cooper trying to overtake, I think it was Tommy Brown ahead there. So literally in this race, 2 repeat accidents already in this race, as we see the 24 coming around the final corner. That's the 22 there of Joey Plass still staying ahead there, so we're going to have a little bit of a mixed up race.
Yeah, lots of people finding themselves on the dirt already, as the 22 almost goes down as well. Conditions seemingly favouring some compared to yesterday, others seemingly struggling more, with some areas of the track being wetted down as a result. There is the 20, Carter Anderson making his way up to the top of Mallory Mountain and just eases his way around. Doesn't want to have another little off over the bumps there, just ran slightly wide on the exit of the corner. And again, a little bit of airtime, seeing, as I said, riders a bit more confident, carrying more pace into the jumps and getting that front wheel popping up as they do so, which is fantastic to see, that they are gaining that confidence with the track, happy to attack it more and more with each and every lap. The 22 though could be setting up a move here. Looking very quick is Joey Plass at the moment. Final lap of the race as they make their way over the whoop section, and Plass a little bit too far back to have a go down into turn 1. So Anderson will still be ahead in this battle as they wind up the power and bomb on down into turn number 2. Again, still quite wet there. 2 different lines, as there we do see race leader Charlie Stark, a huge advantage as he makes his way over the tabletop. And, well, as a result of that accident we saw earlier on, it hasn't really had much competition in this affair, to be brutally honest, but it has still been a very nice ride nonetheless. No mistakes really from Stark as he makes his way around, keeping it nice and consistent, keeping his head. There's no point pushing, and he knows that. He's got such a huge lead. He just needs to stay on 2 wheels. As I say that, almost unseats himself as he catches a divot just a little bit wrong. But staying on 2 wheels for one more corner as he rounds K-Tech curve, and that is going to be a wonderful win for the number that is Charlie Stark as he comes to the line there. A lovely performance for the 33, takes the race win in moto number 4 here on Sunday morning. And again, a little bit easier than he would have expected, should I say, but it's a nice win nonetheless, as issues and chaos felled others around him. He stayed firm, stayed on the bike. It is Charlie Stark that takes the win. Carter Anderson brings it home in second, and it looks like it was the 22 of Joey Plass in P3. There's the 21 of Tommy Brown finishing in 4th. The 24 behind Billy Cooper brings it home in P5. A nice moto from all of those guys, and again, lots of things to think about. Some of these bigger bikes looks like they're struggling a bit with the conditions today. Some of them feeling more confident, but some of them struggling to stay on the bike.
Yeah, some of them obviously trying to send it down the inside. Obviously, we saw just before K-Tech curve, we had 2 pretty much identical accidents there in that race. But as we said, they have got another 2 races. Whoa, wow, some of the riders getting very wide and a bit loose coming out of the final corner there, as all of them getting a round of applauses from all of the parents and marshals there. But that rounds out round 4 of the 16-inch 3 to 4 years, and now we're going on very similar bikes again, the 16 inches, but for 5 to 6 years old, as we can see them on the start line already. So instead of having the 250 watt motors, they are usually upgraded to 350 watts in this class as well, so about 100 watts more. So these bikes are a little bit faster than before. Just to the left of the cone, we can see the number 50 there. That is Junior Garbutt there with the number 25 alongside him as well. That's Ethan Rudd to the left. 22, Harry Perkins to the right side of the cones with the 313 Theo Hancock, who has been very competitive this weekend as well. Harry Perkins winning 3 out of 3 yesterday. So can the number 22 just to the right of the yellow gate there, can he do some more magic today?
Have to wait and see, but he was looking very, very confident yesterday. But of course, as we've seen in the previous race, lots of people struggling with these conditions. Again, slightly cooler. The track's been wet down in some places. We were getting some divots and some ruts forming as well at the back end of yesterday. So track has changed considerably, and the conditions as well, slightly cooler, a bit more of a breeze, a lot less muggy at this point in the day. So lots of things to think about as we are getting ready to drop the gate and get going for the first motor of the day, 4th of the weekend. After a brief delay, the gate does drop and we get racing. Great launch there for the number 22 of Harry Perkins, who will get the whole shot as he exits turn 1 already with a couple of bike lengths to the good behind him. A lovely start for the man who has been dominant in this championship over the last couple of rounds and already looking to try and control this race from the front, build a gap and disappear off into the distance over the tabletop for the first time once again, as we've seen across the day so far. Riders a bit more confident on the throttle, getting into that jump, hitting it hard and getting up into the air over the cross, over the top of Mallory Mountain for the first time before bombing back down the hill. These guys again still not using Suron Summit. The younger riders have to cut across there straight into what is now a hairpin before they make their way to K-Tech Curve. Then the final corner, and then of course the whoop section. This track here at Mallory Park, one of the only junior motocross tracks in the country that does have a whoop section. Getting these riders used to that at a very young age was great to see. Just getting them used to rhythm sections out on a racetrack. But at the end of lap number 1, who else would it be? It's the 22 of Harry Perkins with a huge lead already, but a big battle forming behind us round the outside. That is a lovely move. That was the 313 of Theo Hancock round the outside. I believe that was the 50 of Junior Garbutt that he's just gone through. A very nice move to get up into second place.
Fantastic start from these riders. Obviously, who else would it be but the number 22 of Harry Perkins, having a fantastic start as per usual and as we've seen this weekend. It's also worth noting that right now he's on 9 consecutive wins, I believe, at least. It could be more, but we've only got round 3 on my screen at present as well. So 9 consecutive wins. Can he make it a 10th this race as well? It's certainly looking likely, but as we know, it's never over till it's over. So the number 22 leads of Harry Perkins, being followed by the 50 of Junior Garbutt and the battle for second with Theo Hancock in the 313 machine as well. There is the number 50, as I've just said, of Junior Garbutt, trying to chase down our race leader Harry Perkins. Number 22 trying the number 50 trying to chase the number 22 left, right and centre, having some really good rides there, looking like he's got some quite nice fashion choices on his feet as well, which is very, very nice to see as well. Glad to know that they're fashionable at 5 to 6 years old as well, which is lovely. The number 50 of Junior Garbutt now coming down Mallory Mountain to the right, and now through this big hairpin here, very tight, but you can also take a very wide line. It actually looks like the inside line is the quicker line rather than taking a lot of momentum on the outside. Through K-Tech Curve now goes the number 50, and round the final corner to go over the whoops will be Back there, as we are now following one of the most talented riders in this. This is our P1 number 22, Harry Perkins. Look at that, he's not even deciding to sit on the bike, he just wants to stand on it, getting some air there as well. Fantastic there, as we can see, lots of support, lots of cheers for the man with a lot of wins, becoming an icon in this championship so far. This is the leader of this race, coming round to the hairpin bend now. There we go, a very nice tight line there, coming through K-Tech curve. It's a fantastic performance so far for this young rider, on his way to make it 10 out of 10 recently, as he gets a very big moment there, starting his last lap over the whoops. It's going to be a very nice lap. He's still pushing all the limits. Look at that, getting air, going over the bumps, coming through the right-hander now, and now the nice, another hairpin that we have, left-hander here, very nice. Now coming through to the right, going over tabletop to conquer Mallory Mountain, and it's not just Mallory Mountain, he conquers his tabletop as well, and it'll be this weekend so far that he has conquered and dominated so far. Now through the left-hander for the last time on this race, the number 22, doing an absolutely stellar job, getting a little bit of air there, locking the rear wheel, but it doesn't matter so much on these bikes. The suspension working overtime there, bouncing this way and that way. Now for the final time on this race, coming through the penultimate corner, big move there, K-Tech through K-Tech bend, through the final corner, going over the whoops, and for the 10th consecutive time, it is the number 22, Harry Perkins, that wins a race, and he's already probably going to be on the grid again before anyone else crosses the line.
Absolutely, many of our riders in two different classes. The 3-1-3 of Theo Hancock was catching him at the midpoint of that race, but I actually think he went down just coming out of turn 2, and I actually wonder if he's even going to be able to finish the race. There we see Junior Garbutt coming through, so I don't know if he's in second or third, because Hancock, I don't know if he went down, but he certainly had a huge moment. These results, of course, all provisional. They'll be confirmed for us by race control a little bit later on, as we wait to see if Theo Hancock comes round or if he has already finished the race. But he definitely had a big moment. He was almost on the back of Harry Perkins, robbed of what could have been a spectacular finish. But Perkins, once again, a fantastic win for him, and dominates in this one as the rest of the riders make their way over the whoops to take the checkered flag. That is moto number 1 for the 16-inch 5 to 6 year age range. And now we are moving up as we get ready for the next race. Moving up, and we'll be heading up Suron Summit as well. This is the 18 to 20-inch 6 to 8 year class, and a few riders. You see there on the right-hand side, that looks to be the number 2 of Riley Stark, just getting some support blocks put underneath him so his feet can reach the floor, so he doesn't just fall over while he's sat on the bike. Of course, 2 wheels, you kind of need to balance, and if you're sat still, a little bit difficult. Again, the start procedure, no qualifying, so the position that you start in, that's selected by ballot instead of you get to select yourself where you start. And then we'll see how we jack forward. You can see there in the middle, just in front of those cones. He will stand behind those cones. There is the gate pedal system there. He'll press that down, the rope will drop, and the riders will get underway. Of course, if anyone has a false start, we'll restart the race, but it's quite hard to have a false start in motocross, it must be said. Someone did try yesterday, didn't get very far when they ran straight into the rope. So looks like we're all ready to get racing. The hand will go up, the gate will drop, and we will get underway for the 4th moto of the day for the 18 to 20-inch category as they come down to turn number 1, as they slide their way through, all scrambling for position, but all looks clean so far. Some air time already as we make our way over the opening jump and then through turn 2 and into the bowl section, and pushing away. That looks to be Riley Stark in P2 that we can see there. Some big air time there. That looks to be, to me, I believe that'll be Caden Waldock, the number 29. So a great start from him. He's been dominating this weekend so far and got the whole shot as well, and will once again look to lead away from the front as they head down Mallory Mountain. And this time they'll be going left and back up this part of the racetrack, untouched today apart from the practice sessions. So the first time that they're turning wheels and anger over here, so it could be a bit interesting to see if the conditions have changed. Looks quite dry and dusty at the top as there's contact between 2 riders there. That is the 419 and the 251 Teddy Williams and Tommy Bridges coming together, already getting some elbows out racing, but both managed to stay on the bike and keep it clean at the end of lap 1, almost wheel to wheel as they head into the loop section.
Fantastic start there. Obviously, Caden Waldock, an absolute monster in this. He took all 6 wins at round 3 last time out. Just seeing these two riders come together again, very, very close there, getting a bit of air, and there's a big moment there for the 2.5-1 even of Teddy Williams, having a battle with the 4.19 of Tommy Bridges. A fantastic battle so far between these two riders. A little bit of contact so far. A lot of air there for Mr. Tommy Bridges, coming over tabletop now into Mallory Mountain. The left-hander going round very carefully. There we go. Fantastic racing from these two as we're picking up the number 17 and the 4. This is P456 now, so that's 291, I believe, just behind there. And I think that's Teddy Williams there, 251 there, having a battle with the number 17 of Logan Couch there. Teddy Williams and Logan Couch having a great little rivalry so far. Battle for 4, 5, 6 here, being brought up at the rear with 87 of Charlie Hubble there. So as I said, battle for 4, 5 and 6 coming through our shot now, going through K-Tech Curve on to the last corner now, going over the whoop section. If you don't know what the whoops are, it's this section of 1, 2, 3 bumps like that, and some riders can even, if they take enough speed, actually send it and jump 2 or potentially even 3 of those bumps. Number 87, Charlie Hubble, trying to do everything he can to get past that bike ahead of him. Let's see if he can go to the outside and then try and get the switch back, but it's not going to work, because if you do get the switch back here, it actually means you're on the outside for this corner, but it looks like they're going side by side. No, it looks like he will just not be working on this lap. Logan Couch still stays ahead there.
Yeah, making their way over the top of Mallory Mountain once again before bombing back down, then a quick little hairpin. And they'll shoot back up Suron Summit. His huge rolling hill section, very reminiscent of Maggiore in Italy, the motocross world championship track that is beloved by riders and fans alike, as is this place here at Mallory Park. Such a brilliant circuit. It was described to us as they've literally tried to build an MXGP track, but for, junior riders, and it certainly works. It produces fantastic racing, and you get moments like that where the 87 sends it up the inside. That is a wonderful, wonderful move by Charlie Hubble as they go on to the final lap of the race. Brilliant racing here already, early doors on Sunday morning, clearly shaking off the sleep deprivation from last night in the heat. These guys are going at it tooth and nail and really pushing each other hard. So Hubbard will slide through and take the position, as there we see the number 2 of Riley Stark. Is he now in the lead of the race, or is it still the 29 of Caden Waldock? We'll have to wait and see. Stark coming down now to the final few corners. We'll just wait to see if we see Waldock ahead. Yeah, it looks like the 29 of Waldock is up ahead, and there he is. It's not been a dominant race, but Stark not too far away, but Caden Waldock, another moto victory in fine fashion, and makes his way back into the paddock. A small arm in the air, he's happy with that one. Straight back to the starting gates as he gets ready to start in the next race as well. But it is Caden Waldock who takes, I believe, his 10th victory in a row here. It was Charlie Stark, or Riley Stark should I say, that finished in P2. But man, oh man, a great race there. And again, we're seeing much more motocross style action. Yesterday was a bit more flat track style at some parts of the track, just because of how dry it was and how little traction. The rear tyres riders getting very, very sideways on the exit of corners. Now, it's a bit more like motocross, a bit more bogged down in some areas. It's much more about trying to manage that machine and how you as the rider can manage that machine, which I'm really loving so far. Rest of the riders making their way over the whoops and taking the checkered flag. That is moto number 4 done for the 18 to 20 inch category, age range 6 to 8. Up next, we'll have the 18 to 20 inch, 9 to 13 ages. As you can see them there, lining up, getting ready to go. Some fantastic races yesterday. Riley Clef, Casey Stark, Poppy Burkett, all very, very quick in this one. Paisley Clef, should I say. Poppy Burkett taking the win in moto number 3 yesterday. Great to see some young female talent shining through in what is a very, very competitive class, and she has been very, very quick all weekend, it must be said. Casey Stark Stark as well, one of the ones to beat, winner in Moto number 2 yesterday, as the riders just making their way to the starting gate. Again, a few of them were in the previous category, doing double duty this weekend. 12 races for some of the riders. Unbelievable athleticism, and unbelievable athleticism there to be able to go out there and do 12 races. It is tough in motocross. If you're just joining us, you are just in time. The 18 to 20 inch, 9 to 13 age range, as there a little bit of a problem there. Someone tries to go a bit early, and it'll be Jack Ford, the start marshal, who just stops them, then drops the gate and sets them on their way. We are underway in the 4th motor of the weekend. Looks like it's going to be the 30 of Poppy Burke, who gets the whole shot down into turn 1. Lovely start from her, from our Moto 3 winner. As there's big contact there. That was with the number 1 of Casey Stark. Almost came off the bike, certainly got unseated, managed to somehow hold on to second place as everyone else backed off behind him to avoid an accident as they make their way over the tabletop for the first time. Somehow Stark still in the race, still in second.
Not a clue how, though. That was incredible there, as we see a strangely familiar bike there, the number 29. Obviously, we've just seen them in the 18 to 20 class just a little bit as they lock the rear axle there of the bike. But it's not a problem on these, because the difference between these and the petrol-powered bikes is these that basically don't bog down. Because they're electric, you have maximum torque as soon as you touch the throttle. So you're just basically spinning your wheels, as we're seeing the number 30 there of Poppy Burkett having a great weekend so far. And she goes over the whoops, and it's a fantastic start from her, under attack from one of the bikes behind, but she's keeping the lead so far. Obviously, we saw a little bit of contact just around this corner on the last lap. Coming now through the left-hander here as she makes her way over tabletop and up to Mallory Mountain. And Casey Stark is chasing and giving it as much chase as they can to the back of Poppy Burkett. Obviously, Casey Stark coming into this second in the championship. Poppy is P4. But going with, I will see this is a battle for 3rd and 4th. Obviously, the number 29 there that we've just seen in the last race as well. That's Caden Waldock under attack from the 07 of Seth Johnson as well. So the battle between Waldock and Johnson rages through this race so far. As we say, the 07 there at K-Tech curb. The number 29 getting a bit of a poor exit there, but the number 7 can't seem to capitalise. Coming over the whoops, fantastic to see.
And as they continue to push round, Waldock maybe under attack on the outside. Not quite on that occasion, as we saw the 07 try and have a look. Couldn't quite make it stick on that occasion, but both of them pushing each other very, very hard up the front of the lead battle. A similar gap between them as well, maybe a little bit bigger. As you can see there, riders just really struggling. The bike's moving all underneath them as they rise up Mallory Mountain on the brakes. Ooh. Wow, huge sideways moment, speedway style for Caden Waldock. Somehow still on the bike, somehow still in 3rd place as well, as the 07 of Seth Johnson was not able to capitalise as a result. So you can tell just how hard these guys are pushing. Both of them riding on the absolute limit here in Moto number 4, the opening Moto for the 9 to 13 age range, 18 to 20 inch class on Sunday morning. This is brilliant action to see, making their way over the whoops once again. Waldock, not quite as quick there. I think that Johnson was a little bit quicker, but hit one of the bumps just a little bit wrong on the landing, and it did cost him some momentum. If he's able to get those whoops a bit smoother, he could be in for a move into turn 1.
And it looks like it's going to come any second now. The number 29 trying to defend from the 07, going to the left, going to the right, going over tabletop, getting lovely air, coming over Mallory Mountain now, climbing to the top. This is where he had his moment last time. He's had another moment there on this lap as well. The 07 Seth Johnson trying to do everything that he can, as the number 29 I think is feeling the pressure now, making lots of mistakes. Can the 07 of Seth Johnson capitalise on this mistake? Yes, he can. Number 25 has had another moment there. He's going to go to the inside to defend the 07 on the outside. Coming up to K-Tech curve. Can he send it on the inside? Oh, and there's a little bit of contact there. But the number 29 stays ahead over this lap as we go on to the last lap. Isn't 07 going to be able to do everything that they can to overtake? That is Caden Waldock ahead on the 29 orange bike. Let's have a look and see where that battle goes, as this is the battle for the lead, with Poppy Burkett there with been given chase by Casey Stark just behind as well, having a very, very clean race so far. The number 30, I say that, oh dear, commentator's curse there. She makes contact with one of the back markers going up Suron Summit now through the left-hander. Only a couple corners now to go. She has a big moment there. She's feeling the pressure now. She just wants to get over the line. Casey Stark, I don't think is going to be. I don't think she's going to be any closer now. But as we see the number 30 coming round the final few corners over the whoops, and it's going to be another win for the number 30 of Poppy Burkett. Another great race from her this weekend, Ross.
Absolutely, potentially a start to keep an eye on. The Motocross Women's Championship is one that is so competitive up on the MXGP stage. Maybe we'll be seeing Poppy Burkett there in a few years' time. A great performance there from the 30. Must be said, Casey Stark as well. Fantastic job. Really, really quick pace, and especially after he had that near fall at turn 2 on the opening lap. Great job to finish in P2 there. Those two trading wins, trading places so far this weekend, but Poppy Burkett is the one on top. I believe that it was in the end Caden Waldock who managed to finish in P3, just about holding off Seth Johnson on the 07, who just wasn't quite able to capitalise on his slight pace advantage. A few dodgy moments in the whoop sections I think just killed his momentum a little bit, perhaps stopped his confidence as well. That is it for the 18 to 20 inch, 9 to 13 age range in this morning's action. Their fourth motor of the day done and dusted. 2 more to come later on today. Now we will be moving on to the E2 class very, very shortly. Again, a class with lots of fantastic action yesterday. Daisy Rudd, a race win. Joey Plass in moto number 3 as well. They were both very, very quick. So lots of good riders in this class, lots of competitive racing. Again, we've seen those some riders seemingly favouring the track conditions today more, some of them favouring yesterday.
Yeah, these bikes up to 1800 watt motors as well. Lots of young riders, lots of small bikes. We can see a whole manner of bikes getting ready to go for this race. We can see the number 4 to the right hand side there, but the ones you want to watch out for is the number 3. That will be of Daisy Rudd, the number 22 of Joey Plass, and the number 4 that I've just pointed out of Reggie Doyle as well. Which of these riders is going to get the whole shot into the first corner? Daisy Rudd there, the number 3 white and pink and blue rider there on the left hand side of the screen. Is she going to be able to get the whole shot into turn 1? The arm goes up and the gate goes down. Who's going to get the whole shot? Lots of riders getting a fantastic start there. The 22 and the 4 having a battle, but it's going to be another one of the riders. That is Boston Cleft of the 245 getting a great start there. All of them bunching up, coming round turn 2 now, but Boston Cleft will be leading this race, or will he? One of the riders is going down on the inside. It's not going to have worked, but the number 3 of Daisy Rudd, not such a good start, but she's going to be there, and she's now right on pace with the number 4 of Reggie Doyle as well. I said these were the 2 to keep your eye on, as we now see a move on the outside from Daisy Rudd as she uses her legs to push her, and she goes to the lead as well in the space of 1 corner. She goes from 3rd to 1st, and the 245 just getting a little bogged down, holding up the number 4 of Reggie Doyle behind, as Daisy Rudd now runs away as quick as she can to get away from these riders. Look at that on the first lap. She's already at this corner now. It's fantastic to see this rider have a great start there. She's already got quite a few seconds on Reggie Doyle and the 245. Oh, she's fallen at the final corner. Is she going to be able to get back on the bike in time? She's lost the lead there. The number 4, the number 22 go by. The number 24, she's dropping down the order. She's now in 4th place. Is she going to be able to keep 3rd and maybe even try and get up to 1st place again? The number 4 is our new race leader. That is Reggie Doyle, who took the lead. The number 22 just behind there, Joey Plass in 2nd place as well. But high drama on this first lap of this race.
I mean, she got given a huge advantage. The fast starting Boston Cleft got the whole shot down into turn 1, but then was really struggling for speed up and down these mountain and summit sections. That held everyone up behind, so that was lucky there for Daisy Rudd. When she went down, there was a big enough gap so she was able to remount and get going again. She's still in 3rd place and already catching our leaders once again. You just saw her there at the back of the picture. You'll see her coming in now. There she is. So she's already back in this fight for the lead as they start to ahead down Suron Summit. So we've got a real race on our hands. What a story this could be if Daisy Rudd is able to get back onto the top step of the podium into K-Tech Curve for the second time. The 4 still ahead of the 22, the 3 giving them chase though. Is it a bin it and win it race perhaps for Daisy Rudd? Over the whoop section they go. All of them seemingly struggling a little bit at the moment, just trying to find where the grip is, where the speed is, where you can keep your momentum as they head through this jump. Nice little bit of airtime for all of the riders there. Rudd makes it a little bit deep as that's a run there potentially for the 22. The Husqvarna there of Joey Plass look really good on the outside into turn number 3, but Daisy Rudd at the inside gets into the second just before the tabletop, and now we're encountering some traffic as well. I think the number 4 of Reggie Doyle, if he wasn't worried before, he needs to be worried now because that 3 is really moving.
Yeah, she is indeed, and it's worth noting as well that these 3 riders in the top 3 are our same 3 podium sitters from Moto 3 yesterday as well. It was Joey Plass that won the race yesterday from Reggie Doyle and Daisy Rudd, but Daisy Rudd does not want a repeat of that. She wants to win as she tries to go on the outside with a very, very sketchy move there on the outside again of the number 4, seeing where she can keep the most speed on the inside now of K-Tech Curve, and there's a little bit of contact there between the 4 and the 3. The number 22, Joey Plass, Moto 3 race winner yesterday, tried everything he can. If there is another mistake from one of these 2 riders, is he going to be able to capitalise? Number 4 having a little bit of a gap now. Reggie Doyle in the lead of this race, coming up to some back markers. The number 3, Daisy Rudd, doing everything she can to catch the number 4 of Reggie Doyle. Is she going to be able to win this race? Her pace certainly says yes, she can, but let's have a look and wait for the end of the race to see if she can. But it's a great race so far. The number 4 of Reggie Doyle leads from Daisy Rudd, and Joey Plass in 3rd place, just at the back of shot there. But is Daisy going to be able to go on the inside? They make a brief bit of contact there, coming down at the bottom of Mallory Mountain up Suron Summit now. The tight left-hander here, is she going to get a better run down at the bottom? Not on this occasion, but she is trying everything. Look at the different lines that she's using. She goes really wide into K-Tech Curve and keeps it on the inside, which does seem to work for her, but she gets a much slower exit on the end of that, as we are now on the last lap. High things of drama going here.
Do or die time. Last chance saloon for the number 3. She slides to the inside, shoves out Reggie Doyle. That is a superb move. And Daisy Rudd back to the lead of the race with about 3/4 of a lap left to run in this one. Joey Plass, is he feeling like he could slide up into second as well? Rudd over the tabletop, a nice gap behind her now as second and third begin to fight. This now, it should all be under control. But of course, she's already come off once in this race. Let's touch wood, hope that doesn't happen again as she makes her way through some traffic further down the order. Then going around the hairpin, back up Suron Summit. The bike's moving so much underneath her, struggling for grip, trying to find any sense of traction that it can before bombing back down the hill for the final few corners. And the 3 now has a very healthy advantage going into K-Tech Curve. Daisy Rudd, what a story this is. A bin it and win it affair. Didn't get the whole shot, but quickly took the lead down at the end of lap number 1. Now she takes the checkered flag and wins the 4th moto of the weekend. What a performance that was. That is a story you'll be telling for a long old time. The number 3 of Daisy Rudd with one of the finest performances you'll see this weekend as Reggie Doyle brings it home in second and the 22 of Joey Plass brings it home in P3. But man, oh man, what a race, what drama we have just seen, and Daisy Rudd potentially with the ride of a lifetime. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable scenes there from hero to zero to hero there in that race. A fantastic comeback ride from that young rider. She will be going places in the future if she keeps riding like that. A sensational ride there. As we've just seen the final couple of riders make their way over the checkered flag, and just in the rear right of the shot you can see our next class there. Great racing so far, and that is the standard that we like to have here for the 2025 Mallor-E electric motocross series. Racing like this all season long, and it's only gonna get better. So next, I think every one of the riders is now across the line. I will say that as another couple make their way over the finish line. The next class that we have, that was at E2. We're now moving on to the E3 class, which is sponsored by J&H Scaffolding. 7 laps of racing ahead of us. 10-inch wheels on these bikes from KTM and Husqvarna. 4 to 7-year-old riders in this class as well. Eli Walton is the one to watch. He won all 3 races yesterday on the 112 bike there, just to the right by the yellow cones there. Theo Hancock of the 313, both of those riders actually alongside each other, just to the central right of your shot there, trying to psych themselves up, getting ready to go for this race. These two riders like to go wheel to wheel this weekend, and let's hope we can have another round here. His arm goes up and the gate drops, and let's see who gets the whole shot into the first corner. It's going to be the number 5. A brilliant start there from Vinnie Barnes, I believe one of the championship leader coming into this round as well, but that is going to bring a lot of disappointment to Eli Walton and Theo Hancock, who want the win. You can immediately see a lot of air from these riders as well. Obviously the number 3 of Alfie Barnes, who likes to get a lot of air. Very, very impressive. Some reports saying he's getting actually 4 foot of the ground, but it's the number 5 that leads from the 112 and the 313 just behind.
The 112 and the 313 definitely had the better race pace yesterday, so let's keep your eye on it. Maybe that the number 5 acting as a bit of a roadblock, or maybe he's woken up on Sunday morning with a bit of fire in his belly and vengeance on his mind, because he is rip-roaring. But to the outside of K-Tech curve goes the 112. Eli Walton, that's a wonderful move through K-Tech curve there, and gets the lead as he almost doubles the whoop section on the first try. And as those behind him don't, that will give him a slight advantage as he keeps his momentum. K-Tech, of course, our trophy and trophy board sponsors this weekend. A big thank you to them for their partnership and all the support they're bringing us here at Mallory Park. And as we continue onwards onto the second lap, and now Hancock is through as well in this J&H Scaffolding E3 class race, and it looks like Walton really liking to use the outside lines early doors. First rider we've been seeing doing that this Sunday morning. A few that we saw yesterday prefer to use the outside, and most of them stuck to the inside. Walton clearly having some faith in those banked wider lines. Hancock preferring to stick on the inside, maybe just trying something a little bit different. The 313 is hot on the 112's tail though.
Fantastic to see as we see the 112 almost going into the K-Tech signs going up there, but it's a great battle. It's going to be side by side going over the whoops. Who's going to lead into the first corner? The 313 trying everything to get by the 112, as I said at the start of this race. The 112 Eli Walton and the 313 of Theo Hancock. That's the running order so far, and that's how it's been for the 3 races yesterday as well. Theo Hancock will want to try everything in his power to pass the 112, but the 112 kicking up all the dirt of Mallory Mountain there. But he goes wide, and does that give an opportunity to the 313? No, it doesn't on this occasion. But as we said, some of the riders like to have, and both of them get a little wide there. Both of these riders do like to maybe take some wider lines or some tighter lines as well. The number 25 there, Frankie Botham, going in our 3rd place spot. He's in a nice spot at the minute. He doesn't have too much pressure ahead, doesn't have too much pressure behind, so hopefully he can have a nice podium today with a couple of laps to go as he goes through K-Tech curve there, having a little bit the bike fighting him as he's coming through the final corner and going over the whoop section. 1, 2, 3, and on the floor, the number 5 there. This is P4, the number 5 of Vinnie Barnes, our championship leader, coming into this weekend, just needing to accrue some more points and some consistent points to keep that championship lead. But Eli Walton and Theo Hancock have something to say about that this weekend. Fantastic to see these performances from these riders this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of strong riders in this field. Big airtime there from the 5. As I said earlier on, some of these riders really attacking into the jumps compared to yesterday. Much more confident, just hitting the up and getting a lot of airtime compared to yesterday. But then as well, some of the riders seemingly struggling in the slightly wetter track conditions. It has dried up since it was wet down this morning, with some sections like we see here coming up Suron Summit still a little bit damp, which some people, they prefer it. Some people preferring the more flat track style bone dry track that we had yesterday. That's P5 at the moment. The number 32 1-2 there of Reggie Herring, just making his way through K-Tech curve. Again, another rider that prefers to run that higher, that banked wide line through that part of the racetrack before he makes his way to the whoops. And there is our leaders, and that looks like to me that Theo Hancock has got through the 1-1-2 of Eli Walton and is now in the lead of this moto. So whether there's been a moment there or whether he's got through on pure pace, the 3-1-3 now in P1 as he makes his way into K-Tech curve. Walton not too far behind. Will we see him running the wider line? Maybe, maybe not, just outside of the picture frame as they go through some lap traffic. Wow, really committed into the whoops there. Hancock was really, really close yesterday, just couldn't quite find a way through the 1-1-2. Now that he has got through, I wonder if he sensed that clear air, sensed the victory on the horizon, and is really getting on with it now, because he looks very committed, very confident on that bike as he makes his way over the tabletop. Look at that, clears the jump, clears the tabletop. That's the first rider we've seen do that in the E3 class all weekend. Amazing commitment through there. Theo Hancock really wants this.
He's absolutely in the zone in this race, obviously trying to take that first race win this weekend from Eli Walton, the 3-1-3, having a fantastic performance so far. Just look at the pace, look at how comfortable he is applying the throttle, going through those really quick turns through K-Tech curve. Now a couple of laps to go and he will win. Oh indeed, this is the last lap as well, so he just needs to bring it home now, but I've got a feeling he's not going to be going nice and easy. He's going to be trying everything he can do to keep extending that gap to Eli Walton on the 1-1-2 behind, who we can't even see, in fairness. So the 3-1-3 having some fantastic pace. Let's watch him go over the jump. Look at that, brilliant to watch. He doesn't even manage to land that cleanly, but he manages to get through nice cleanly. The 1-3-9, a little bit of a back marker now. The 1-3-9 there, Billy Richardson is now passed by our race leader Theo Walton. He can be so proud of this performance today, and I'm sure all of his family and fellow riders will be very, very pleased with this performance today. Through the quick left-hander here on throttle, doesn't even come off throttle for that. Fantastic to see. He will certainly be a celebrity at school tomorrow, showing all of his friends his race win this weekend. It will be the 3-1-3 of Theo Walton that wins round and race 4 of the E3 class. A sensational performance by this young rider. Fists up in the air going, yes, yes. Lots of hugs as well, which is lovely to see for him. A brilliant performance, and finally this weekend he managed to beat that rider just ahead of him there, the 1-1-2 of Eli Walton. Always great riding between these two riders.
Finally, Theo Hancock gets his moto victory. What a performance in that one. Slid his way through the 1-1-2 and then never looked back. It's been a long time coming this weekend, but finally he is on top. And if he's showing that pace in the first moto of the day here, what's he got in his locker for the two coming later on? Unbelievable performance there from him. A fantastic ride and a well-deserved win. But it must be said as well, Eli Walton, you've got to give him the respect. He gave it a good go. But we are now moving on to the E4 class, which will be coming up next. And, well, there's been one rider to talk about in this class so far, really. And that man has been Harry Perkins. The number 22 has been absolutely phenomenal so far, but he's had some competition. Orly Luxton's been looking quick. Gunnar Day's been there or there about the 419 of Tommy Bridges, also with some pace. So let's wait and see what they're going to do in the fourth moto of the day. They won't get started just yet because there's a marshal running on the track, and obviously we don't want to run him over and get hurt. It would give the paramedics something to do, I suppose, but it would be a bit irritating for him, I think, to put it mildly. So once he's clear, I'm sure that Jack Ford, the series organiser, and Startgate Marshal will send them on their way. Again, the rope that you see there, it's not quite a full level motocross gate. Unfortunately, we are working on a budget compared to the guys up at British Motocross and MXGP and stuff, but the gate does drop and we do get underway. Who's going to get the whole shot? 22 slides around the outside. Lovely start there for Harry Perkins, race 1 winner yesterday, and looks to start Sunday in the same fashion as already trying to pull away at the front there as they all negotiate their way through. Dust really starting to get kicked up now. The track has dried up as some of them already clearing the tabletop on lap number 1. The pace today massively increased from yesterday, possibly due to the cooler temperatures. A little bit less strenuous for the riders on the bikes. They can stay a bit cooler, a bit more focused, but Harry Perkins already bombing away at the front. That is the 50 there in P2. 22 of Junior Garbutt, just about holding on for the time being as they come up Suron Summit, but now making their way down there. You can see Gunnar Day in P4 there, and then in P3 the 419 of Tommy Bridges sweeps around the outside. That's a lovely move from Bridges as he heads into K-Tech Curve. Up into second place, Gunnar Day potentially looking to use the momentum as well. No, can't quite. Look at the gap that Harry Perkins has already as the battle for second goes over the whoops. He's already down at turn 2.
Yeah, Gunnar Day there, very, very recognisable, bright yellow and green there with a lovely green Mohican helmet as well. So very, very easy to recognise Gunnar Day there. Fantastic so far. Going round the right-hand side, let's see what they can do. Going over the jump, a lovely little jump there, trying to chase the number 50 of Junior Garbutt there. But as we said, Harry Perkins, the man to watch. He's already got a big lead and already running away with the win, pending anything dramatic happening. But this is motocross, and anything that can happen usually does happen, as we've seen so far this weekend. Lots of drama, lots of great racing. Gunnar Day trying to get on the outside of Junior Garbutt. This is the closest battle, one of the closest battles we have on track. Gunnar Day trying to go this way and that way, has to back out of the throttle. Coming into K-Tech Curve, but they go really wide. Is that going to be enough to get around the 50? No. The tighter line on most of these corners does tend to be the quickest, although it certainly doesn't feel like the best and quickest way. It makes you feel a lot cooler and a lot faster if you're going around the bank's corners. But that is the 17 trying to catch this battle. Orly Luxton trying to catch Junior Garbutt and Gunnar Day having the battle for the final podium position. That's Gunnar Day gone down. Gunnar Day gone down at turn number 3 there, but they're back on their bike and straight away back on, just trying to see if the bike is okay and getting ready to go back. There we go, back on track there. So an unfortunate little incident there, but one man who has just been sublime this weekend is this man, number 22, fantastic, Harry Perkins, coming over the final bit of the track, the whoops, bumps, fantastic to see, coming through at turn number 1 there, artificially wet this morning, it's already dried out, but you can see all of the dust being kicked up already. Look at that, going through there, little bit of a jump there, gets his leg down through the left-hander, now going through the right of tabletop. Oh, he clears it nearly, lands a little bit rough there, but still good enough to keep the lead. Very recognisable bike, they're mostly green, but it looks like someone's just taken a paint bucket to it and it looks amazing. Fantastic racing so far, a dominant ride for the number 22 of Harry Perkins so far, still pushing the limits though. He isn't backing down at all. He wants this win, he wants another dominant victory. He's incredibly fast rider, Harry Perkins, coming into this weekend P2 in the championship. These bikes do have 12-inch front wheels and 10-inch rear wheels with up to a 1600 watt motor as well. 4 to 7 year olds are on these bikes, but that is not going to stop them from pushing any sort of limits this weekend. The number 22 going over the bumps, going through the artificially wet number turn 2 there. It's actually starting to bog down there, we can see, which is great to see. That could mean a lot of new techniques and new ways to get around as he goes over tabletop. Fantastic to see him leading this race so far.
Absolutely, and you can tell as well he's actually not as pushing as hard as he was at the start of this race. Just some of the lines he's taking, some of the air he's getting, just a little bit less. He's seen it, he's got such a huge advantage, and the 22 knows there's no point going that hard. I don't want to risk having an accident. Meanwhile, here we see in third place the 50 of Junior Garbutt, doing a good job at the moment, still working his way round to the top of Mallory Mountain. Little bit of pressure behind. Of course, we saw Gunnar Day, who was behind him early on, have an off, so he's a bit further down the order, but is still in this moto. And as they continue to push round up to the top of Suron Summit now for the 50, there is race leader once again. The 22 makes his way through turn 1 into turn 2. Still very, very wet down at that part of the racetrack. A fair few ruts starting to form now, so you have to pick and choose your line very, very carefully heading into the corner. Over the top of the tabletop, still getting some great air, even if he is backing off a little bit, just saving his energy, saving himself. You don't want to push too hard, have an off and throw away the race win. Before he bombs back down the hill, he'll be taking it nice and easy over that jump. A very, very brutal jump straight into that hard braking zone. This is the last lap of the race, so only half a lap to go left in this moto now. for the number 22, Harry Perkins, who has been in a class of his own as he makes his way into K-Tech Curve for the final time in this E4 class race. It has been a brilliant, brilliant ride, a brilliant, brilliant performance, and a brilliant, brilliant race win. It's Harry Perkins who dominates Moto number 4 here, and wow, what a distance he has won it by. Got the whole shot and never looked back, just shot away into the distance and takes a fantastic victory as the rest of the riders make their way across the line. And who else would it be but the 22 of Harry Perkins on top once again?
Of course, it wouldn't be anyone else but that man. This weekend is a great rider, as we see in the final couple of bikes coming over the whoops there. But as we said, the track getting increasingly more difficult. It's still not shining sunny here, so it has clouded over quite a lot, which means that the track won't dry as quickly as it did yesterday. And so I think a lot of riders and a lot of marshals quite good, because it's not going to be anywhere near as dusty. The next round will be the E5 class. We can see they're sponsored by Specialized Group, a fantastic sponsor. Thank you very much for sponsoring this series with support from the Factory Triumph British Supersport team as well. Just getting ready to go. These E5 bikes provide great racing, but the man and the biker to watch will be the number 99 Rafe Hardwood, who absolutely dominated. He's all the way over on the left-hand side of your screen in that white bike, psyching himself up, getting ready to go for this race. He dominated and is honestly one of the most talented riders this week, and he's absolutely incredible, and he's a championship leader as well. No surprise there when you see how he rides. So these bikes again up to 1600 watts, 14-inch front wheels and 12-inch wrists, just a little bit bigger than the previous class as well. 5 to 9 years old, and these are the closest bikes that we have to the 2-stroke 50cc bikes as well. The number 99 there getting ready to go. 27 to the right, that'll be the 345 getting ready as well to the right of the shot, as we are just getting ready to go for this race. So it looks like Jack Ford trying to move the number 33 back a little bit, just so they don't get a big advantage, but he has got his foot on the pedal now. His arm goes up and the gate drops. Who's going to get the lead? Keep your eye on the 99, but it's going to be the 514, never mind, the 99 of Rafe Hardwood, getting a sensational start as per usual in this series, and he has already nearly disappeared in the smoke and the dust, going into the lead. Look at that landing. Look at these riders absolutely pushing the limits. It's only lap 1 as well. To the outside of the 514, goes to 269. Another rider to watch. A great move there, but it didn't work out, particularly in this. Hunter Riley trying to find a way past the 514 of Victor Konazewski. As we can see, the 269 does happen to get past Hunter Riley, past the 514 there, but still in the lead of this race with a sensational start. Rafe Hardwood, let's see what he can do in this race.
I mean, he got the luck of the draw a little bit there, because he has the outside starting position at the gate. Again, no qualifying here at Mallory Park, so it's just all the 33 problems there. That is Arthur Brailsford, who's gone down there in issues. Looks like there's problems with the handlebars, but gets going again. As I was saying, though, for the 99 Rafe Hardwood, there's all problems there as well. That is Hunter Riley, the 269, who just got up into second place, gets straight back on it, though, clears the tabletop. As I've been trying to say, let's try, third time's a charm. Rafe Hardwood got very lucky with the ballot draw, which means that he starts on the outside of the gate, which means he can just sweep down into Tillman. Of course, there's two schools of thought with that one, especially if you're up at a world championship or, a national championship level where you get to pick where you start as a result of your qualifying time. You either go for the inside, the furthest inside to you get the inside to the corner, or you go for the outside so you can sweep round and use that momentum. So he's got lucky with the ballot draw there. It's allowed him to get the whole shot every single time, and it's allowed him to shoot off into the distance in this moto as well. So Hardwood starts yet another lap, not pushing that hard at the moment. Again, I think he sees the lead that he's got, doesn't want to cause an accident, doesn't want to risk it. As behind him, Hunter Riley recovering from that moment early on, and he himself is pushing quite hard actually, and potentially catching the back of the 99. So we'll have to see where the pace is, as there we do see the 99. Look at the speed that he carries up Mallory Mountain mountain. It defies description just how committed he is up that section of the racetrack. As there we see some back markers letting him through very politely. Of course, no obligation to get out of the way, but some of them just see it as the sportsman-like thing to do. And Harwood now coming down Suron Summit, and yep, he is miles up the road and feeling very, very confident.
The 99 bike doing everything he can, weaving this way and that way, going around Cade's curve. Look at that, it's practically 45 degrees going around that corner. And same there as well as he jumps over the final corner there of the whoops and the bumps there. The number 269 trying to do everything he can to go and left and right, and he is really pushing gravity now. He's really defying all the odds and pushing everything he can, going over these. Fantastic to see him in P2. Obviously earlier on in the race getting by Victor Konozevsky in the on the 514 bike, pushing to try and catch the number 99 as he clears tabletop once again. Fantastic to see him. Oh my word, he's getting very loose there. Fantastic to see him, but he is slowing down. I don't know if that's just it's just him slowing down for the corner there. Did look a little odd there, but he's just been nice and cautious.
Yeah, there's no point pushing and trying to risk coming off the bike when you're on for a fantastic result, and I think he knows that. Riding smart rather than riding with his heart as he makes his way through K-Tech curve. Gets a little bit wobbly, has to drop off of the bank as he applied the power. Again, these electric bikes, you get all the torque instantly as well. That was really committed over the whoops, bouncing across the top there, supercross style almost. But yeah, because you get all the torque from these bikes instantly, sometimes you apply a little bit of throttle, and because the track's so dry in some places and it's so hard packed, it just spins up the rear tyre and suddenly you find yourself wobbling all over the place. That is the 514, Victor Konozevsky in P3, working his way around the bolt now into the tabletop. Let's see if he gets a lot of air. No, not too much. Again, just backing off a little bit later into this race again. He's in a very solid P3 at the moment. Much like Riley in front of him, knows that he doesn't really need to push. He's not under a lot of pressure from behind. May as well just ride sensible and bring home a very, very strong finish. And that's what I think we're seeing across a lot of the field in this race. Motocross, it is so physical, and it is so easy to get it wrong and end up on the dirt. So there's no point wasting your energy and potentially risking a crash when you are on for a strong result. And as I say, that does get a bit squirrely with the rear end, and you can see just how much dust now is getting kicked up by these bikes. The track was wetted down this morning with a hose pipe, which did keep the dust away for a little bit, but now most of the track has dried up once again, and it is turning into a dust bowl, flat track style. As there we do see coming through Konozevsky still there is race leader, the 99, Rafe Harwood, making his way up Suron Summit. And Law looks very good through there, rear end stepping out slightly before he gets back onto the throttle, back down the hill again. One of the riders that we've been seeing who loves to use those outside banks, and just seems very, very confident. Some corners I'm not quite convinced if it's the fast line, like through the final corner there, for example, as he starts his final lap momentarily. I'm not quite convinced that the outside, the wider, the banked line is the one to go for through there. But the 99 feels very confident, and he's been running it all race on. Well, it's certainly working. Look at the lead that he's got.
Well, certainly not the fastest, but it's certainly the most fun, especially when you're watching there. He's getting a little bit of a wheelie there. It looks like he's joyriding this bike. Look at the air he's got there, landed beautifully over tabletop there. Fantastic. 99 taking the wide line, 45 degrees there. Beautiful to see. Look at that. He's just enjoying his last lap now. Look at that. I don't think he's trying to go off the fastest lap or anything now. He's just absolutely riding the wheels of that bike in a metaphorical sense as he comes round to, look at that, brilliant. He even does a little wheelie there as the front wheel catches the dirt, going around K-Tech curve for the last time. It's going to be another dominant victory for this young rider. Oh, taking it very, very gently over the line, taking the checkered flag. The 99 Rafe Harwood, a very, very talented rider, and certainly one to watch in the future, getting lots of high fives and fist bumps and lots of support from all of the other riders there. The number 269 just giving each other little fist bumps there. Oh, lovely to see the sportsmanship between the two riders there. The number 99 of Rafe Harwood wins race number 1 with a 269 just behind him. A great race there, Ross, and another just dominant ride by the number 99.
Absolutely fantastic performance from him. Hunter Riley P2 and Victor Konaszewski in P3. Those guys still got 2 more motos to come, but it is time for the final Moto 4 of the race of the day, should I say. Sunday's action has been absolutely fantastic so far, and some great racing riders. Some of them feeling confident, some of them not so much this morning. Regardless, it is time for Moto number 4 of the Suron Cup.
Welcome to round number 4, race number 4 of the Suron Cup this weekend at Mallory Park. This is the one that we've all been waiting for, a 7-lap race between these fantastic Hyper B bikes. These riders provide some of the best racing this weekend, which is saying something considering all of the racing we've seen so far. Paisley Cleft bringing a brilliant performance this weekend. The number 32 there, just to the left of the yellow cons, had a great day yesterday. Did go down in the 3rd race, but she's okay and back racing this weekend and today as well. The other one to watch is the number 269 of Hunter Riley, who we've just seen as well in that previous race as well. Ross, it's going to be a fantastic race.
It absolutely will be. Hunter Riley was given that race 3 victory after Cleft went down as well. The race ended under red flag conditions. Luckily though, Cleft all okay and back on the bike today. Fantastic to see that. So potentially some more titanic battles brewing between the pair of them, but maybe there'll be someone else that we need to keep our eye on, as we are all ready to get the gate drops and get underway in Moto number 4. The gate does drop now. We get underway. Awesome rapid starts from some of the riders. Who gets the whole shot? Looks like it will be the 25 of Ethan Rudd, I believe that was, who slid on through. 32 looks to the inside at turn 2. Can't quite get it done as they make their way into the bowl now. Turn number 3, which deceptively looks like you can take it very wide, but you don't want to. It's actually slower to go up onto that grassy banking. Some of the riders already getting some huge airtime, as there we do see Paisley Cleft in P2, Hunter Riley in P3, and it was the 25 there struggling. Ethan Rudd was in the lead, now goes to second. In fact, it's the 29 of Colby Fletcher who got the whole shot, now drops down into P2. Cleft now takes the lead up to the top of Suron Summit for the first time in Moto number 4 here in the Suron Hyper B UK Cup, making their way down through there and into K-Tech corner already. A nice little advantage forming for Cleft. Up the inside though, Hunter Riley, does he get the traction out of the corner to get up into P2? No, he doesn't. Gonna have to try and use the momentum over the whoop section, maybe sweeps around the outside. Yes, he will. That is nice stuff. Gets it done over the rhythm section. Riley now up to 2nd place, and it's a similar story to what we've seen in the first 3 motos. Cleft and Riley look set to do battle.
The number 29 of Colby Fletcher almost been pushed round the track on that previous lap by the 269, but this is the battle that we are used to seeing. The number 32 in the lead of Paisley Cleft being hunted by Hunter Riley on the 269 bike as well, and that is the battle for first, as we're just seeing here on lap number 2. A great titanic battle forming between these 2 riders. The 269 bringing the pace to the table. The number 32 just putting her bike where it needs to be. Look at the different lines that they take, and it actually looks like he cuts to the inside there and he goes to the outside of K-Tech curve there. The number 32 keeping it nice and tight. So just look at the difference, or the similar pace with these different lines. Number 32, does Paisley Cleft have a problem? She looks like she's going quite slow in comparison to the 269 of Hunter Riley. Maybe it's just a little bit of a confidence thing, obviously with that little bit of an incident yesterday, but I'm sure her confidence will come back. She's an incredibly talented rider. It's fantastic to see the 269 right on the back now. Goes to the outside of the 32. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not, but he's going to hopefully have the outside for this corner. The number 32 keeps it nice and tight. So does the 269, copying Paisley's line. Through there, they go almost side by side at the top of the Suron Summit. Who's going to get the better exit? Coming down Suron Summit, as that is one of the back markers there. To the outside go both of these riders fighting for the lead on race 4 of the Suron Cup through K-Tech curve now. Coming through the final corner, the number 32. It might look like she's going a lot slower, but the pace is still there in comparison to the 269. She's doing exactly what she needs to do to win this race, being nice and cautious, but being very defensive, and more importantly, having good exits and traction out of the corners.
Absolutely, it's just about being consistent. I think the confidence, as you said, Alex, probably still not quite there after the accident yesterday, because you look, for example, over the tabletop, Hunter Riley attacking it with so much more ferocity, goes to the outside at the top of Mallory Mountain. Once again, Cleft will shut the door on corner exit. So I think it is probably a confidence thing, but she's doing well enough to get those exits and just cover off the angles so that Riley just cannot really find a way through as it stands. And they come down Suron Summit now into the left-hander that leads into K-Tech Curve. This is one of the best opportunities for Riley. If he goes the long way round, he does, but just not enough momentum, and had to back out of the banking as well. So a bit more of an advantage now, as it looks like Riley was able to successfully double the whoops. Cleft not quite able to do so on that occasion. So it looks like there's definitely parts of the racetrack where Riley is so much stronger, just not able to go through. There is the 29, the rider who did get the whole shot, Colby Fletcher, currently riding in P3 in a bit of no man's land at the moment, and just riding round, staying on the bike, keeping it on two wheels and keeping on the brown dirt underneath him. As there is that a change for the lead, as it looked like tried to go to the outside. Riley did get into the lead briefly, but traffic held him up, and now Paisley Cleft has to go the long way round as well. Traffic causing chaos in this one. A brief change for the lead, but order resumes as normal. Cleft just ahead of Riley.
Yeah, the 269 taking the clean sweep at round 3. Last time out, 6 out of 6 wins, as he's looking to try and get another win here. Obviously, number 32, Paisley Cleft, leading so far, but I thought that was a bit of a moment for the 269. It's not. They go over the whoops pretty much side by side, almost having a bit of a loose rear end there, as they are side by side now. The 269 tries to cut to the inside of Paisley Cleft for the 32. The 32 keeps it nice and tight. Front and rear wheels there of both of these riders touching. They're going through, going over the tabletop. Now look at the height the 269 gets over the tabletop to the outside. Now the 269, the 32 keeping it nice and steady, coming through the right-hander now at the bottom of Mallory Mountain. The 32 trying everything that she can do. She actually looks like she's picked up a couple of tenths of a second on the back of the 269. The 269, having quite a scruffy moment there on Suron Summit. Great to see that both of these riders still pushing with all the ferocity, and you can see just when Hunter Riley, the 269, as we go on to the last side, yeah, look, she's already got a bit more of a lead there. And I think what really brought back her confidence was when Hunter Riley was right on the back of her, and I think you just sort of, you go into it, the race mode there that she's needed to win this race.
Absolutely turned up the wick late in this moto. Bit more traffic to contend with as she makes her way into the tabletop, but Riley too far back to really challenge up Mallory Mountain, making their way through. Just keep it nice and cool, nice and easy. Don't want to throw it away at this phase of the race. Through the right, looks like Riley got through all the traffic okay, but running out of time and a long way back. It'll be Last Chance Saloon, might have to make a miracle happen as they come down Suron Summit for the final time into K-Tech Curve. Paisley Cleft, a huge accident in moto number 3 yesterday, brought out the red flag, but straight back on the bike for Sunday's action and straight back to winning ways. The 32 clinches moto number 4 in the Suron Hyper-B UK Cup, and clinches it in some style. It took a little while to get that confidence back on the bike, but once it was there and once the pace returned, no one could quite match it. The 32 of Paisley Cleft wins moto number 4. With in second place Hunter Riley. Looks like he had the pace at the mid-phase of the race, but just wasn't quite able to get it done. Briefly took the lead, but then unfortunately only finished in second place. It is Paisley Cleft on top once again. Once again, that confidence, as soon as it came back, as soon as he was able to turn the wick up and get that pace going, she shot off into the distance.
She did indeed, and as we said, the moment that the number 269 of Riley gave her a little bit of a battle, she was straight back in that race mode, which is a sign of an incredibly talented rider and what we like to see. So that is it for our first sort of round of races. We've had all 10 series racing and doing their race 4, and we're just about to start our race 5 section as well. If you're just joining us, we still have another 2 rounds of 10 series racing. We've done 40 races so far and another 20 to go. 60 races this weekend. As we can see, the grandstand provided by J&H Scaffolding, a lot of the family members there supporting their family and loved ones in the race. So if you just join us, let us know on YouTube or Facebook or wherever you're watching this from. Where are you from? Who are you supporting? We had some people yesterday from South Africa, would you believe, watching. Great to see, and supporting their family members. So we are back for round number 5 as the arm goes up, getting ready to go down for the 12-inch 3 to 4 year cup. Who's going to get the whole shot into the first quarter of the number? #3 of Blake Ford. Looks like he's going to do it. Yes, he is, as the 158 there in second place. A great start from them. 245 in third place so far. All the riders getting through the corners very, very nice and cleanly. The number #3 Blake Ford is currently leading this race and is currently was joint championship leader with number 21 Freddie Mason coming into this round. The number 158 and 245 there. The 245 of Boston Cleft and the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom, all having great races this weekend. That number 245, that multicoloured red and blue bike you can just see on our screen there, took the win earlier today. Let's have a look to see what these riders can do.
Absolutely making their way across the ride. Of course, no Suron Summit for these younger riders on the smaller bikes. They have to cut credit across. This now becomes a hairpin before K-Tech curve. All of them just making their way through, negotiating the very dry track conditions now. And it looks like as there's an all from the crowd there, potentially a rider down. Have to wait and see. And indeed it is. It is the number #3. Our race leader of Blake Ford has gone down. Will rejoin, I believe, in just third place. I think the 21 of Freddie Mason is now in second and taking the lead of the race. Riley Hickenbottom will be sliding on by. Ford runs very wide, tries to get that momentum up once again. In fact, he's dropped down to 4th. Looks like one of the other riders, Boston Cleft on the 245, who was very fast starting in the first moto earlier on, will have slid by and managed to get into second place. So Ford now maybe riding with a little bit of anger. There is your new race leader, though, the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom, who's been so consistently good all weekend long as he climbs up Mallory Mountain under a little bit of pressure from behind, but I don't think he's too worried about that. He seems like a very cool and collected customer, and when the helmet goes on, he just gets on with the job in hand. And again, not a lot of pressure, but there will still be pressure. Let's see if Boston Cleft has anything in his locker. Right now, though, Riley Hickenbottom looking very comfortable in the lead.
Absolutely a big moment there for our old race leader, the number 3 of Blake Ford. Let's see what he can do in this race. Can he get back up to the podium positions? As we see the 245 now, we're saying that the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom doesn't have much pressure, but now it looks like he does. The 245 of Boston Cleft, left and right now. Can he get past Riley Hickenbottom for the lead of this race? The 245 won our first race, or our first race of the day today. Race number 4 this weekend. He has won but 2 races yesterday, won by Riley Hickenbottom. So if Boston Cleft manages to clinch this win, it means they will be equal going into race number 6, which will be our last race in about an hour and a bit time. The number 245 trying everything he can. Boston Cleft, they're very recognisable, the blue and orange / red with a pink helmet, and Riley Hickenbottom, the 158, as this is the battle for third place. The 21 of Freddie Mason trying to be overtaken by the number 3 of Blake Ford. Our old race lead obviously had that moment, but it hasn't stopped his confidence at all, trying to get by race 1 winner yesterday of the 21, the black and pink bike and rider of Freddie Mason. Let's see what he can do. Can the number 3 go to the inside? No, it's just not going to work on this occasion, but he's going really wide to the outside, and I think trying to get a bit of a switchback, but he manages to take him on the outside, and Blake Ford, the number #3, goes into P3. A great change for position there. He's back on the podium, took a P2 in race 1 earlier today when Freddie Mason won, and it is Freddie Mason coming to the side of the track. No, he's not. I think it's just a little moment there as we go on to the last lap of this 4-lap race. It's going to be a very interesting race. Ending is Riley Hickenbottom going to be able to win win this race. Not too sure where Boston Cleft has gone. Maybe he's dropped a couple of tenths. There he is, just behind. But if all goes well, it could be the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom who could win this race.
Still has to negotiate a roughly half a lap, though, to bring it to the end, but he's looked very comfortable and very confident, not just in this moto, but the whole weekend as well. Bit of traffic to negotiate up the inside of Mallory Mountain, and a bit more ahead as well, but bombs his way down the hill to the outside, and then we'll have the inside as well. This could allow Boston Cleft to try and catch up, though, if he is quick getting through the other riders. We'll have to wait and see. Hickenbottom, though, making very quick work of those. Looks like someone running very, very deep there into the third to last corner. Into K-Tech curve for the very final time in this moto number 5. And Riley Hickenbottom, once again, got the whole shot this time and then looked untouchable. And in fact, is that the number #3 of Blake Ford? Oh my goodness me, are we about to get a photo finish all the way to the line? Blake Ford out of nowhere just comes home in second. Where did he come from? And that, though, Riley Hickenbottom wins. Blake Ford, who led this race early door, got the whole shot, went down on lap number 1, was riding in about P3, or was fighting for it anyway, just a lap ago, and then very nearly steals it as they head over the whoop section. Unbelievable late finish to this race there, but it was Riley Hickenbottom who won it by a razor's width. Blake Ford on the #3, though. Oh, so close. If he hadn't have gone down, what could have been for him?
Where on earth did he come from on that last lap? He obviously just overtook the 21 of Freddie Mason for P3, and then obviously as we cut to the finish line, we're seeing on the outside of Riley Hickenbottom. But as we say, just by a razor's width, it was Riley Hickenbottom that took the win of race number 5. One more race from these young riders later today. He took the win from the number 3, #3 of Blake Ford, with Boston Cleft, I believe, coming P3 as well. Another great race, another race filled with drama this weekend for round 4 of the Mallor-E electric motocross series here at the lovely Mallory Park. Conditions still nice and cloudy, which I think everyone is going to be very, very happy with. It's great to see all of these riders and all of the family members there on the scaffolding as well. So now moving on to the 16-inch category, 3 to 4 years old riders, sponsored by Macadam Ross. What can we expect in this race?
Can expect drama, chaos, and pure motocross action. Well, I might be taking it a little bit there, but it has been 4 fantastic motos so far from this class. Carter Anderson winning in moto number 1, but a fair few strong rides around. Keep your eyes on Joey Plass, Blake Ford on the #3 that we've just seen as well. Charlie Stark on the 33. Another one to keep your eye on. He's been really, really quick over this weekend, taking a couple of wins himself. Of course, this race and this championship brought to you by Macadam. A bit of thank you to them for their partnership with us here at the Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series. The riders then behind the starting gate, just the last few bits of checks and balances before we are ready to get underway. You can see there left-hand side, the outside into turn number 1, Charlie Stark. That's been very beneficial to a lot of riders this weekend, having that outside position at the gate. Your gate position is drawn from a ballot. It is not done by a qualifying session, so it's luck of the draw. And a fair few riders who have started from that position have really, really benefited from it as a result. So let's keep your eye on the 33 of Charlie Stark as he's away. The gate will drop now, and we do get going for moto number 5 in the Macadam 16-inch class. And once again, it looks like it will be Charlie Stark who gets the whole shot. Indeed it is. He slides down into turn 1. That outside starting position doing him a world of good as they make their way into turn 2 over a small crest before turn number 3. Looks at the 26, currently in second place. That'll be AJ Garwood, who's putting the pressure on. But he himself now under pressure from the 20 of Carter Anderson, your moto number 1 winner yesterday. Let's see if he can work his way forward here in moto number 5 of the weekend. Up Mallory Mountain they go. Try not to crawl too bad around the top. Look how dusty it is up at that part of the racetrack now. There's going to be no grip there whatsoever for the riders, and you can tell that by just how slowly they are crawling. Some of them just struggling to find anything with the tyres there. into the third final corner now, and Carter Anderson looks to the inside. Does he get the run into Cater Curve? I believe he will do, and yes he will. AJ Garwood backs out. Carter Anderson moves up into second place and now can give chase to our race leader, the 33 of Stark, as he starts lap number 2.
Number 33, Charlie Stark, our race 1 winner, or race 4 winner earlier on today. Now being chased by race 1 winner, Carter Anderson, the number 20 bike as well. Going to try everything that he can do to chase our race leader there on the black and red bike as well, with the red and black overalls. Very recognisable for us in the comms box. Thank you very much as they go. Oh, and we've got a rider down. We've got a rider down as well. Straight back up and straight back onto the bike as well. Not too sure who that is, but it's great to see that they are back on the bike and straight back into this race. So we have the 33 of Charlie Stark leading this race from the 20 of Carter Anderson. This is the battle for P4 and 5. The number #3 of Blake Ford, I believe that is, just from last race. Yes, you can see it's the number #3 because it will be the white background with the red text on. Chasing one of our other riders there for the race lead, that is, or for P2 even, that is the number 22 of Joey Plass, just behind, and the 21 ahead of them of Tommy Brown. A great weekend of racing so far from these riders, the 21 and 22 battle of the 20s in this championship. We've got 20, 21, 22, 24 and 26 in this race, so we are all filled with the 20s as we see the 22 having a great battle there, sending it on the inside of the 21. It moves to the position ahead where the number 21 just was. A great move there on the inside and outside, and just shows that the track conditions so far are getting a little more difficult for some riders. The 22 now pulling away from the 21, going up Mallory Mountain.
Yeah, nice move there from the 22 of Joey Plass. Just got the traction out of turn 2, got the drive pushed on by. Brilliant stuff. And now maybe he can try and chase down our race leaders. You can just see them there at the back of your picture. Quite a big gap separating them though. It is still the 33 of Charlie Stark that leads this race, and just behind him the 20 of Carter Anderson. Those two have been the riders to beat so far this weekend and look to continue that, as Plass almost gets thrown off the bike there as he heads through the final corner. Not quite the last lap yet, don't worry. I saw the flag marshal going through it as well, just preemptively getting ready. And of course that's what we want to see. A big thank you of course to all the marshals, the medics, the series organisers, all of those guys this weekend for doing a fantastic job and enabling us to have this weekend run so smoothly, and enabling us to go racing in the first place. We couldn't be doing it without any of them. There is the 22 of Joey Plass in P3, makes his way over the tabletop, does get 2 wheels off the ground as well, so he is starting to really push now to see if he can catch the leaders. He'll have one more lap after this one to see if he can do it. Maybe he'll be hoping as well both the leaders crash into each other and go down. That would be nice for a free race win. And as I say that, Charlie Stark, the race leader, the 33, has gone down from the front of the pack. That means that Carter Anderson will now lead this race with just over a lap to go. Can Stark try and chase him? Can he catch him down? Or has he just gifted this moto to the number 20 of Carter Anderson?
Crikey Moses, what drama on the second to last lap there. The new race leader there, Carter Anderson, our race 1 winner yesterday. Our second race leader of Charlie Stark there. Just going down on the previous lap, but he's back in the race. But that will give the win to Carter Anderson on this last lap. He goes up Mallory Mountain now over the tabletop, and all he has to do is take it nice and steady now. So coming around the top of Mallory Mountain, great to see this young rider take another win like he did yesterday as well. Going around here to the right hand side, and obviously these younger riders not using Suron Summit there to the right, but instead using the shorter track just because they are a little bit younger. So it's going to be another win this weekend for the number 20 of Carter Anderson, gifted a little bit by luck but also by talent. Fantastic to see. As we go, here we go for the win. The number 20 Carter Anderson wins another brilliant race from him. As we say, the thing that's most important is consistency. The thing that's most important is just being nice and stand steady, as we now see he gets a big cuddle from Dad, and a great performance so far. There we go, and a pat on the head as well, a big smile on his face, as well as the 22 comes into the paddock as well. A great race performance as well.
Absolutely. I think unfortunately for Charlie Stark, he has just learned his lesson, one of the age-old adages of motorsport: to finish first you must finish. Again, these yardies are so young, only 3 to 4 years old, so they're still getting experience every single time they get out on the track there. But unfortunately, motorsport, it's a tough business, and you do have to learn sometimes. Charlie Stark did very much award that one to Carter Anderson, and to alter result, will only finish in second place, and I'm sure he'll be frustrated with that one as well. As the rest of the riders make their way across the line, there's Eli Rudd just heading over the loop section there to take the checkered flag. It will be Carter Anderson that wins from Charlie Stark, who dominated until the very final lap, or just before it, should I say, when he fell in P3. I believe it would have been Joey Plass, the 22, who came across the line there. Time then for the next race, the fifth moto for the 16-inch 5 to 6-year-old age range. Just waiting for some of the riders to make their way through. And this has been a very exciting class so far this weekend as well. Some fast starters. Harry Perkins, 4 moto wins so far this weekend. He's made it 10 race victories in a row in this championship, and now he is all ready to see if he can make it 11. We'll wait to see if he can do that. He's not been without competition as Jack Thor gets ready to send them on their way. We just wait now for a few moments, a few delays, a few riders being sold just to shift back ever so slightly before they get going, and that's going to be frustrating if you're locked in and in the zone and someone else is messing around, might just distract you a little bit. But the hand goes up and the gate goes down now. We are underway. A good few starts there. Look to the outside for the 22 of Harry Perkins. Will he get the whole shot? Yes, he will. Once again, that outside starting position sweeping through. Looks like Theo Hancock there got a good start on the 313 as well. He'll take second place. Didn't get the greatest launch in the world, but a good run through turns 1 and 2 means that he moves forward. Once again, similar story that we've seen so far this weekend, with Harry Perkins leading, and in P2 it's Theo Hancock on the 313, Junior Garber on the 50 there. A bit of a disappointing start. He'll be looking to try and move his way up onto the podium. Currently in P5, the number 7 getting very sideways there. That is Boyce Clements currently in P3 as they make their way through. Looks like Garber up to 4th place already though, so that pace is there. Surely not a matter of if, but a matter of when he's able to slide through, and looks like he got it done there. There's our leaders though, completing lap 1. The 7's gone down as well on the run into K-Tech curve. We'll get back on the bike. It will be though up the front of the pack leading this race. Who else would it be but the fast starting Harry Perkins, the 313 of Theo Hancock just behind.
Making it 10 consecutive race wins in race 1. He'll be chasing an 11th consecutive win. This rider, amongst a couple of others, just dominating the series that they're racing in this weekend. Fantastic performance from him. The 22 just taking it nice and gently, coming up Mallory Mountain now. A nice and tight line as he powers on the exit. Obviously the big advantage between these is he gets 2 wheels off the ground on the exit of Mallory Mountain. Obviously younger riders, as we say earlier, don't use the big part of the track. It's just a little bit of a shorter track that he's coming around K-Tech curve now into the final corner, and he will finish another lap of this race in the lead, as is so often the case in this championship. It's brilliant performance to see from the 22. Now, as I said, the advantage of these bikes over their petrol competitors is the fact that and the leader's down. The leader is down. That's turn 22 of Harry Perkins. Oh my word, what drama we're seeing so far in this race, and that is going to be him seeing red right now. He is going to be chasing our new race leader, the number 313 of Theo Hancock. It's fantastic to see now that he will be leading a race. Could this be the end of a 10 consecutive win run? Oh my word, we'll have to see come end of the race.
Well, we know that Perkins is fast. If the bike's okay, he may well be able to catch up to the back of Hancock. We'll have to wait and see what his advantage is on that 313. But again, consistency is key with the changeable conditions. The track was wetted down this morning. The dust stayed away. Now the track dried up once again, back to more flat track style surface. and it's catching a lot of the riders out. Very different to what it was in Moto number 4 earlier on today. As Hancock makes his way out of turn 2 into the bowl, down at turn number 3, then pushes his way. There'll be a small right-hander before the tabletop. Does he get 2 wheels in the air? Yes, he does. So he's committed. He knows he's got this race lead now, but who knows as well that Perkins will be pushing on that number 22. So he needs to get a move on if he doesn't want to drop back down into second place. Does have quite a healthy lead, though, on that 313 machine, as he makes his way down the bottom of Mallory Mountain into the left-hand hairpin through that short shoot section that the younger riders on the smaller bikes are using. Then at K-Tech Curve. K-Tech, of course, our trophy and trophy board sponsors this weekend. A big thank you to them. As there we do see that is Harry Perkins, I believe, on the 22. Yes, it is. So he's now in second place. 1 lap to go, though, as he heads over the whoop section. He's got a huge amount of time to make up in one tour. This could very well be the 313's race.
I think it might be, unless anything happens. But as we've seen in this race, anything can happen. Obviously, Harry Perkins, 10 consecutive race wins, which I sort of feel at fault of, because we were both saying, can he go for an 11th? The commentator's curse, as per usual, kicks in. But this is the 313 that we are watching, who has the lead of this race. Fantastic effort from Theo Hancock, just having a nice clean race. And that's another rider down on the left-hander just after Mallory Mountain. There is our race leader, the 313, going past that little incident there as he comes through K-Tech Curve to finish the final lap. A brilliant performance. He's broken Harry Perkins' 10 race win consecutive streak, and it's going to be the 313 of Theo Hancock that takes the win away from Harry Perkins, who unfortunately will finish second on this. And that is a brilliant result there for that rider. Brilliant to see, and again, what drama we're seeing in this championship, Ross.
And that's been a long time coming for the 313 as well. Again, 10 consecutive race wins for Harry Perkins, now broken by Theo Hancock. And you've got to start wondering as well, sometimes when you're in a bit of a duck or someone else is dominating, all it takes is that one win, that little spark, that good performance to really just unlock you. Suddenly you unleash yourself. Maybe we'll be seeing that a little bit later on from Theo Hancock in the final moto of the weekend later on today. Moto number 6 for the 16-inch 5 to 6 year old category. What a great race that was. Lots of drama. Really unlucky there for Harry Perkins to go down once again, fast starting, once again getting the whole shot. Of course, reminder as well for the race, all our race 6s a little bit later on, there is the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award going out. It's only for race 6, so whoever gets the whole shot in all of our Moto number 6s later on will be receiving the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award. As you can see there, members of the paddock watching along, excited to get the next race underway, which will be the 18 to 20-inch 6 to 8 year age range. And this should be very, very exciting as the riders already behind the starting gate, getting ready to go. Some of the organisers there, we can see Jack Ford, the series chief, I suppose you could say, and the start gate marshal as well, ready to set them underway. So far, Caden Waldock, absolutely untouchable in this series. 4 race wins so far this weekend. That is 10 in a row for him. Similar to Harry Perkins, we've seen 1 consecutive streak fall. Will we maybe see another, or will the 29 be untouchable? Once again, important to note, unlike a lot of our other race winners and fast riders so far this weekend, Waldock actually starts in the middle instead of on the outside by the gate. Just luck of the draw with that one. You don't pick your own starting position, you pick it out of a hat. He gets a dodgy start though, almost jumps it and has to pedal his way along, so he may not get the whole shot. Somehow he still does though. Wow. Caden Waldock, with a poor start, still leads on the exit of turn number 1 as the rest of them all filter their way through and all looking to try and catch him now. But Waldock somehow, even with a disappointing start, still maintains the lead of this race. Absolutely unbelievable as they make their way over the tabletop for the very first time in this moto. A few slow starters there. Unfortunately, Riley Stark, I think, was disappointingly slow away from the line. That's the number 9 that we see there. Ruby Towers, not seen much of her so far this weekend, but got a great start there, but doesn't quite have the pace to hold on to those podium positions. Through slides the 2.91 for Toby Ogle, or Teddy Williams on the 2.51, should I say, and Tommy Bridges on a 4.19 following him as well.
Inside,
Mr. Spider-Man there, the 2.51 helmet under attack now, going into K-Tech Curve, and it's going to be a great move by the 4.19 there. Tommy Bridges even locks up the rear going on the outside of him, and look at the gap he's already got to Tommy Bridges at 2:51 there. A great overtake from him as we're watching this battle now. The 2:51 of Tommy Williams is dropping down the order ever so slightly. That's number 2 of Riley Stike there. The 2:51 or the 2:91 there in the all-red bike. Fantastic to see. Number 2 there.
Yeah, making his way through. Steady progress for the 2 of Riley Stark as they go over the tabletop once again. And a slow and awkward landing, it looks like there for Teddy Williams ahead. All red 251 machine. So Stark may be smelling blood. Can he try and find a way through? Yeah, Stark against Spider-Man. Got Iron Man behind as well, I suppose you could say, as they make their way up Suron Summit for the second time up to the top of the hill. Bone dry up here. You can see the dust being kicked up by the bikes before they rocket back down. Looks like Stark unable to find anything at the moment. Has a little look to the inside there. Maybe into K-Tech curve. Oh, very close there. As we see some of the other riders coming down, moving further back. There is the number 9. That is Ruby Towers heading into K-Tech curve. Looking to the outside is the number 17, now the inside, the switch back into the final corner. Nice move there to get on by, but still making their way over the whoops now into turn number 1. Very close racing everywhere, all over the pack. The number 9, Ruby Towers, had a great start. Unfortunately, just hasn't quite been able to translate that reaction time into race pace and is dropping down the order as moves further back in the pack. There is Caden Waldock, our race leader, as he heads down the bottom of Mallory Mountain, now up to Suron Summit, the 29 untouchable so far this weekend.
Even stretched his legs, look at that, going round Suron Summit. There, obviously, the first sort of race of our lot that will use Suron Summit. Obviously, the smaller classes just use these smaller track as he's coming through K-Tech curve. A little bit slow there, but having a great thing. I don't know whether he's got something wrong with his foot or leg or something, but he's just stretching it. Coming into the last lap and starting another dominant, about to get another dominant victory by this young rider. Obviously, we said has a 10 consecutive race win, about to make it an 11th. Fingers crossed, touch wood, that he can deliver on that. It's been a great performance from him. Obviously, as we said, he wasn't even on the outside at the start, but still managed to lead into the first corner. Now coming around Mallory Mountain, a fantastic performance so far in this race. Over the bumps to the right, even having a little drift there, as you do on these electric bikes. Maximum torque at the moment you touch the throttle. I think maybe his legs are a little bit tired or something like that, just trying to stretch them and get them a little bit stretched, but he doesn't need it because his performance has been elite this weekend. Through the K-Tech curve, now through the last corner, it's going to be an 11th consecutive win for this young rider. Caden Waldo, the number 29, wins once again in the 18 to 20 inch 6 to 8 year class. Another great performance by this young rider.
Absolutely, I'm so confident in his abilities, so confident with the gap that he had. We saw him messing around on that final lap, getting the rear of the bike, kicking out, sticking his legs up to angles that no sane motocross rider would bother trying to do. Just having a bit of fun with himself, but now he needs to focus in again because he is in the next race as well. This is the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 13 category, which of course if you're a little bit younger like Caden Warlock, but show you have what it takes to compete with these guys, you are allowed to come in and race alongside them. So Waldock will be racing once again. It doesn't look like he wants the start blocks though. It looks like he's pretty confident with being tall enough to keep the bike on the ground with his own legs beneath him. You can see there the number 32 on the left hand side of him as they are getting ready to go racing. And this should be a really interesting race to see how it all goes along. Paisley Cleft, of course, has a quick battery change there. Not quite the same as filling up a fuel tank, but a lot quicker, it must be said. Of course, probably slightly less warm than trying to fill up a fuel tank beneath a boiling hot 2-stroke or 4-stroke motor beneath you. So battery change, Caden will get back on the bike and get ready to go racing in race number 3, or race number 5, should I say, the 5th moto of the day for the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 13 age range. Of course, if you are a young rider yourself at home, or you have a young child in your life who you think may want to have a go on an electric motocross bike, head over to the Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series Facebook page. They've got all their information there, and you can find out how to join. But this series has really blossomed in its first year. The first round, 50 sign-ups. This round number 4, 107 turning up this weekend. So we've over doubled in size in just half a year, which is absolutely fantastic to see. There's a Waldog slight problem with his goggles there, just getting them in position after that battery change. Everyone else looks pretty comfortable and ready to go, though. Seen Poppy Burkett take 2 race wins in a row here. Now the number 30 looks like she found her form after struggling a little bit in the opening 2 motos, despite showing great pace and a podium finish here and there as well. So the 31 to watch out for, but of course don't take your eyes off of the number 1, Casey Stark, as well. He's been very, very quick so far this round, and will look to try and make his way back onto the top step of the podium after winning in Moto number 2 yesterday. So let us know who you are cheering along for. Let us know from where in the world you are watching, and let us know how excited you are for the Moto number 5 here in the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 13 category. Just a short delay. We can see there Jack Ford, series organizer, and Stargate Marshall just having a quick word with the 1 plate of Casey Stark there, but now he's ready to send them on their way. Hand goes up, gate comes down. Now we are underway in the 5th moto of the weekend. Good start there for Poppy Burkett. Charlie Stark goes slightly wider line, uses that momentum to get the whole shot into turn number 1. And on the exit, Poppy Burkett still holding on to 2nd place. Looks like Waldog able to get into 3rd place there. Great start from him after winning the last race out in the 6 to 8 age range categories. They climb up Mallory Mountain for the very first time. The 1 already starting to build a little bit of a gap, of Poppy Burkett. Again, 2 race wins in a row now. She knows she's got the pace. She knows she's got the ability. If she can just stick with Charlie Stark, there could very much be a 3rd one, as down goes Caden Waller. Great avoiding action from the riders behind to not run into him. Just dropped the front end of the bike, gets back on and gets a move on once again, but tumbles down from 3rd to what looks to be about 7th place now.
Well, at least that wasn't out in the last championship. He still holds that 11 consecutive win record in the younger category of this as well. But it's the number 1 of Casey Stark that leads from the number 30 of Poppy Burkett. There you can see the bright number 1, the black number on the white plate, and the multicoloured, not too sure what you call that colour, on the back of Poppy Burkett's number 30
Rainbow
outfit. But there we go, looking as she goes round now, a pink and purple helmet aboard that bike. Look at that, getting some air over there in this 18 to 20 inch 9 to 13 year old class. 5 laps in this specialised series, up to 800 watt batteries in these, and people upgrade the 500 watt batteries to 800 watts as well. And the amped category, or the amped manufacturer I should say, tends to be more powerful. Great scenes we're seeing already. That's the 07 there that we are seeing of Seth Johnson on our screens there. A great little performance this weekend from him. Fantastic riding so far, but Casey Stark is the one who is leading this race, from Poppy Burkett just behind. A great battle between those 2 riders. As we said, Poppy Burkett, Casey Stark, Caden Waldog, all of these riders are so competitive in this championship. As you can see, Caden Waldog making moves, moving up and up after that incident. And he's it looks like he's at the side of the road. We don't know whether his battery might have an issue or something like that, but he's just lost some of the places that he has made, and it looks like he is about half a lap behind everyone else right now. We think P4 that is about mid-pack, so just away from the front of the field.
Absolutely strong battles going on here. The 89 pops the wheel up over the top of the tabletop as they make their way up to the top of Mallory Mountain. A very slow crawl round here now. Not a lot of grip at all. We might be seeing in some of the E classes a little bit later on riders preferring to use that outside bank. 89 there having a little bit of an issue. It looked like that's Jack Fairs as he now comes to the top of Suron Summit before they bomb back down, but he's under a lot of pressure at the moment, so could potentially be losing out on positions unless he has the pace, of course, to stay in front of the 213 of Leighton Wickham, who himself is looking very racy in the Wellington boots. And well, wouldn't be my choice of rider gear, but it seems to be working for him as he gets the drive out of the final corner. Over the whoop sections they go. Will he have an opportunity on the the inside into turn 1. No, doesn't come into fruition on that occasion. And behind as well, Paisley, Clef, goodness me, and Caden Waldock, should I say, getting very, very close. Almost too close for comfort, in fact, at turn number 1. And this battle very, very elbows out. Really aggressive motocross racing going on right now. And battles all over the track, everywhere you look. To the top of Mallory Mountain once again. Has anyone got anything to try and get through the 89 of Jack Fairs? I don't think at the moment that Leighton Wickenden does. Just behind him, Caden Waldock as well. Looks like he's got through. It looks like he's got through Paisley Cleft on the number 32. Is actually going to try and go around the outside. Oh, that's a brilliant, brilliant move there to get through Leighton Wickenden. Oh, wow. Caden Waldock having problems earlier on. Managed to get back on the bike, get it moving once again, and continues to push round. That is brilliant. That's the 613 of Daisy May Perkins a little bit further back behind this battle. If they continue to fight, could get involved. And there are our race leaders. The number 1 in front, Casey Stark, just behind Poppy Burkett. Will they be changing for positions? Can Burkett make it 3 wins in a row? Have to wait and see as we are on the final lap. Only a handful of corners to go. Burkett looks to the inside. Stark closes the door. Burkett tries to send it up the inside. Whoop section just to go. I believe Stark's too far in front. He is too far in front, as even though he gets it all crossed up, it is Casey Stark that takes the victory in moto number 5 here in that 18 to 20 inch, 9 to 13 age range class. Poppy Burkett will have to settle for second place, but a fantastic race we've just seen there. Lots of action everywhere on the track. Stark back on top. Absolutely, lots of drama there. Caden Waldock obviously making a great recovery ride there as well after slipping on one of the first laps. A great race there, obviously. Congratulations to all of our riders for winning there. A great win and a great battle between Casey Stark and Poppy Burkett on that occasion. Fantastic to see the battle, as I said, between both of those riders, as we can just see some of the riders on the grandstands having a great time watching some incredible racing between lots of different riders this weekend. So our next round will be the E2 class. 5 laps to go and to watch in this race. We've got 4 different brands. We've got the Toro, KTM, Husqvarna and Gas up to 1800 watt batteries, and these riders are 4 to 6 years old. A brilliant performance already and a brilliant battle between these riders. Daisy Rudd having a great performance on the number 3. Obviously the number 4 all the way to the right hand side. Can't quite see. Oh, the number 3, 2 bikes to the right of the yellow cones there. She is one to watch, and she is the one who won our race number 4, our first race today. And she also won race number 1 last time out yesterday as well. So let's see what these riders can do. The number 245 to the left, the 22, the 21, 212, the number 3, all of these riders getting ready to go. We are ready to see the arm go up in the air. The gate will drop any second now. Who's going to get the best ride into the first corner? Keep an eye on the outside of the corner, but it's going to be the number 21 who leads this race from the number 3. It's Freddie Mason having a great start there from Daisy Rudd on the number 3 just behind. I think that's the number 4 in 3rd place as well. Yes, it is. So far, 4th even. Look at this battle going on already. These riders going left and right. The number 4, the 21 and the 22 all having a great ride so far, and great racing between these riders so far to the top of Mallory Mountain. They all come now. The 21 leading this sort of mid-pack from the 22. The number 3 leads from the number 4. Oh, and that's the number 3 down. That is Daisy Rudd down from the lead of the race. Oh, what drama. We obviously saw Caden Baldock last time out falling there on the previous race. So that corner is proving very tricky for a lot of these riders, but the number 4 will now lead. Reggie Doyle from Daisy Rudd, a great recovery so far. I say that, it's like she's never even had it down, because she's literally right on the back of the number 4 bike, ending this first lap. Daisy Rudd already did the bin it and win it strategy in moto number 4 earlier on. and now looking like she could be doing it twice in a row. Pecco Bagnaia, eat your heart out for any Grand Prix road racing fans watching. Oh! And that's a big one.
Daisy Rudd again.
That is a big one. Front wheel to rear wheel, and Daisy Rudd coming over the top of the bike. Will she be able to continue? Yes, straight back on the bike. That is unbelievable commitment from the number 3, but that was a really, really nasty fall. Rudd, though, the number 3, pushes onwards. That is the number 4 of Reggie Doyle, who does now lead this race. Up the front, just behind him, the 22 of Joey Plass. So this is now your race leaders. And, well, let's see what Daisy Rudd has. She's rejoined the race. If the bike's okay, we know she's got the ability. Could it be the double bin it and win it? I suppose that would be a story to tell, wouldn't it? Let's wait and see. But right now, it is Reggie Doyle. That leads just ahead of Joey Plass. Plass looks like he's maybe thinking about setting up a move as they come into K-Tech curve. Anyone choosing to run the high line? No, both of them choosing to stick firmly on the inside there, get the bike stopped and tip it in and get it going once again. Now the whoop section, no doubles over here, just have to ride it single one at a time. Looks like the 22 heard his momentum a little bit, did get the front wheel picked up and clattered down onto the third crest, so that just cost him a little bit. But the 22 right now, Joey Plass, to my eyes anyway, Alex, definitely looks like the quicker out of the front 2 riders.
Absolutely. Remember, both of these riders taking a very, very nice tight line through here, and both of these riders were P2 and 3 on our race earlier. Look at that, the number 22 having a great little jump there, just coming through on some back markers there. Daisy Rudd having a great performance as well. I think she just obviously dropped by a little bit, but she's in P3 currently. I think it'll actually be the triple bin it or win it. A great performance so far. Number 4 leading the race from the 22, Reggie Doyle, leading from Joey Plass. One of these 2 riders, well, but maybe not even one of these 2 riders will win this race. For all we know, Daisy Rudd is going to come back and do a brilliant ride like she is doing. So number 4 finishing another lap, coming over the whoop section now, the 22. Both of them riding very sensibly, not pushing the limits of their bikes too much, I think, because they've seen maybe what's happened to Daisy. Both of them want to have a very nice clean race between them. This is the battle for a bit of one of the mid-pack battles. It's the 21 and the 07. This is Freddie Mason and Tristan Bailey as the number 21 keeps position, but they are going side by side, the number 7 and the 21, wheel to wheel, coming into turn 1. We think it's the battle for 5th, 5, 6 and 7 as Bailey goes all the way on the outside. It's a really wide line there, trying to take some more speed, but the 21 is already out there, but they are very, very close. Number 7 getting a little bit of a wobble there, coming in to the bowl there, into the right, coming into this position there.
Absolutely, looking really, really strong as they head over the top of the tabletop. The 21 Mason just holding position for the time being. The 07 Tristan Bailey, family in South Africa watching along yesterday. Hopefully they're tuned in today as well. Hope you guys are enjoying watching the boy go round and put in another fantastic performance with the 07. Now climbing up to the top of Suron Summit, Mason just in front. It looks like the leaders have gone onto the last lap of the race, and indeed they have. There is the number 4 of Reggie Doyle just holding on. Ahead of the 22 of Joey Plass. Is Daisy Rudd anywhere in sight, or are the leaders too far ahead and the double bin it and win it isn't going to happen? Looks like she may be just a bit too far back. There, you just saw a flash of pink at the bottom of your screen. I think she's a little bit too far back, unless these 2 come together to the top of Mallory Mountain for the final time in Moto number 5. Then Doyle holding on. Plass, does he look left, does he look right, or is he too far back? I think he will be at the moment. Bit of traffic ahead as they come to the bottom of Suron Summit, and Daisy Rudd, I tell you what, has had a great run up Mallory Mountain. Could be a late workhorse, especially as the front 2 are encountering big traffic, and suddenly this could be a 3-way fight for the race win. Looks like Plass doesn't get the run out of Suron Summit coming down the hill, so now K-Tech curve to go. Rudd right there with them as well. A 3-way fight for the lead late on. Into the final corner we come. It is Reggie Doyle. Is he going to hold on ahead of Joey Plass? Yes, he will. Doyle takes the moto. Plass just holds on for 2nd place, and Daisy Rudd, a fantastic recovery wide to 3rd after 2 heavy offs. But it is Reggie Doyle who picks up the spoils in that one. A Lady Luck shining his way a little bit, but once he got to the front, a great defensive ride, kept his pace, picked his lines perfectly, and kept the 22 of Joey Plass just behind. A fantastic ride from those front three, with a Daisy Rod third, Joey Plass in P2, and Reggie Doyle taking the victory in the 5th moto of the E2 class.
Fantastic to see. Oh, look, over there, we are joined by this event over here. So we are celebrating 65 years of the
BMF.
BMF, sorry, the British Motorcycle Foundation. 65 years this weekend. So we're just having a look at some of these riders, having a bit of fun. Look, you can see all of the tents there set up with some beautiful, beautiful events going on. We've got talks. You can come try ride in your pro skills. Brilliant to see there. So now we have the E3 class, sponsored by J&H Scaffolding, who also provides us with the grandstand for the family members as well. So Eli Walton, the number 112, and the 313, Theo Hancock, all absolutely brilliantly talented riders. You can see the 313 of Theo Hancock, 2 bikes to the left of the yellow cones there. Now that is actually the most favourable line so far as we've seen this weekend, because you're going to be able to take a lot, basically it's a lot straighter of a line coming into turn 1. You can get the whole shot. Whole shot just means you are the first into the first corner. The 112, Eli Walton, all the way on the right-hand side. So it's going to be very interesting to see which rider between the 112 and the 313 manages to get the whole shot, or will it even be one of the other riders? We're about to find out what's going to happen in the E3 class. The arm is up and the gate's about to drop, and it is dropped. The 112 and the 313, everyone coming together very, very tight, and it's going to be neither of those two that I've just mentioned. It's another bike into the lead. It's going to be Arthur Whiteclaw, the 259 into the lead, but the 313 trying to go to the outside, and we've got 2 riders down. 2 riders down there. Let's have a look. They are both up, which is great to see. The number 3 and the number 5 there, that'll be Alfie Barnes and Vinnie Barnes, both brothers there. Vinnie Barnes are championship leaders so far, but the 259 is now under attack from the 313, the 112 even, that's Eli Walton, and the 313 going on the inside as well. 3 positions lost there. The number 25, Frankie Botham as well, taking 3rd place there. So the running order is the 112 of Eli Walton, followed by the 313, Theo Hancock, and Frankie Botham just behind him as well. This is how race 4, our first race today, finished. So let's have a look to see if these riders can finish in the way that they've started.
That confidence from Walton coming down Mallory Mountain after a disappointing getaway from the gate, just bombing it down into the bottom hairpin as everyone else taking it nice and cautious on the brakes. Now, doors open, I'm going for the lead. Brilliant stuff from the 112 to get to the front of the pack. He clearly loves just controlling a race from the front, as look at the level of dust now that's getting kicked up. It is getting ridiculously dusty out there. Conditions getting drier and drier by the minute as the temperature rises. Not too much sun today compared to yesterday, but still very, very warm. So it's the 112 ahead of the 313 as they make their way to the top of Suron Summit and then bomb back down again. These Maggiora-esque rolling hills here at Mallory Park into K-Tech Curve. The 313 likes to try the outside line, gets it done successfully on that occasion. So another really fascinating battle looks to be brewing as they triple over the whoop section coming to the start line as they then lap the number 3 bike. That's Alfie Barnes, one of the riders who was caught in our first lap incident down at turn number 2. So what we're seeing once again is a really, really good physical race between these two. Maybe not so much will-to-will racing, but just putting the mental pressure on and both of them pushing each other to the extreme limit. But it could be going will-to-will very soon as the 313 goes the long way around but doesn't get the run that he needs ahead to get ahead of Eli Walton. So Walton will maintain the lead at the moment, but Hancock really riding quick and pushing very, very hard as well up to the top of Suron Summit once again before they bomb back down. Another incident there. Looks to be okay. That's coming into the tabletop, but everyone looks to be okay. The 112 still ahead of the 313.
112 kicking up lots and lots of dust for his competitor there. The 313 of Theo Hancock trying everything he can to get by the 112 of Eli Walton coming into turn 1 now and going over this jump. Let's see how much air they both get. A respectable amount there. Now this bit's very interesting. As I say that, the 313 on the outside of the 112. Is he going to be able to make the switch back? Where that was so nearly contact between those two. two riders there. Now the 1-1-2, Eli Walton is really feeling the pressure from Theo Hancock. It's almost a bit like a joker lap that you get in other categories. If you go wider, you might be able to carry the momentum through the corners, as we're seeing now. 1-1-2 being chased by the 3-1-3 going up Suron Summit here. The order remains the same between these two riders. The 1-1-2 now coming through this fast left-hander, keeping it nice and steady. The 3-1-3 looking a little bit more pacey, but it looks like it's going to be the 1-1-2 who leads one more lap, going over the whoops there. Lovely to see. The 1-1-2 now just going very, very gently. The 3-1-3 as well in second.
Let's see if Theo Hancock can make it to J&H Scaffolding E3 wins in a row. Or is it going to be Eli Watson holding on and getting back onto the top step of the podium? There is the 5. Looks like they were going quite slowly there, coming down the bottom of Mallory Mountain. Vinnie Barnes, another one of our riders who was caught up with his brother down at turn number 2 on lap 1 in that incident, but working his way around, looks pretty confident on the Husqvarna. The leader, of course, the 1-1-2 of Eli Walton, who we were following for about 3 laps just a moment ago. And as there we see the 5 coming and making his way across the whoop section. And there we do see our leaders now just behind, in fact, as they make their way across the whoops. And looks like the 3-on-3 was getting closer, but a really, really nasty landing and coming over one of the whoops just halted his momentum ever so slightly. So Hancock may have to build that speed up again, but these guys getting so close. And you can see there as well the transition, Alex, from the wet part of the track down at turn 2 where it's still quite damp and still quite muddy. You go from that dark spray, as that looks to be the 32 that's gone down there, straight back on the bike. You get the dark kick up of the mud, then transitioning into the clear dust, and that's where the grip drops off. That's where visibility gets hard. So really tough conditions out there.
Yeah, absolutely. In the corner that these two riders are just going through now, we've seen a few mistakes happen from a couple of other riders in previous series as well. The 1-1-2 still keeping a brilliant performance so far. The 1-1-2 leading this race, the 3-1-3 having a brilliant performance. Look at all the dust being kicked up by other bikes, and that is the last lap flag. It's now the last chance in this race for the 3-1-3 of Theo Hancock to chase Eli Walton for the lead. Now this, as we've seen many times before, back markers cost wins potentially. Let's see if again, and the 3-1-3 trying to go on the inside of the 1-1-2. He goes to the outside, and the 1-1-2 has been held up. The 3-1-3 on the last lap. Theo Hancock takes the lead over the 1-1-2. A brilliant performance there. I think the 1-1-2 has still been caught up. Oh, I think he had he had a massive moment there in Mallory Mountain. Fantastic to see the 3-1-3 taking advantage. You see, that is what we're saying. The outside line sometimes favours the brave, but the man who has been brave this race is this man taking another win this weekend. The 3-1-3 Theo Hancock wins once again in this race. A brilliant performance. As I said, just halfway through that last lap, back markers can change the entire course of a race. The difference between those two riders there, Eli Walton liked to take the inside line, but obviously when you've got back markers there, that can cause a lot of problems like it did in that race. A brilliant win though for Theo Hancock once again in this championship.
Really, really smart riding as well. He may have gone to the inside, try and chance it, but saw that there was traffic ahead and went, no, let's just stick to the outside. That's going to hold up my rival. And it certainly did. Eli Walton, I think, actually ended up coming together with one of the back markers and went down. Did still finish in second. But Theo Hancock, a fantastic ride to make it 2 in a row, and really, really smart racing with a last lap overtake to get through there. Fantastic stuff from him. That concludes then moto number 5 for the J&H E3 class. So fantastic stuff from him, and fantastic stuff from all of these guys. They'll be back out for their final race of the day a little bit later on today, as we are now getting into the afternoon. Just gone beyond midday and over halfway through the day's action as well. It is time for the E4 class now. And this has been really, really exciting all across this weekend. Harry Perkins has been pretty dominant, but a fair few riders have been challenging him. Let's see how he's going to do. Starts this time from the inside, does the 22, so he's drawn a different ballot for this race, had the outside line last time. And they'll be getting ready to go racing in just a moment. As Jack Ford, the gate marshal, gets ready to send them on their way. The gate drops. Now we get going. Good launch there from the 251. The 22 has the inside. The 17 sweeps around the outside. That's Ollie Luxton who gets the whole shot in moto number 5 as they make their way through turn 2. Still quite wet and boggy down there. A bit more proper motocross style. As big kick on the rear there. I believe that was the 419, I want to say, of Tommy Bridges having a slight moment as the 22 Harry Perkins tries to get around, looks to the outside. Does he find anything? No. Still stuck in second or third place. Not for long though as he slides up the inside for second. Very opportunistic move there, and may not be long till he's in first place as the 17 having big issues. Harry Perkins all sorts of out of shape, stays on the bike, almost got unseated. Fantastic bike control from him as they now bomb down Suron Summit, coming into the third to last corner. Now K-Tech curve. Does Tommy Bridges fancy go to the inside? Oh, it's a traffic jam coming through K-Tech curve. Perkins drops back into second place, and the 419 gives it too much, loses the rear and goes down. Will drop off of the podium places down to 5th place by the looks of things. Then there was 2 up the front. Ollie Luxton leads, Harry Perkins in second.
Absolutely, Ollie Luxton, the number 17, trying everything he can do. The 22 getting so brave on the throttle, having so many moments of absolutely almost losing the rear. But I tell you what, it's certainly not losing him any pace. Chasing down Ollie Luxton, number 17 now. We know that this 22 is such a quick bike, and he's such a quick rider on top of it, as well as he tries to go to the outside of Ollie Luxton. Hasn't worked on this occasion. Gonna try and get the switch back now. Going up Suron Summit. Let's have a look if he can make anything. Only a little bit of contact is made there between those 2 riders, but it's okay. Everyone continues as normal. The 17 having a great ride so far. I would not want to be in front of Harry Perkins defending from who, this rider is an incredibly aggressive rider, a very quick rider. As I said, as he loses a little bit of time going over the whoop section, but makes it back in the braking of turn 1. Is he gonna go to the outside of the 17? Yes, he is. Wheel to wheel now, and the number 17 closes the door there, and the number 22 of Harry Perkins has to butt out and go, no, unfortunately, I wanted that spot, but I can't have it anymore because there's a bike in the way.
Really exciting stuff. Elbows out racing, pure physicality on these bikes here at Mallory Park, and it's still fairly early doors into this race as well. The 17 of Ollie Luxton having to go really defensive, and Harry Perkins almost coming a cropper there as a result. That's a jam on the anchors, and once again looks to the inside, no space, maybe into the third to last corner. No, the 17 still holding that advantage. K-Tech curve awaits as they make their way through. Once again, the 17 just stopping in the mid-corner. Wonderful defensive riding, just kills the momentum, yes, of yourself, but even more so of Perkins behind. So making their way into turn 1 as their parents and colleagues cheering them on, either from the marshal post or from the grandstand. Into turn 2, bombing out into the bowl at turn number 3 over a slight crest beforehand. Then the tabletop. Let's see how much confidence they've got hitting this jump. Perkins looks to the inside a bit, not quite clearing it. These two, I think, more than happy to race wheel to wheel at the moment. Perkins perhaps just watching what his opponent is doing, see if he can suss out where the best opportunity to overtake will be over the lap.
Let's have a look where the 22 can find a weakness on the number 17, and once again the 22, fantastic bike control. He's saved that bike from going over so many times in this race, and it looks like he might be going on the inside. Wow, he has to absolutely almost lock both wheels there to try and stop making contact with the 17. Ollie Luxton getting a bit of a loose rear end there, going over the whoop section here to complete this lap. Number 17 defending very well, it must be said, from the 22, and the 22 having a bit of a moment there again. He's such an aggressive rider. I don't think I've seen a rider save so many times, and it could just be a matter of time before maybe he goes down. But this is the battle that we are watching right now for third place, the last podium position here between these two riders. A great battle between these two. We're having a look here, which is fantastic to see.
Absolutely, making their way over through the top of the tabletop. There is Gunnar making his way through. Gunnar Day having a much better Moto 5 than he did in race number 4 earlier on this morning. Off in that one, unfortunately, and then just struggled really to recuperate the pace that he showed at the start of the race. But in this one, feeling much more confident on the bike. The 125 looking a lot more comfortable and a lot more quick as well through the corners. As back to our race leaders going on to the last lap as well. The 17 of Ollie Luxton still ahead of the 22 of Harry Perkins. Can Luxton hold on and clinch his first victory of the weekend? We'll have to find out with less than a lap to go. Perkins looks to the inside. That was definitely a mistake. Had to get out of it to avoid running off track. A little bit of rear kicking out there from Luxton as they make their way up Mallory Mountain for the final time in the 5th race of the day. Getting through the hairpin, Luxton once again super defensive on the inside, just parks the bike at the apex of the corner, and the 22 can do absolutely nothing. Tried to look to the inside there as they headed through Suron Summit. This could invite 3rd place into the affair as well, as almost thrown off the bike was the 22, the 419 of Tommy Bridges now there as well. Indicator curve for the final time, and anybody change position with anyone. 1 corner left to go, and that'll be Tommy Bridges on the outside of Perkins. Does he get it done? Maybe to the leader as well, and it will be. Wow, the 419 of Tommy Bridges. Talk about leave it to the death, swept around the outside of Harry Perkins, and then Luxton just got a poor run over the whoops, and it allowed him to steal it at the death. Tommy Bridges wins on the 419 by mere millimetres, with Ollie Luxton, who led the entire moto, in 2nd place. Harry Perkins finishes P3. Man, oh man, talk about a Hollywood ending. That was something special and something sent from above by Tommy Bridges.
Absolutely, sent from above, sent on the outside, sent wherever you want. First class stamp, special delivery there for him. That was incredible racing. I mean, we saw 3rd place catching maybe through the Suron Summit, but I don't think any of us had that on our bingo cards, so well done if you did there. A fantastic performance from the 419 to win that race there. Everyone is absolutely shocked there this weekend. Fantastic. As we can see, look at that again. We saw these yesterday, little BMW I-setters going around the track. Fantastic to see. Great fun. And it's part of the BMF weekend. The British Motorcycle Foundation celebrating 65 years this year. Come down, there's still time to maybe, if you've never tried to ride a bike before, you can. There are lots of stalls, Q&A sessions, workshops, lots of entertainment. And look, you can even see BMW I-setters on the back having a great little time as well. Now it's time for the E5 class, 7 laps, sponsored by Specialized Group. 14-inch front wheels, 12-inch rear wheels, up to 1600 watt motors. Lots of brands in this, 5 to 9 years old. And we have seen Rafe Harwood, who has been absolutely sensational this weekend as well, just to the right-hand side there of the yellow cones and the centre of your screen, psyching himself up, trying to make him be very, very, very quick in this race, like he so often is. A very brilliant rider and a very talented rider as well, it must be said, as all the riders on the grid getting ready to go racing. So if you've enjoyed our commentary this weekend, let us know. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting. I've got a feeling there's going to be a lot of love for Rafe Harwood in this championship, the E5 class, as I said. And these are actually the closest bikes that we have to 50cc two-stroke bikes as well. So this is always great fun to watch. The number 99, Rafe Harwood, banging his helmet, getting himself psyched up as we are ready to go racing here. The arm goes up. The gate is going to drop now, and it's going to be a great start for quite a few riders. Rafe Harwood will lead into the first corner. I didn't think he would for a second there. Never doubt the number 99. That is what we can be sure of in the E5 class. The 314 there in second place with the 269 just behind him. A fantastic start there for Hunter Riley, as well as Victor Konazuski, as well as we see the 514, the 269 on the outside of the 514, but it's obviously going to be the 99 of Rafe Harwood that leads us away on lap 1 of the E5 class.
Once again, great start from the 99 and a similar story to what we saw in Moto 4 earlier on today. As that is Hunter Riley, who's gone down at the top of Suron Summit, and that's going to hold up everybody else as well. Gives Victor Konaszewski a huge gap behind from second to now third as well. Looks like Riley back up into fourth place. Of course, for the leader, this is all small changes, all happening miles behind him. That Husqvarna is so quick with him on it, and he is riding the wheels off of that thing as he makes his way through turn 2 into the bowl at turn 3. Let's follow him as he goes up the tabletop to see how much air he's going to get, or if we can even see him. Wow, completes the tabletop first time, no messing around, even with the poor visibility. So much confidence, so much bravery from Rafe Harwood there, coming down Mallory Mountain. He does like to run that wider line down there. Very unique in that. We're seeing a few riders running wider lines elsewhere on the circuit. He is one of them, but down there at the bottom of Mallory Mountain, that right-hand hairpin up to the top of Suron Summit, he's the only rider who's really taken that one. That is really interesting, as that is Hunter Riley once again, the 269, second off of the day, and now big problems. He was running in P3 earlier on, and now huge drama for him. Does manage to get going once again, almost cuts in front there of the 77 of Jude Reader. Will get going once again, but as they continue to push on round, the 99 still leads from the 5:14 of Victor Konaszewski.
It's that corner once again we've seen on so many championships already today. That corner at the bottom of Mallory Mountain just before Suron Summit. Everyone seems to have slips just where the number 99 is coming through now. This bottom right-hander always seems to be very slippy on that inside line, but no problems there for the number 99 as per usual. We've got another rider down as well. The conditions really get into these riders. That's the 3:45 and the 2:91 getting together there. The 3:45 of Alfie Hayes going down there, but great to see him back on the bike as well, as we all beautifully transition to the number 99 as well. He goes over the whoop section there, coming into turn 1. Not a problem for the number 99 this race. He's just enjoying it, getting in quite dusty, I think, as well. Yeah, look, you can just see all of the dust now from these quicker bikes. Obviously, the wheels spinning a lot faster, a lot more torque. Wow, look at that on the outside there, the back marker. Brilliant to see. We can just see how much dust is going and being kicked up by a lot of these riders. The 99 coming through the top of Mallory Mountain now on the outside of the 291 there. Just look at the pace of this young rider. It's so talented. He's actually one of the riders that can keep all of his speed on the outside of these corners, which we don't see a lot. We see a lot of the riders either go into the inside or the outside, but usually losing quite a lot of time going on the outside line. But look at that, he's even doing wheelies just to show off now. It's fantastic to see this young man, and just honestly his performance. And we've got another down as well. That's the 33 of Arthur Brailsford. Lots of drama in this race so far, but so far so good for our leader, the number 99 of Rafe Harwood.
It's not been perfect, to be fair, so far. Previous lap, he actually got it crossed up coming to the tabletop as they made their way through. And let's see if he does it again. Nope, keeps it nice and steady, does the 99. So pushing on up through Mallory Mountain. A bit more lap traffic on the inside, but he just runs the outside line. Not an issue for him whatsoever. Elsewhere, this race being a bit of a war of attrition. But right now, he is in the zone and riding like he has been doing all weekend long in fine style. Up the inside, there is some more traffic at Suron Summit. Bombs back down the hill into the left-hander, then K-Tech curve will follow. Again, front wheel picking up as he gets on the power. Don't want to do that too much, you're at risk throwing yourselves off the bike, but just enough to get the power down, and also technically might make you slightly faster because there's less friction from the front wheel as well. There's the 5:14. We believe in second place is Victor Konaszewski, who's kept himself clean as well. Just doesn't quite have the pace to catch up with the 99 as it stands. If they make their way over the loops, almost doubles the loops, just caught the rear wheel slightly on the come down of the first jump. And then makes his way back around turn number 1 and into turn number 2. Still quite muddy down there, not quite dried out just yet. And then you'll see from the rear wheel the colour of the dust being kicked up gets very, very light when they get to light. And look at the dust. I mean, it's so hard to see right now. These guys must be almost blind underneath the visors. They're all doing a fantastic job, even if some of them are struggling and coming off the bike. Right now, though, Konosecki doing a fantastic job to hold on to that second place.
He really is. The 514 having a great race so far. Obviously very recognisable in the fluoro yellow, having a great performance so far. Just keeping it nice and clean. But another man that's keeping it nice and clean, Rafe Harwood. Obviously, he is a British actor as well. Number 99, a man of many talents. And fun fact, he's even got an IMDb as well, has this young rider. A fantastically talented rider. A fantastic performance by Harwood there as well. A great performance by this young rider, going round at the bottom of Mallory Mountain, going up Suron Summit now. We're spinning his wheels. Fantastic to see by the young rider. So he is potentially going to take another race win, just like he so often does, even wheeling round. Coming into this, he was the championship leader, and he's certainly going to get a trophy, and it might even be an Oscar, going by his brilliant performances. And it looks like the finishing flag has actually been dropped there, but no surprise.
Just too taken aback by how quick he is.
99, exactly indeed. Look at that, lots of hugs and celebrations there by his fellow riders. Another brilliant Oscar-worthy performance there from him.
Yeah, another fantastic ride from the 99, just untouchable this weekend. Of course, he'll be back out in a moment. Or no, he won't be back out, apologies. He is not taking part in the next race, the Suron Cup, the motor number 4 or 5 for those guys up next. But a fantastic job for Rafe Harwood, it must be said. And, well, coming up next, so Rafe Harwood, a fantastic job from him in the 99 in that E5 class. So brilliant job for him. But coming up next, motor number 5 for the Suron Cup. For the 5th moto of the weekend for the Suron Hyper-B UK Cup. And what a weekend it has been so far for these guys. Some fantastic racing on display. Hunter Riley and Paisley Cleft have been ding-donging the entire time. Riley with 1 win to his name. Cleft with 3 so far after an accident in motor number 3 yesterday that brought out the red flag. But back on the bike this weekend, importantly, and back on the bike today, should I say, and taking the race for victory earlier on this morning as well. So the action hotting up, the temperature starting to rise here as well. But it has been very exciting racing nonetheless. I'm assuming, Alex, we're going to see more of the same this one. Cleft against Riley.
We are indeed. The number 32 of Paisley Cleft, all the way on the left-hand side of the starting grid. Obviously, you don't choose where you start. It's all randomly selected. But she is going to have a fantastic race. That is the ideal place to start. Her rival, the 269, just a little bit all the way sort of to the right-hand side. So we're just waiting for the official to put his arm in the air, and we will get underway. The gate is dropped. Who's going to have a good start? Is it going to be Paisley Cleft? No, it's not. Who gets it's the first corner first? The 32, a great start so far, but it will be the 269 that leads away. These two always having a fantastic ding-dong battle in the Suron Cup. 7 laps of racing, well, very dusty racing, it must be said, ahead of us in this race. Only 1 race to go after this one, but let's concentrate on this one for now. The 269 leads. That's Hunter Riley. Now no longer playing the Hunter. Instead, he's now playing the Chased. Now the number 32, Paisley Cleft, having a great start as well. Obviously, Paisley Cleft started all the way on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side started Hunter Riley. But it is so far Hunter Riley leading from Paisley Cleft.
Absolutely great start there then for Hunter Riley. Can he hold on to that position when they are swapped the other way around as the 18's gone down there? Hopefully everything okay for them, or the 19 even, should I say. It looks like that was Alfie Brown. As I was saying, though, when these two are swapped round, it looks like Hunter Riley does have a bit more pace than Paisley Cleft, but just can't quite execute that pace to find the way through. Let's see if this time he can hold on to the lead, if Paisley Cleft is able to work her way up to the back of him, or maybe try and overtake as well. We'll have to wait and see. As there you see Mallory Mountain looking very, very pretty, and you can see the gap already between the top two and third place downwards as well. As we cut back to our leaders, now coming up to the top of Suron Summit and then bombing their way back down. Looks like Hunter Riley has extended that gap ever so slightly, so maybe he's got a bit of clear track ahead of him now, as that's the battle for third place there. The 29 of Colby Fletcher, who's been fast starting all weekend, looking pretty confident. Riley doubles the whoops really easily as he starts the next lap, and yep, that gap is definitely visually increasing ever so slightly, lap after lap after lap. So Riley looks like, in this early phase of the race anyway, he has more pace. The 26 currently in third place, that's Hunter Kirk, just in front of Colby Fletcher on the 29. A huge battle going on for the final podium place, meanwhile, as they make their way through turn 1 and into turn 2. Still very muddy down there, lots of ruts forming. You have to pick your line. That is a wonderful move from Colby Fletcher, but he just catches the front wheel of the other rider, Hunter Kirk, who's gone down. Colby Fletcher will take P3, yellow flags will be waving, but now he is in a bit of no man's land as his nearest competition is quite a significant way back. Yellow flags waving there in the background, you can see it looks like Hunter Kirk is up on his feet, and yep, he's back on the bike as well, which is fantastic to see, but a real shame because that's ruined his chances of a podium. It
has indeed, very sad to see, but I'm sure, again, we've still got one more race later today, which is going to be fantastic. That's number 19 as well, of Alfie Brown, obviously getting a little bit mixed up earlier as well, but again, back on the bike and straight back on track. Good to see there. So again, we're having lots of drama already in this race. The 269 still leading from Paisley Cleft and actually pulling a couple of seconds on her, it seems, at this point. The 269, Hunter Riley as well, only winning, Paisley Cleft winning a lot of the other races, but it's great to see that the 269 does have the confidence to be able to push their bike possible or round K-Tech curve now. So coming around the final corner now, going over the whoop section, good to see that the 269 is in front. Paisley Cleft though, you don't want to mess around with her because she's absolutely going to be pushing here, there and everywhere to get by the 269, maybe trying different lines to go left and right, and it's great to see Paisley Cleft's performance so far in this race. Look at the air there by the 269 going over that jump there. Fantastic, fantastic. 269 still ahead of Paisley Cleft as well.
Absolutely, you can hear crickets chirping away in the background as well. Part of the joys of electric motocross racing. No noisy 2- or 4-stroke engines. You get to hear the many insects that have seemingly swarmed on Mallory Park this weekend. Clearly, they're just excited to take part in the BMF Connected event. As there we see Hunter Riley making his way through K-Tech corner and doing a fantastic job. Last lap of the race, in fact, and he's extended the gap even further over Paisley Cleft, who's actually nowhere really in sight. So Riley showing that when he does have clear track in front of him, he is able to just continue to push on upwards up the front of the race. And well, control the pace is one thing, disappearing off into the distance like this is very much another. Still really, really committed over the tabletop. Got a little bit crossed up there in midair. Managed to get away with it on the landing though before he makes his way back down Mallory Mountain. There is Paisley Cleft. So if there is a problem for Hunter Riley, she may be in for a result. As there is the 26 actually of Hunter Kirk, who had an off earlier. I believe he is a lap down now as a result. But back to our race leader, the 269 finally got that clear air that he so wanted, and he has shown what he can do with it as a result. With 1 turn to go, the 269 takes the race win. A fantastic performance there from the Hunter Riley as he makes his way into the dummy grid and takes moto number 5 in the Suron Hyper-B UK Cup. A fantastic ride, just dominated out the front and showed once again, once he got that lead down at turn number 1, which he struggled to do all weekend long, if he gets the whole shot, gets clear track in front of him, he will just go away at the front.
Absolutely, great performance there from both of those riders. A great race from both of them. And that concludes our second batch of races. We've done 50 races so far this weekend, which seems scarce to believe, but we are now on for number 51 and our last sort of batch of the day. This will be the last time this weekend that we are seeing all of these championships now, and especially for race number 6. Ross, what do we have just for specialised race 6 only?
We have the Dirt Storm Hole Shot Award, of course. We've been looking at who gets the hole shot every single race so far. It is quite important in motocross racing to decide who's going to be out the front and controlling the race. But in race number 6 for all of our classes, there is the special Dirt Storm Hole Shot Award, which will be awarded to the rider who, funnily enough, gets the hole shot. I know you wouldn't think that, given it's called the Hole Shot Award, but it's amazing how these things work sometimes. So that's the special thing coming into Moto number 6 for all of our classes, of course, the Dirt Storm Hole Shot Award. It is time almost for the final race of the weekend for the 12-inch 3 to 4 year category. The guys on the smallest bikes out there, some of our youngest riders as well, getting ready to go out and show us what they can do. Riley Hickenbottom has been the man to beat so far this weekend. 4 race wins in this class, should I say, in a second place this morning as Boston Clef took victory. Can he make it 5? Can Boston make it 2? Or can somebody else get involved? We'll have to wait and see. Hickenbottom looks like he is off to the left-hand side. Again, where your starting position is behind the gate, it is selected via a lucky dip, essentially. So you pull a number out of the hat, and whatever number that is corresponds to the number on the ground where you'll be starting. You do that before every single moto to make it fair for everyone. But we don't do qualifying, so you don't get to pick where you start. So you can't just go, I'm going to have the absolute inside or the outside, like most people would do. And funnily enough, most of the fast starters this weekend have been on the outside down into turn number 1. So keep your eye on who that is. That looks to be the number 23 there, possibly, or the 22 even, should I say. That's Harry Llewellyn, who's got the outside line, so keep your eye on them. And the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom, who has been the one to beat just the 3 bikes over. You can see him there in the green, just on the left-hand side of your picture. So he may be very, very quick from that position as well. The 22 also there, or thereabouts, or Harry Colonna. Actually, no, there's the 22 there, so that might be the 21 over to the left-hand side of your picture. They're all out there somewhere out on the track, but we can't wait to go racing. It's going to be fantastic to see. And we can't wait to see what they're going to do over there at the starting gate. Just waiting. Looks like they're just respraying some of the starting grid, or the starting markers, should I say, behind the gate. So hopefully won't be too long. So just a quick little delay. And looks like Jack Ford, the start gate marshal, has all sorted it out. And actually just a few more. I think there's a lot of dust being kicked up from the start, so I think he's just making sure that everyone can see their line, no one's jumping over the front of it, and just making sure that the start is as fair as it possibly can be. And they're just heading around, putting his spray paint down behind race control, and then he will get ready to set them on their way as he comes back across for the final moto of the weekend for the 12-inch 3 to 4 year category. And he is ready to send them on their way, hopefully very, very soon. And looks like he's preparing to set the gate down. The last few words from the marshals, mechanics / parents, call them what you will. They're typically one and the same for these young riders. But it's all time for them to get out onto the track and show what they can do as we get ready for the final moto of the weekend. Gate goes down, we get underway. Riley Hickenbottom doesn't go. The man who's dominated this weekend gets away slowly. Looks like it'll be Blake Ford that will get the Dirt Storm Hole Shot Award in moto number 6 and will lead early doors in this one. But huge drama. The 158 of Riley Hickenbottom, who has dominated almost every single race this weekend, just did not get the launch at the start. Blake Ford and Boston Clef now doing battle as they come to the tabletop. The #3 of Blake Ford cuts off the 26. Keeps him behind, that's AJ Garwood. In fact, Riley Hickenbottom looks like he's in 3rd place. So Blake Ford, an early lead there. But once again, Riley Hickenbottom, huge drama there. Just did not go when the gate went down.
No, he didn't. He was one of the last to actually leave, it seemed, to leave at the gate. But let's see what he can do. We know he's a talented rider. So let's see where he can go. The number #3 goes quite wide there. That seems to be the line that he does like to use in this race. So the #3 leads from AJ Garwood in 2nd place. And let's have a look. They go over the whoop section here. So just seeing them now come into the first turn. Ending lap 1, my word, the number 3's almost going into a cameraman there, it seems, and the number 26 goes a little bit less, a little bit wide there as well, but nowhere near as fast as the #3.
Absolutely, yeah, really wide line there from Blake Ford through turn number 1. We saw him experimenting with that a little bit in Moto 5 earlier on. Clearly in Moto number 6 he likes running that wider line, even though most people have been avoiding it. In fact, almost everyone's been avoiding running that wide through turn number 1, and as well through turn number 3 it's actually a bit detrimental to go that wide. You'd think it gives you more momentum, but those grassy knolls slow you down. So the 26 of AJ Garwood continues to whack around in second place as there looks to be a rider down at turn 3 in the background of your picture. Looks like they're up on their feet though. Hopefully everyone is A-OK as they make their way down to the third to last corner through that short shoot section, of course, that's only used by the younger riders on the smaller bikes. And indeed that is the rider that was down at turn number 3 but has managed to get going once again. Great to see that everyone is OK and back on the bike as we go on to lap number 3 now, and Ford still leads ahead of AJ Garwood in P2. There is the #3 of Ford once again running very, very deep into turn number 1. Over the jump he goes, and then into turn 2 where it has now started to dry up, but you can see those ruts there, so you do need to be careful now into turn number 2. If you get it wrong it will catch you out, it will send you over. Likes the wider line into turn number 3 as well. There is Boston Cleft on the 245. I believe he's in third place at the moment. There is Riley Hickenbottom in P6 just behind Freddie Mason in 4th, and that looks to me like the 113 of Albie Clark in P5 as Hickenbottom runs very, very wide again. Just did not go at all when the starting gate dropped and was just sat there for a few moments while everybody else vanished away in front of him. And yes, it is 3, 4, 5. And actually no, it's 3, 4, 5 and 6 should I say, just in front of these guys you were seeing there. That is Boston Cleft in P3, Mason in P4 just in front as well. So no changes for position yet, but Hickenbottom, there is at least an opportunity for a podium to make up for his issues at the start.
There is indeed. He takes the wider line just coming out of Mallory Mountain there. Obviously not going up Suron Summit with these younger riders. The last race of the weekend for these 12-inch 3 to 4 year championship. Obviously when we say 12-inch we're referring to the tyre, the wheel diameter. So these bikes only have the 12-inch wheels. As we're seeing the number 3, the #3 going through some back markers. Now most of these bikes do have the 170 watt motors, but they can actually be upgraded to the 250 watt as well, which basically means it's hub driven, gives it more acceleration but the same top end as the 170 as well. But we are on the last lap at the top of Mallory Mountain for the #3, the boy that had the whole shot award into the first corner. It looks like he will take quite an easy victory today for the last race. Oh, but he's fallen. That's the number #3. The number #3 has fallen, but luckily it doesn't look like second place is anywhere near him, so I think he might have just got there. Oh, that's not good news. Oh, thank Lord that the battery didn't look like it wanted to start, but it looks like he would be okay. But that's what his good riding was able to make him do. He had quite a big gap to second place, but #3 is going to win after some drama on the last lap, win the 6th and final race this weekend of the 12-inch 3 to 4.
Absolutely. Got the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award at the start and takes Moto number 6 as well. Great to see as he's congratulated by his colleagues and parents, family alike. And what I'm wondering is what happened to AJ Garwood, because he was pretty close behind. Then obviously Blake's had this off on the final lap and took a fair bit of time getting going again, and Garwood was nowhere to be seen. So was there an issue maybe for the number 26? Did that promote Boston Cleft up into second place? I'm not sure. Either way, there's only one winner at the end of Moto number 6, the final Moto of the weekend for the 12-inch 3 to 4 year category. And it is the #3, Blake Ford. Another bin it and win it affair. But he did it in some style, got the Dirt Storm Whole Shot at the start and dominated from there. A big congratulations to him for a fantastic ride. The last race of the weekend for this class. They'll of course be back at round number 5 a little bit later on in the year. Back here of course at Mallory Park, 31st of August for round number 5. So if you fancy coming and having a watch along then we'll be back then for the 5th round of the 2025 Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series.
Exactly right. It's a fantastic series. Do come down and watch. It's the first time that we're picking it up this weekend, and it is fantastic. It is fantastic to see. So, next we have the 16-inch category with the 3 to 4 years. It's basically very similar to the series that we've just watched, but these have the 16-inch wheels instead of the 12. Up to 250 watt motors in these, but most of these 16s do have the 250 watts as standard. So these have the much bigger wheels than the 12-inch, which is great to see. It makes bigger racing, faster racing, and it means that they can go over bumps a lot better. So previous race winners in this was Carter Anderson. He really is one to watch. Number 20, just 3 from the left on the right hand side of our screen. Number 20 there, he won last time out in race 5 and also won race 1 as well. Number 20 there to keep an eye on, but the better racing, the better line to get off the line is the number 33, and where the 24 and 26 are on the left-hand side of our screen. That is usually where the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award usually comes from, obviously being race 6. Which rider is going to get the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award? We are ready to go. The arm is up in the air. And they are released. The gate is down. Which rider is going to get the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award? Let's have a look. They go all side by side, almost 4 wide there into turn 1. A great result so far in this race, all of them being very, very clean. Charlie Stark getting the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award out of the first corner as they go 2 by 2 on the exit of turn number 2 there. But as we can see, I'll tell you what, Charlie Stark has already got a right lead on these other riders. Number 26 and 31 there having a battle. The 26 of AJ Garwood, and I think it's the 21 actually of Tommy Brown as well, just behind. Yes, it is there, battling for a couple of positions. In that second place that they're battling for as well. The number 24 there, Billy Cooper, having a great race and great weekend so far as well. These riders, oh, there we go, the 21 taking a bit more of a wider line, but that's opened the inside for the 24. A little bit of a moment there coming around the second to last, or the K-Tech curve, but it's a fantastic start.
And in lap 1 then, Charlie Stark leads the way with a nice little advantage as well. That's a big one. Big one there, rider down. That's coming into the final corner, I believe. We will push on anyway for the time being. Believe they are up on their feet, which is good to see. And yes, they are. That's fantastic. Great to see that they're straight back up and coming over the whoops. Fantastic. Of course, safety absolute paramount here at the Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series. We want to make sure that every rider is okay, and every rider, despite the hard racing, their safety is the most important thing for these junior riders. There we see Joey Plass making his way around. Someone else having issues as well. So clearly turning into a bit of a war of attrition, this one. It's the end of a long weekend and suddenly everything is breaking just a little bit, but hopefully all the riders are okay. As there we see some of the riders further back in the pack. There's the 22 of Joey Plass. Just in front of him is the 21 there. That's Tommy Brown as they make their way through this short shoot section before what is now the hairpin and then into K-Tech curve. And as they continue to push onwards, there we see our leaders once again. The 33 of Charlie Stark, the 20 of Carter Anderson has closed that gap. Actually, it was much bigger at the end of lap number 1 than it is now as they make their way over the bumps into the bowl at turn number 3. And Anderson looks very confident on his machine. Can he try and find a way through as they come to the tabletop? Little bit of air, big pop on the front wheel from the number 20 there. That might hurt his momentum just a little bit as they climb up Mallory Mountain. A long old trek for these things. They don't have a lot of power as Stark makes a mistake. Does that cost them the lead as they bomb down together to the right-hander at the bottom of Mallory Mountain? Somehow Stark stays in the lead as he got it sideways and almost stopped the bike, got thrown off the seat. Anderson to the outside, still side by side. More problems for Stark. Anderson gets out of it to avoid an incident. Stark will slam the door, and after a very shaky lap, will still hold on to the lead as he comes around the final corner. Man, oh man, Charlie Stark must be feeling the pressure now.
One race apiece for these riders on today on Sunday. One race win each. Fantastic to see. So, coming through the right-hander of turn 2 now. Again, you can start to bog down on this. That is probably the wettest corner that we have so far. You do not want to get caught in those ruts because that can potentially even lead to high sides or anything like that. But both of those riders navigating through there brilliant. Through tabletop now, up Mallory Mountain. Let's have a look to see who will lead out of that. That's the number 24 there of Billy Cooper. A great performance so far. This is the battle for P4 and P5. That's the number 22 of Joey Plass there and the 21 of Tommy Brown. The 21 being chased by the 22. It's a good job that they are together because they're having great racing. They're actually chasing the number 24 of Billy Cooper as well. So it's 24 being led in this battle by the 21 and the 22. The battle for 4th place. This is the 24, the 21 and the 22. 22 taking a much tighter line there than the 21 coming around the corner there. Oh, on the inside is the number 22, but the 21 just sticks to the outside line, which gives him the inside line for this corner as well. The 22 still trying to chase for the number 21 as well. Fantastic racing for both of these riders.
Absolutely, really tight racing, very physical, elbows out stuff there as they head over the whoop section. Coming into turn number 1, the 21 still with an ever so slight advantage there. Now over the jump. Oh, Joey Plass got really sideways there as the bike had a bit of an issue as they continue to push onwards. And managed to avoid that accident very well. So the 21 Tommy Brown still stays in front of the 22 of Plass as they make their way to the tabletop. Just in front of them, the 24 of Billy Cooper as well as they rise up the hill. Mallory Mountain, that's the 33, that's Stark. That was our race leader. Charlie Stark's got issues. Has that allowed Carter Anderson into the race lead? As he had it off, is there an issue? As he's getting a talking to from one of the marshals. Who's this coming through now? That's the number 194. Stark pulls to the side of the track. Is that Curtains in moto number 6 of the McAdam 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old class here? Charlie Stark with late drama. The 194 of Albie Brooks now goes through to take the last lap flag. Is he leading? Is he second? I'm assuming he's going to be second place. And that will mean that the 24 of Billy Cooper goes into third. So we're keeping our eyes open for the 20 of Carter Anderson. We believe he is now leading this affair, as there is the 194 now making his way through. And the 194 pushing onwards regardless. So we're looking for the 20 of Carter Anderson as it stands. And as they push on round, overtakes being made, the 20, the 22, the 24, the 21 all getting together nearly as they push on round. And that is Carter Anderson there. A little bit of luck on his side, but the number 20 over the whoops for the final time is going to take the checkered flag. Carter Anderson wins moto number 6 in the McAdam 16-inch 3 to 4-year age range class. It was an unfortunate ending for Charlie Stark, who had to pull to the side of the racetrack. You never want to see a race decided off the road. But as a result, it does hand Carter Anderson a very nice victory, which is very much deserved. I believe that it will be then Albie Brooks coming home in P3 with Billy Cooper in second, but we'll wait to see where they cross the line. There's a few lapped riders coming home. Of course, all of these results are provisional. They will be confirmed by race control later on. But it is Carter Anderson that takes a very nice victory, but with luck going his way, Charlie Stark having to drop out late in the race. Not the way that you want your weekend to end.
No, unfortunately not. A very unfortunate end of the race for him. Obviously, it looks like I think he might have even retired from that race. Yeah, very unfortunate, but it is, as we say, starting to get hot now. As you can see, the sun has unfortunately come out now and the clouds have dispersed, which means that a lot more, maybe driver tiredness. It's been a very hot weekend for these young riders, as well as the riders are having a very tough weekend. Mechanical problems always show their face as well, especially in the 6th race of the weekend. So now we're looking at the 16-inch 5 to 6 year class, 5-lap race, up to 350 watt motors, but a lot of people upgrade the 250 watts to the 350s. So the 250s are what the 3 to 4 class use, but a lot of people upgrade them to 350 just to make them a little bit faster in in this championship. Now, we have seen Harry Perkins having a fantastic run of form, apart from race 2, where unfortunately he came P2, ending his 10-race consecutive win streak. But let's see if he can start another one in race 3, and who is going to get the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award, which, if you are just joining us, means the first rider to the first corner. It's the only rider, it only happens in race 6 of this of any series, only happens in the final race. But as we see all of the riders on their bikes just by the gates and getting ready to go for this race. So the 313 of Theo Hancock is one to watch for, which is just the first bike to the left of the yellow cones, as well as the 22 of Harry Perkins, who actually looks like he's all the way on the left hand side. That is usually meaning that whoever or whichever rider is on the outside usually has the whole shot award in the bag. But let's see, because this is motocross and anything can happen in this, as we've seen already this weekend. So we are getting ready to go underway. The gate is about to be dropped, just waiting for the arm to go up in the air like that, and the gate is about to be dropped now. There we go. Which rider is going to be able to get the whole shot award? The number 22 absolutely pedaling into the lead and getting that Dirt Storm whole shot award on race number 6 this weekend for the 16-inch 5 to 6 year class. 5 laps of racing awaits us. It's going to be a fantastic weekend for these riders. So, as we said, the number 22 Harry Perkins leads this race. The number 7 there being chased by the number 16, that's Boyce Clements, being chased by Jackson Gillett for, I think that might be P4, I think, as we're having a look at the number 32, Reggie Herring trying to go on the outside of that bike there. Great little battle forming here on this first lap, almost going side by side through that corner there. But wherever you're watching from, what rider are you supporting? What championship are you supporting? But I tell you who will be getting a lot of support, it's this lad here, Harry Perkins, obviously having that 10-race consecutive winning streak. But can, obviously in race 2 he was beaten by his rival Theo Hancock, but can he start a new winning streak in this race?
We'll have to wait and see. Hancock was really strong in Moto number 5 earlier on, but in Moto 6, well, it's all to play for. Still the final race of the weekend, of course, for these young riders, as there we see Perkins making his way to the top of Mallory Mountain. The 3-1-3-2. Hancock apparently did close in a little bit over the last lap, we're being told, but visually doesn't look massive, but that is a mistake there for Perkins. Gets it wrong, gets the front locked up, and then slides the rear round, getting the power down. So that will allow Hancock to close in as they come through K-Tech curve, then the final corner and over the whoop section. Just want to keep it nice and smooth over there. Of course, don't want to get it crossed up, because not only does it slow your momentum, it also could mean you get thrown off the bike and have a big old off. So that is not what you want to be doing, but all clean through that part of the racetrack. That is the number 7 having issues, Boyce Clements. He had a very strong start, but Hancock's down. The 3-1-3, that's it, turn 2. Down from second on the road. He will still be in second, but that's a huge advantage to Harry Perkins now. That gap between them will be massive. It looks like he got it wrong on the corner exit and dropped the front, I believe. But Theo Hancock does hold on to second place, but the 3-1-3 goes down. Harry Perkins is miles up the road now. He's well and truly well beyond Mallory Mountain. In fact, he's coming into K-Tech curve now. So pending a disaster for Harry Perkins, he's got Moto number 6 in the bag already as he rounds the final corner and over the whoop section once again. And this one could be a very easy victory.
I think it could be. But as we've seen in plenty of other series this weekend, we thought the victory was in the bag, but on the last lap, that's where it all changes. But let's hope for Harry Perkins. Let's hope that he can keep that win. As we see a fall there in the second class, that's the number 33. The number 33, Arthur Brailsford, having a little slip there, but straight back on his bike, and a brilliant sort of recovery ride so far far from him. So the number 22, our leader, Harry Perkins, looking very confident in this 5-lap race, pending, as we say, if anything happens. But let's cross our fingers, touch all the wood we can, that he can start a new winning streak after being beaten by his rival, Theo Hancock, who we saw had a slip about a lap ago. The number 22 coming round the final corner, and we have a couple of laps to go now. Going over the whoop section here, nice and gently, having a great little ride. Let's see if he uses a tight line or whether he uses a wider line. It's a tight line that he uses, which we've seen a lot of riders using, but it seems to be whether the riders take the outer line or the inner line. It's pretty much the same pace either or. So the number 22 going round there, coming over tabletop now. Can he get a jump? Yes, he does. He gets a massive jump there on these little 16-inch bikes. I think I can tell that he does have the 350-watt battery in there because his pace is incredible. This could be the last lap for this young rider. A sensational performance so far from him this weekend. Just not a perfect weekend like he had out in round 3, but it will still be 5 out of 6, which is nothing to snore at all. There's the number 7, Boyce Clements again, possibly the last lap of this race. Let's have a look. Yes, it will be, and another victory for Harry Perkins, the number 22. A brilliant ride from him. So out of the last 12 races, he's won 11 of them. Certainly not shabby at all, is it, Ross?
No, and maybe that one was handed to him a little bit by Theo Hancock having that off, but you still got to have the pace to be up the front in the first place. What a performance there from Harry Perkins. Messing around a little bit on the final few laps as well, seeing if he could get a bit of air, seeing how high he could go. And, well, he was certainly seeing how fast he could go as well up the front of the pack. A fantastic result for him. And that is, of course, the final moto of the day for the 16-inch 5 to 6 age range class. They will be... Oh, someone's gone down coming into the holding area there. Who was that? Oh, well, that's a bit bizarre, that one, but we'll move on anyway. A bit embarrassing, unfortunately, as well, but they'll carry on going. Well, if you have just tuned in here at Mallory Park, hello and welcome to the final, or the 4th round of the Mallor-E Park Electric Motocross Series here at, funnily enough, Mallory Park. You join us just in time for the final 7 races of the weekend, all of them the 6th-class races each. And, of course, this weekend, part of the BMF Connected event, the British Motorcycle Federation celebrating 65 years and over at the infield of the main circuit. They've got lots of different things going on, different talks, workshops. You can ride a trials bike, you can go out on the circuit in a couple of bikes and cruise around if you want. So lots of things to do. It's been a really fantastic event. It's been a real pleasure being here, part of it here with the Mallor-E Park Electric Motocross Series. So a big thank you to all of the guys at Mallory Park and the BMF for putting this event on and dealing with us here being annoying in the corner on our little motocross track. So a big thank you to them. It is time for the 18 to 20 inch 6 to 8 year old class coming up next, and should be a fascinating one. Caden Warlock has absolutely dominated everything so far this weekend and is currently set to make it 12 race wins in a row, 2 clean round sweeps back to back, which would be an absolutely incredible result if he could get it. The number 29 looks formidable. Can anyone stop him, though? We're seeing the likes of Riley Stark getting pretty close. Tommy Bridges has also been up there on the 419 machine. So plenty of opportunity for other riders to give it a good go, see what they could do. But right now, keep your eyes on the rider second to the right from the cones in the middle on the right-hand side of the pink bike there, the number 8 of Pearl Hanlon, the 29. Fast off the start. Will he be getting the whole shot? Let's wait and find out. We know he likes to control a race from the front, so I'm sure he'll be very keen to do that one. Last few conversations there between Jack Ford, the Startgate Marshal, and some parents. But now it is time to get us on the way. A few chats on the radio as well, just make sure that everything is okay by the looks of things. And then hopefully we'll be ready to get going. Now, just waiting a short delay then it would seem. The riders are all ready to go. You can see them, eyes locked on the start gate. They're hopeful to get going. Are we going to get sent on our way in just a short moment? Someone's already decided to go. That's a bit unideal there. That looks to be the 291 of Toby Ogle. Had a little bit of an off there. I think he may have just accidentally squeezed the throttle. But now we are ready to go. Start get drops and we get underway for the final moto of the weekend. Bombing down into turn 1. Who else is it going to be? The 29 on Caden Waldock does get the Dirt Storm hole shot and will lead the way out of turn 2 and into turn number 3, and will continue where he left off last time and across the weekend in general with a dominant start as he almost clears the tabletop. First time of asking, as there's still some side-by-side racing going on there. Battles further behind in the pack. That's the 490 and the 17 Tommy Bridges and Logan Couch. Bridges to the inside, gets it done, stopped at the top of Mallory Mountain and bombs down. He'll be in 3rd place now. All issues for whoever that is up in front in P2. Got a little bit sideways off of the corner. I believe that may be the 2 of Riley Stark as they make their way up Suron Summit for the very first time, then get it turned around and head back down the hill. Caden Waldock hasn't vanished into the distance just yet, it would seem. No, he has not at all, but it is still a pretty healthy advantage as he gets to the whoops for the first time. To end lap number 1, it is Caden Waldock that very much leads the way.
Absolutely, Caden Waldock, a great start getting that Dirt Storm Hole Shot Award. Who else would it be? Trying to make it 12 out of 12 consecutive wins on the table in this race. No one has got an answer for how quick this young rider is. Obviously 6 to 8 year olds in this championship, 4-lap races, 18 to 20 inch wheels. Revy and Amped bikes are the manufacturers of these bikes as well. And you can have up to 500 watt batteries as well. So the numbers are down. We've got a rider down there as well. Not too sure which rider that is, but it's okay. We already have marshals there. So currently watching these racing is, I think it's the 4, 5, 6 down as well. Which is unfortunate, but they are looking like they've got marshals around them and straight back up. So looking at these 3 riders now, I think this is battle for one of the podium positions here. We've got Spider-Man leading the way in all that red, the 251 of Teddy Williams there leading this little battle that we have here, coming through K-Tech curve and going round the final curve. Fantastic to see number 251 taking the whoops bumps very nicely. We've got to move to the inside there. Fantastic by one of the bikes out, and that's 87 of Charlie Hubble. Great move there on the inside of this bike here. So just waiting to see a little bit more drama hopefully in this race. Only a 4-lap race here, which we're halfway through.
Absolutely continuing to push onwards then, as we see the riders making their way to the top of Mallory Mountain. That is the 251 that we see there making his way through. So nice stuff from him. Teddy Williams having a pretty solid weekend so far. Gets a little bit sideways out of the bottom of Mallory Mountain before getting up to Suron Summit. Yeah, he's had some very, very good runs so far. Final lap of the race, though, for Caden Waldock. Riley Stark is still in tow, but a little bit too far back to really challenge, unless there is a mistake from the 29, which we have just not seen all weekend long. He's looked absolutely imperious up at the front of the pack. Every single moto, lap after lap after lap, just pushing the whole way from start to finish, and he has been absolutely fantastic at it as well, as he continues to push on up through Mallory Mountain, makes his way through the left, then bombs back down the hill, the right hairpin at the bottom. Won't run the wider line, will take it inside, no need to push. Then coming back up Suron Summit he goes. There's an all-rider down there. Is that Riley Stark that's gone down potentially? Yes, it was. Riley Stark from 2nd place drops the number 2 machine. Has he dropped a position? I don't think he has, but he could be under big pressure as Waldock once again starts to showboat as he comes into K-Tech curve, sticking the legs up in the air. He knows what he's done. What an achievement. 2 sweeps in a row, 12 races winning for Caden Waldock. Another fantastic performance from the number 29. 12 consecutive race wins. That is absolute domination from that young man. It looks like Riley Stark did bring it home just about in 2nd place. So unfortunately, a great result for him despite that fall. Just couldn't quite match the pace of the 29 of Caden Waldock, who will be straight back out, of course, in the next race. He's doing 12 races this weekend. Absolutely unbelievable from him. Some of our riders really got the stamina and showing that they can do it across a whole weekend. But Caden Waldock has dominated the 18 to 20 and 6 to 8 class. And, well, another 6 race wins for him. Did that at round 3, he's done it at round 4 as well.
Absolutely. I think he's just wanted a little bit of a break there, and to be honest, I can't blame him. Cannot blame him at all. But 12 consecutive wins. I think they might, there's a battery swap going on as well. He's just going, my word, it's starting to get hot now. He's tired, but this will be his last race of the weekend. But a great performance for him this weekend. So, just waiting now for Caden Waldock, the number 29 on the bright orange machine, to go to the start line. And can he even maybe outperform some of the riders in this next class? A couple of riders to watch in this mainly is Casey Stark on the number 1 machine and Poppy Burkett on her 30 machine as well. Some great riding so far from all of these 3, whether it's Caden Waldock, Casey Stark or Poppy Burkett. They tend to be our top runners, and they do provide fantastic racing. So who are you cheering for? Let us know. Let us know where you are watching from. We had some people from South Africa yesterday, so if you're further away than that, or wherever you are from, let us know. Let us know what riders you're supporting, what series you're supporting, and let's get straight into the action. Just waiting for a couple of the riders to take their place. There's number 29. You can just see on the right-hand side of your screen. Maybe not with the most advantageous position off the line to get the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award, but let's have a look. So the number 29 is there. The other rider that you want to keep your eye on is Casey Stark there, literally just by the yellow cones you can see just to the left of your screen ever so slightly, and the number 30 of Poppy Burkett, the most left-hand side bike that you can see there. So very distinguishable bikes there. Obviously we've got Caden in the orange machine, the white bike and white helmet of the number 1 of Casey Stark. Get involved, let us know who you're supporting as well, and the bright pink helmet of the number 30. Those are the 3 bikes who's more than likely gonna get into the first corner and get the whole shot first. Brilliant racing to come here. 5 laps ahead of us. This is the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 13 class. As I say, 5 laps ahead of us. 18 to 20 inch wheels, up to 800 watt batteries in this class, and some people do upgrade the 500 watts to 800 watts, but the Amps brand tends to be a little bit more powerful coming in, well, to sort of as a manufacturer in general. So just waiting for this race to start, and it looks like we're about to get underway.
Does indeed. Poppy Burkett, definitely one to keep your eye on, keep your eyes peeled on a few other riders as well. Casey Stark as well, another big one to watch. Looks like we are getting ready to go then here. Gate goes down, we're underway. Great start there from Burkett on the number 30 machine, coming into turn number 1. Stark off the road. Burkett gets the Dirt Storm Whole Shot as they make their way through. Casey Stark was well off the racing surface there. Very liberal take on track limits as they make their way out of turn number 3. And now up over the tabletop, already getting some big air on this opening lap. Poppy Burkett wasn't able to repeat her Moto number 4 victory in the 5th race earlier on. Can she do it in the final race of the weekend as they make their way down Mallory Mountain and into the right-hand hairpin? Almost comes off the bike and then back up Suron Summit. Looks like Stark just about got away with that off-track excursion earlier on, and he will hold on to that second place for the time being as they head down Suron Summit into the 3rd to last corner, then at K-Tech Curve. So now, once again, we've seen it all weekend long. It's all about a battle between these 2. Caden Walkham trying to get through another rider there to get onto the podium places. It looks like the number 07 of Seth Johnson. And as they head through the whoops, Burkett to the inside, Stark to the outside to end lap number 1. It is Burkett that still leads.
It is Burkett, but Casey Stark is indeed trying everything that they can. Obviously, as we said on that lap, we're taking a very liberal line out of the first corner. But as we see the number 29, we've just seen him in the previous race, Caden Waldock, trying everything he can to get into P3. Now look at this, trying to almost try and get a bit of a slipstream from each other. I don't think that'll have too much of an effect, but every little helps. The number 30 being chased down by Casey Stark on the number 1 machine. The bike ahead even is the number 30, that bike that we're seeing there. The pink helmet is our race leader so far, with the black and yellow white helmet of Casey Stark. The number 30 been chased by the number 1 coming through K-Tech Curve right now. couple of laps to go now. I think maybe three more laps in this race. The number one now trying a wider line, going over the whoop bumps here, coming into turn one, but it's still the number 30 that's taking a nice tight line. The number one going very wide, my word, and having a big slide just on that change of height there going up that hill. But I think it is the number 29 still trying to chase down for P3, but still a very good weekend for him so far. But that looks like the number 30, Poppy Burkett, is pulling away slightly from the number one of Casey Stark round the top of Mallory Mountain now. Obviously, these riders using the Suron Summit part of the track, which obviously the smaller classes don't tend to do. I think that's number 32 as well. This is the battle for P5. The number 32 of Paisley Cleft, obviously racing in the Suron Cup as well. But this is another one of her bikes this weekend. This, as we say, the battle for P5. I think that's 89 as well. Yeah, Jack Ferry's just behind, coming up Suron Summit now. It's a great race so far, but which one of these is going to be able to finish in P5?
Well, right now Poppy Burkett still leads up the front. This battle for P5 rages on, though. The 32 Paisley Cleft, who's been having a very strong weekend, just not quite able to get things moving as they would have wanted in this final moto of the weekend for the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 13 age range. And the 89 just behind Jack Fairs, maybe sensing an opportunity very, very soon, because he looks left, looks right, just can't quite find a move at the moment, but feels like it is all running fairly well at the moment. As they come through turn number 3, the bowlers, it's been effectively christened. Then the small right-hand kink into the tabletop. Over the top there, nice clean landing. Fairs gets a good run, goodness me. Paisley Cleft has run Jack Fairs off the road. He's completed the overtake off the road as well. Track limits be damned, they're all over the shop. Cleft getting really, really aggressive there. We're on the final lap of the race, we've been told, or the leaders have got onto the final lap by the sounds of things. But this battle still rages on as they climb Suron Summit. They're about half a lap behind the leaders as well, by the sounds of things. We go to them now, and they are locked in a very, very intense battle. Burkett still just ahead of Casey Stark as they begin the rise up Mallory Mountain. Into the left hand of these guys, choosing to stick with track limits this time. That's much more like it. Then back down, bit of traffic ahead of Burkett, which will hold her up. Goes to the inside, forces her way through the number 9 there. That is a very, very brave move indeed. Now to the top of Suron Summit for the final time. Does Casey Stark have anything left in his locker? It's last chance saloon for the 1, the 30. Will she be on top once again in the 6th race, the final race of the weekend? Oh, she makes a mistake. Stark gets it wrong, goes down, and that awards Burkett the win. A small error from Burkett. Then Stark had to jam on the brakes and went down. Ultimately, it is Poppy Burkett that wins race number 6. Casey Stark, nowhere to go but onto the floor. And it is Poppy Burkett who takes her 3rd win of the weekend, matches that of Casey Stark, also with 3. And the number 30 on top in the final moto of the weekend for the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 13 age range. A fantastic race. There's so many strong battles as there we see Paisley Cleft is just about going to hold on to that position there. There may have been a change of position. I believe Seth Johnson got through Leighton Wickenden there, so a great job from him to move up a place late in the day. But it is Poppy Burkett who takes her 3rd victory of the weekend. Man, oh man, what a race that was as the rest of the riders make their way home to receive the checkered flag being waved. The flag marshal having an ice cream there tells you all you need to know. It is getting warmer and warmer by the minute here. Thank you very much, though, for joining us for all of the action. Only a handful of race 6s left to go now before the weekend's action is done and dusted. It is time now for Moto number 6 in the E2 class, which has been fascinating today. Daisy robbed the bin and win in Moto number 4 this morning, then crashed twice in Moto number 5 earlier on, could only recover to 3rd. She's clearly the quickest rider out there today, but just inconsistency and issues. As we see some looks like some tricycles going around there in the background on the main circuit, and a couple of bikes as well. Yeah, some trikes going around. Yeah, there you go. Well, they're towing something on anyway. So is that one with an American flag on as well? Oh, I've immediately lost interest then. All part of the fun though this weekend at BMF Connected. Yeah, with the guy with the American flag, British Motorcycle Federation. Get it right. All joking aside though, great. It's been a fantastic event here at BMF Connected, and we've really enjoyed ourselves here in the commentary box and soaking in all the atmosphere. And the Mallory Park Electric Motocross Championship, being part of this event has been absolutely fantastic. Almost time to get this race started, Alex. The E2 class, their final race today. Will Daisy Rudd be able to stay on the bike this time, or is she going to encounter more issues?
Well, let's have a look. I mean, she can only hope for a very good result here, but the number 3 and 4 just to the right of these yellow cones are the two to watch. That's Daisy Rudd and Reggie Doyle, the number 22, as well as the arm goes up in the air and the gate is released. Let's see who gets the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award. The 118 is looking like it's going to be them. Fantastic, but I think that's going to be the number 3 of Daisy Rudd that leads into the first corner. Oh, and there's a big bit of contact, and there's multiple riders down. 4 riders down in the second corner there, including Daisy Rudd. Oh, she was having such a good run of form going on the outside of turn 1 and almost going for the lead. But if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a biker. Let's change that expression there. So now coming through the corner, it looks like we're going to carry on through that 4-bike carnage that went down there. The number 113 led into the first corner, getting the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award. But as we said, well, they are still in the lead. It's Albie Clark leading the class from gosh knows who's behind, because that was a big incident there, but everyone is okay. It was a very slow incident, so everyone is okay. But so far, Albie Clark is leading the pack away, and not much else to talk about behind them because we're not too sure.
Yep, bit of chaos to kickstart the final moto of the day. You know, obviously we don't want to see riders going down and potentially hurting themselves, but it does make it a bit exciting sometimes when there's all sorts of chaos and riders piling in. It just makes it, yeah, chaos, the only way I can describe it. So it is then Albie Clark that leads the way in the 113. This is P3 and 4, we believe. It's the 07 of Tristan Bailey. Just behind him was Freddie Mason. There we see Joey Plaza. Oh, Daisy Rudd gets all sorts of crossed up coming over the whoops. Man, oh man, great control to stay on that thing, but that would have killed her momentum as well. There's Freddie Mason on the 21 as he makes his way. That's coming up to the tabletop and then up Mallory Mountain now. There's a few riders behind as well. So there is the 07 and the 24. So that's Billy Cooper. So we believe this is for P3 currently. And the 07 doing a great job just about holding on. Could in fact be for P2. We'll wait and see if there's anyone ahead. There is Albie Clark, I believe. Oh, there's a rider down. That's coming up.
Oh, that was P2, I think.
Was that the rider that was in P2 potentially? This is going to be taken. Yeah, that's the 24. That's Billy Cooper. He get down just as our camera panned away by the looks of things. So Billy Cooper goes down, gets back on, carries on riding and doing his thing. But that's a real shame for him. Continues to be a race of pure attrition. As there is the race leader, the 113 of Albie Clark, who might be possibly the easiest race of his life right now, because he's got such a huge advantage. But sometimes Lady Luck just shines you away, and that Husqvarna looks like it's riding very nicely, it must be said. It looks like all is going well, and while everyone else befell the chaos and has issues, Albie Clark stayed true, stayed on the bike and kept on pushing.
Absolutely, going over the tabletop there, and it just landed very sensibly. Just absolutely riding it to perfection on that 113 bike, obviously taking advantage of that incident on lap 1. But I say that, he's still got the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award, which if you are new here, that basically means in the last race of the weekend, so all of our race 6s for all of these championships, the rider that leads into the first corner gets the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award, which is lovely to see, and obviously gives some riders incentives to send it on the inside, just making racing a little bit interesting. But I say that like it hasn't been interesting. It has been epic racing all weekend. It's been fantastic as well, looking at the 07 there of Tristan Bailey. Just trying to maybe make some time up. The number 113 there going through the first corner there, and this is the battle for second place between the 07 and the 4. So that is the battle of Tristan Bailey and Reggie Doyle for P2. Obviously, Reggie Doyle won our last race, race 5, and was P2 in race 4 as well. He's a very, very strong competitor in this championship, and obviously wants to try and overtake the 07 to get some more points, as we see them almost going 3 wide there with a back marker in the middle. I think the 07, they both go to the outside. The number 4 now trying to cut to the inside, just be nice and steady. A little bit of a slower exit there for the number 4, but the 07 just doing what he needs to do. This is a corner that a lot of people have slipped on just as I say that. Wow, good timing. It's a very, very slippery corner there, as well as turn 2, obviously, where we saw that incident on lap 1 as well. The 113 leads from the 07 and Reggie Doyle in 3rd on the 4.
Albie Clark still with a monumental lead as it stands, although maybe not that monumental for that much longer, because he is getting caught by those behind as they make their way into the whoops. One more lap to go, though. Is this the moment for Albie Clark, or will he be caught by those behind, by Tristan Bailey, by Reggie Doyle? They are hot on his tail. We'll have to wait and see coming into turn 2 for the very final time. It looks like Clark lost a little bit of time there to Tristan Bailey, actually. And as well, Reggie Doyle closing into the tabletop we go. The 113 now under huge pressure from behind. Rising up Mallory Mountain for the very final time this weekend. Into the left we go. Can he keep his momentum? Can he keep his pace up? Yes, he can. The 113 holds on. Bombing back down now into the right-hander at the bottom before the rise up Suron Summit. Is he getting caught? Looks to be slightly better than those behind through these slower, more technical sections. Does the 113 of Albie Clark. So I think he may be okay. Just a handful of corners to go. This quick left-hander was Reggie Doyle. A bit of traffic ahead. That could cause some chaos. Maybe gets in front of the 07 of Tristan Bailey. K-Tech curve. Now the final corner to go as Daisy Rod's also getting involved as well. Albie Clark just needs to get on the throttle. Get it over the whoops. Is anyone going to be able to catch him? It is Albie Clark who takes the race victory in the final moto of the weekend. Lady Luck, yes, shining his way, but Albie Clark is on top as a winner here in round number 4, and with huge pressure late in the day as well, with the likes of Doyle, the likes of Bailey, and late as well Daisy Rod all caught up to the back of him. It was just enough for Albie Clark to stay in front and to take the victory. What a performance there from the 113. Yes, a lot of luck on his side, but Albie Clark, a race winner here at Mallory Park at round number 4.
Absolutely. And do you know what? Let's give props to Daisy Rudd as well in that race, because obviously after that lap 1 incident when she sent it sort of on the inside, made contact, and obviously from there she made a brilliant recovery ride to 4th place after all that, and she was on the back of that battle as well, so if anything had happened she might have been on the podium. So she really is the queen of comeback rides this weekend. Absolutely fantastic. So going to the E3 class now, sponsored by J&H Scaffolding, who have brilliantly provided us with a grandstand as well for all of the families and lots of relatives and brothers and sisters and everyone to enjoy watching this racing from a little bit of a viewing point this weekend. So the E3 class, we've only got a couple more races this weekend. We've got the E3, the E4, the E5, and then our amazing Suron Cup, our highlight of the weekend before we are finished for this weekend. But this is where all the dramatic riding comes in now. So the E3 class, 10-inch wheels. KTM, Husqvarna are the brands as well, and 4 to 7-year-old riders. Vinnie Barnes currently leads the championship coming into this coming into this weekend, but let's see if that is going to be the same at the end of this race. So Theo Hancock was a very, very competitive rider, as well as Eli Walton, the number 112, which is on our screens. I think over to the right hand side there is a bit of sun glare, all the way to the right hand side, just next to the number 3, but then the 313 is the first to the left of the yellow cones. So it's going to be an incredibly interesting start to this race. Which one of those two, who have a brilliant rivalry together, they really do. I think they're good friends as well, but they also have a brilliant rivalry on the dirt track as well. So who is going to get the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award on race number 6 and our last race of the weekend for the E3 class? Let's have a look. We're about to find out. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, what series you are watching, and who do you think, put in the right in the chat right now, which one of these riders you think is going to be victorious at the end of this race. Let's have a look. So getting ready, just making sure that everyone is getting, looks like everyone's getting ready, all the marshals and all the parents just behind their riders and their children. Let's see when we are ready to go. Here we go. So we are going to have a brilliant fun race in our hands. The foot is on the starting pedal, the arm is up in the air. Oh, and there's a jump start there from the number 5. Is that going to be a jump start? Well, it definitely will be. But let's have a look. Oh, and there's a huge accident between two riders there just off the start line. A race of chaos so far. That will probably be potentially definitely a yellow flag. Maybe some more of that as well. The 313 as well. A chaotic start to this race. The 313 looks like is in second place. I presume the 112 is leading, but I didn't get quite a good look with all of that drama going on as well. It looks like both of those riders were involved in that crash have indeed got back on their bikes and is on for this race. Yeah, both of them have got going. Fantastic to see. So the number 25 now on our screens, and I think that is the 113. A brilliant performance so far. Yes, it is of our Eli Walton, who has won many a races yesterday. Theo Hancock obviously won our race number 1 earlier today, but the 112 and the 313 are the two riders to watch in this race because they are so fast and so clear of the rest of the field. It's brilliant to see. The 112 now being chased by the 313. He doesn't have... Oh, and we have another incident there. We have another rider. That is the number 25. The number 25 there of Frankie Botham. He could have been running in a podium position as well. We know that he is a very quick rider as well. Also finished on the podium today as well. But this is now the battle for the 112 and the 313. Which one of these riders, Ross, is going to take the victory, do we think?
Really tight racing out there. Just quickly going back to that start incident that was caused once again sibling rivalry coming to a head. We saw Veen and Alfie Barnes crashing in motor number 5 earlier. At the start of this one, Alfie Barnes, or Vinnie Barnes should I say, number 5, jumped the start briefly. They got going, then came together with his brother on the 3. He went down, and then I believe it was the 32 of Reggie Herring that just had nowhere to go and ended up crashing into him. So that was what happened with the chaos at the start. Back to the action on track, though, at the front. Well, Eli Walton, he has been so good this weekend, it must be said. But Theo Hancock has gotten quicker and quicker with every single lap out there on the track. He's going to try the long way around. This hasn't really worked for him yet. And maybe using the momentum down Mallory Mountain. No, once again, the 112 holds on to that race lead. Is there? You can hear the motors squealing, the tyres protesting as they try and find any ounce of grip out there. One of the marshals just can't believe how good the racing is. He's got his head in his hands. Can't even watch it as they come into K-Tech curve now. The 112 still leading through the final corner and to the loops. Once again, a wider line from the 313. Hancock, I think that cost him a bit of time, though. May have made an error. And yes, it has, but still in second place. That is the crucial thing. Gives him a bit of time potentially to regroup, push onwards and go again as the rider in first or up the front of the pack there looks like he is struggling just a little bit at the moment, so maybe we could be seeing some overtakes here as they come up Mallory Mountain to the inside. Is there anything there? No, not quite. And the 32 of Reggie Herring goes the long way around. So that was the one of the riders who had issues earlier on getting lapped there. Eli Walton still leading the way on the 112, just behind the 313. Theo Hancock up Suron Summit they go. Hancock isn't really close enough to make a move at the moment, Alex, but he's there just putting that pressure on, maybe trying to force a mistake out of Walton.
Well, this is what we've seen all of this weekend by these two riders. If one of them is ahead, the other rider is brilliant at putting the pressure on the other rider as the 313 gets very rough landings there, going over the whoops there, but the 313 still on the back of the 112 going into this turn number 2. They're now into the hairpin of turn 3. They are so close now. Rear wheel to front wheel overlap now. Who is going to get the lead of this race? The 112 having a little bit of a moment there. The 313 going so close to the top of that, and for the first time it looks like that overrun has actually worked and given him a lot more momentum, but then again he slows down on the apex at the bottom of Mallory Mountain going into Suron Summit. Let's have a look. No, okay, he's not. He's just backed up a little bit, but he just seems to be able to get some momentum in some corners that the 112 doesn't. But then it looks like the 112 is he's able to get on the throttle a lot earlier and basically extend his lead a little more. So the running order so far is the 112 of Eli Walton is currently leading the 313 of Theo Hancock, but let's have a look to see if these riders can change positions. But they're certainly giving us a great weekend of racing so far. Some of my favourite racing this weekend has come from this class, the E3 class, sponsored by J&H Scaffolding. Oh, but around the outside, is that going to work for him this time? He's got the momentum, and no, he just has to back off there. I wonder if he needs to try a different line, or even the 112. Maybe it's just getting on the power a lot earlier. A fantastic race so far, Ross, and it's going to get close between these two riders.
It certainly is. The 112 still holding on though from the 313, coming into K-Tech curve now. Unfortunately for Hancock, he's been trying all these different things, but it just hasn't quite been working yet. Over the whoops once again. Oh, a bit of a messy one there from Hancock. Didn't kill his momentum as much as I thought it would, but did just hurt him. You saw him just land very, very rough coming over the whoops. Now into turn number 3, right down in front of them. Oh, over the bike, goodness me. That has allowed the 313 into the lead of the race, but hopefully everyone is okay. Walton had nowhere to go except over the top of the other bike. And now Hancock into the lead. As we just see there in the background, looks like the rider is up on their feet. That is the main thing. But Theo Hancock, a bit of luck there. That was the 139 of Billy Richardson that went down there. Luckily, Eli Walton with great avoiding action, but did have to run over his bike, and somehow still on his own bike as well, which is mightily, mightily impressive. Bit of traffic now for Hancock. Is this going to allow Walton back into the race? Only one more lap to go, though. Hancock finally in free air. Is this what he needed? Did he just need to get through, and now he can disappear off into the distance? Amazing
reactions by both of those riders. Let's just say that, because that was a very, very quick instant there that both of those riders held brilliantly on for. So it's going to be the 313 that leads this race from the 112 of Eli Walton. As we say, anything can happen in these races, and so often does. It looks like the 112 has actually had a big drop back, obviously, with that incident happening. It looks like it could be a clear victory for the 313 as he gets very squirrely. Listen to that motor screaming on the exit of Mallory Mountain there. Theo Hancock, the 313, looking to take another race win today. Obviously, Eli Walton with the all 3 wins yesterday, but it's not going to be him winning today. It's going to be the 313. Theo Hancock wins once again today. A great performance there. A really, really tremendous performance from both him and the 112 of Eli Walton. Great reactions from both of them to make sure nobody was hurt, and a fantastic race between them, as so often is the case.
Absolutely, yeah. Real shame there for Walton. Lady luck sometimes not on your side, but that is racing. And as you said, Alex, great avoiding action to make sure the rider that was down wasn't hit and was as safe as they could be. But it did mean that Theo Hancock was able to slide through, take another race win. So a fantastic job there, as he struggles to keep the bike up. Actually, he's clearly out of energy a little bit. He's I mean, these things are quite heavy, to be fair, and these younger riders, it can be tricky with the weight. You see it sometimes if a rider goes down, sometimes a marshal will just pick the bike up for them because of how heavy they are. They physically, the younger riders just cannot pick them up. As you see there, congratulations from comrades and colleagues before they get ready to go out for some of the other races later on. Some of them will be out there in a few other classes. Some of them, that is their weekend done and dusted here at Mallory Park. But a fantastic way to end the E3 class, brought to you by J&H Scaffolding. A fantastic effort from all of them there. As we see there, Theo Hancock taking the applause. As you can see there, someone with a J&H Scaffolding jersey. I'm assuming that'll be someone who is sponsored there. As the riders just waiting to get going once again. Just waiting for the E full class to head out next, and that should be very, very exciting. We've seen the likes of Teddy Williams, Harry Perkins, Junior Garbutt getting ready to go. Still waiting for them though. I don't think anyone's properly headed out to the starting gate yet. I can see a few riders out the window of our International Broadcast Centre, but yeah, I don't think everyone's there just yet, so have to wait and see. Hopefully you can see a few of them lining up in the background there, actually. So yeah, hopefully it won't be too long until we get this E4 class race underway.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic race. E4 class, 6 laps of racing under basically what we're looking for in this next race. So the E4 class, 12-inch front wheels, 10-inch rear wheels, up to 1600 watt motors. The Ossie MX-10 is one chassis, the Tourer MX-2 is another, and the Stop E-Box is the final third there. 4 to 7 years old. In this class, we have 3 races to go. We have the E4 class, which is this one. We have the E5, and then we have our Suron Cup as well. And that's going to round out our day, our weekend of racing. We are 57 races in this weekend. It's been a difficult weekend for all involved. It's been a very hot weekend as well for all involved as well. And a lot of these kids are going to be very tired. So we can expect some great action coming into this weekend. It's going to be a fantastic race in the E4 class as we are all having a bit of professionalism in the comms box, being attacked by wasps, which is always fun, as so often is everyone as well. It's chaos here this weekend at the Mallory Park circuit, but I'll tell you where else is going to be chaos, and it's going to be on the dirt track in the E4 class. The number 22 of Harry Perkins is one to watch, as well as the 419 as well is another one to watch as well. The 419, Tommy Bridges, the first bike to the left, and we are underway. Who's going to get the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award into turn 1? It's going to be the number 22 of Harry Perkins. Again, who else would it be in this race series? Such a quick rider in this series. Gets through turn 2 and turn 3 very cleanly and very nice. Oh, look at the jumps that some of those riders get, especially that 419. That was it didn't cause any damage to the bike. Tommy Bridges really pushing the limits of that bike. The 22 keeping it nice and tight going through there. The 50 followed by the 17 and the 25 as well. And the 251 even of Teddy Williams coming through all nice and steady. The number 50 of Junior Garber holding these bikes up, being very cautious, as you do on lap 1. You want to be nice and cautious. You don't want to be causing any incidents or anything like that, as we're seeing maybe ease off from one of the parents there, one of the marshals. Oh, the number 17 getting all squirrely coming into the K-Tech curve. The rear steps out a little bit. The 50 is under attack. We've got bikes here, there and everywhere, Ross.
We absolutely do. Front pair starting to break away from this train that's forming from third downwards, being led by Junior Garbett at the moment, but just behind him the 17 of Orly Luxton, who I think will be a bit disappointed with his start. He's normally been a very, very quick start. He got the whole shot in race number 3 yesterday, if memory serves. And then a few riders behind as well, the likes of Gunnar Day as well. We see there, that's Teddy Williams on the 251 just behind him. So a 4-bike train forming in this fight for third place. The front 2, though, really starting to bolt away. Of course, the 22 of Harry Perkins and the 419 of Tommy Bridges up the front. Garber under a bit of an attack from Luxton now. The 17 not able to find his way through on the 50 at this moment in time as they climb to the top of Suron Summit, and then they'll bomb back down the hill. Coming into this left-hander, there is an opportunity to try and set a move up into K-Tech curve if you fancy. Don't think Luxton does, though. Gunnar Day might fancy, though, on the 125 around the outside. Not quite. Didn't quite have the pace to get it done. And he has dropped the front low sides at the final corner. Gets straight back up. Looks to get straight on the bike with a bit of assistance from the marshals. A real shame, though, for Gunnar Day, who was having a strong start to this race as he continues to push onwards over the whoops, but now will drop back into what will be about 6th place, I believe. And yeah, that will be 6th. A real shame for him, but these things happen. Crashes are part of racing, and unfortunately he's been victim there.
They do, unfortunately so. But this is the number 22 we've seen all weekend of Harry Perkins, and like a famous song by a little small well-known band back in the 80s, he wants to break free, and indeed he has done from the rest of the pack, coming through the K-Tech curve right now into the final corner, going over the whoops bumps. Great to see just how much of a confident rider he is, getting his foot down like that, actually taking a little bit of gravel with him on his pursuit to another race victory. The 419 is there as well. Tommy Bridges chasing down Harry Perkins for this. We've seen the 419 who won last time out in race 5, and Harry Perkins won race 1 today as well. So it's a battle of attrition between these two. Which one of these riders is going to win this weekend? Let's have a look. Who's going to have the bragging rights to say they won 2 races on this day? Obviously Harry Perkins winning a couple of races yesterday as well, which is brilliant to see as they go up Suron Summit now. This beautiful left-hander, which was only literally made 2 days ago, believe it or not. So it's fantastic to see that as well. So the number 22 coming through the quick left-hander, coming into K-Tech curve now. Obviously 6 laps in this race, only a couple more to go. Number 22, a little bit of a slide there, but nice and steady over the whoops bumps there. He's actually taking it quite steady. He doesn't want to take it too steady because the 419 of Tommy Bridges is just behind the number 50 and the number 17, having a great little battle here. The battle for third and fourth is Junior Garbutt ahead of Orly Luxton. Oh, and that is going to be a big slide for Orly Luxton there. Unfortunate for him, he was just on track. It looked like battling for a podium, but let's see. I think that's going to be 5th and 6th now that Orly Luxton is going to be. But it was a good effort for him. But let's see if he can do anything to gain that. There is a Gunnar Day, obviously, we saw had a little slide as well. This is about for 5 and 6. We've got Spider-Man in 251. Can he use any of his special abilities to beat Gunnar Day? Let's see. Gunnar Day now jumping beautifully over those there, as it looks like one of the tape, or some of the tape there at the side of the track is getting a little bit pushed down from a few riders taking a few cheeky lines.
Yeah, Gunnar Day really confident in the air there, it would seem, but being held up by the 251 of Teddy Williams as it stands. As we go there, is this new leader potentially? That's the 22 of Harry Perkins, and he's been done by the 419 of Tommy Bridges. Where did that come from? Was there a mistake perhaps from Perkins, who looked like he had the race in the bag just moments ago, and suddenly the final moto of the weekend for the E4 class, and Tommy Bridges looks like he's set to take 2 wins today as they come down Mallory Mountain for the last time. We can only speculate what happened to the 22 as they head up Suron Summit. Who knows what it was, but right now he's dropped back to second.
Oh,
Both on the floor.
Oh, man,
unbelievable. Tommy Bridges gets up first, and I think he's going to hold on to this one as we wait to see what happens to Harry Perkins. Bridges got aggressive and greedy on the throttle. And is that broken? Is it broken to the handlebar straight? I don't think they are. Tommy Bridges will win moto number 6.
Wow.
But wow, what a shame. Robbed of what could have been to the line.
Absolutely. What a dramatic end to the E4 class there. Oh, there we go. Lovely. The number 22 does manage to take second, I believe there. A great result from the 419. But just drama again on that last lap. Contact between these two riders. It's insane. Insane battles between these two. Both of them having a little bit of a post-race debrief there. Just seeing what happened and having a talk to see what happened there. But great drama just on the last lap there. Contact between the 419 and the 22 gave the I said the 419 when the 419 was ahead, but he was the one that got back on the bike first and managed to take victory. There we can see Gunnar Day on the left hand side. A great result for them as well. And now only 2 races to go. One more in the E5 and then our Premier Series, the Suron Cup, as well. As you can see, lots of people having or having little dance lessons there from parents and friends, which is lovely stuff. Hello, you can see us wave live on camera. I don't think they've got a stream on, but still they look like they're enjoying the sunshine, which is lovely to see, which has just come back out, as I've just said that. Lovely to see. And we're just waiting for the final couple of riders to line up for the E5 class, the last of the E-Series. 7 laps here. It looks like we are just ready to go. We are sponsored by the Specialized Group as well, and this is the number 99, the actor, the Oscar winner of Rafe Harwood, all the way on the right hand side. An actor as well as a terrific dominant rider on these bikes as well. Is he going to be able to get the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award? Let's have a look. Just waiting for our starter now. Let's see Jake Ford if he just hops over our starting gate. There we go. Lovely stuff. And the 269 of Hunter Riley as well is one to keep an eye on as well, all the way second from the left as well. So both of our P1 and P2s are either side of the grid. But who is going to get the Dirt Storm Whole Shot Award? We are so excited for this race. Let's have a look. Just giving a few words of maybe warning or advice to a couple of these riders. Let's have a look to see where this race goes. So he's going to put his hand in the air, he's going to put his foot on the pedal. All the riders looking at the gate. and the gates down. Let's have a look. A little bit potential of a jump start there from a 291, I believe, but it is going to be a great start from the 269, but even more, one of the other riders is getting the 514 of Victor Konozewski. A great start from him. He will get the Dirt Storm whole shot award on the E5 class. Look at the dust being absolutely chucked up, and speaking of being chucked up in the air, the 269 goes on the outside to try and take the lead on this first lap. Oh, very near contact between the front tire of the 269 and the rear tire of the 514. Still there, left and right. And now the 99 of Rafe Harwood is getting involved as well on the east side. A great start from both all three of these riders. These are the three to watch in this class. A really wide line by Rafe Harwood, and there's a crash there. Oh dearie me, that's a 269 making contact. Just not expecting the 99 of Rafe Harwood there. He's still going to keep P3 after this, and it's going to be Rafe Harwood going for the lead on the outside, and he takes the lead away from the 514, but the 514 is fighting back.
Nice move there from Harwood. Will he be able to go away into the distance, or will the 514 of Victor Konozewski be able to hold with him? That was really unfortunate there, though, for Hunter Riley, the 269, who went down after contact with the 99 coming into gated corner, but he was straight back on, and I think he held on to third place as well. But Harwood already trying to disappear as he comes down to the bottom of Mallory Mountain before rising up to the top of Suron Summit once again into the left. And look at the gap already. Once he's got in front, he can just unleash that pace. Konozewski really good defensively, but just doesn't quite have the pace as the other front runners around him. So that's kind of his game plan, and it has been all weekend, is to get a really good launch, got that Dirt Storm whole shot in moto number 6 here, and then just kind of sit in front there in the lead and try and hold those behind. It's what we've been seeing happening between him and Hunter Riley, and if Riley is able to up the pace and there's no damage on that bike, it's what we may be seeing once again soon, as he gets a bit greedy on the throttle there, back end kicking out just a little bit. And indeed, I think Riley is going to have to face the defensive wrath of Konozewski in a short moment, but could be riding angry as well, could fancy just getting it done as soon as possible. And indeed, straight to the outside. Does he go the long way around? Oh, that'd be spectacular.
Wow,
what a move there by Hunter Riley, straight up the outside, using that bank corner. He got in front coming into the braking zone and then just pinned it straight around the banking and gets up into second place. Can he catch Rafe Harwood on the 99?
I know, that was an incredible move. One of the first moves that we've properly seen work out for the banking there. The 269 now on a mission to get that race win away from the 99 oh my god, he does go wide there as well. Fantastic as he does the double going over the whoops as well. The 269 is going to be filled with determination to beat Rafe Harwood, obviously, who he had contact with on lap 1. I think that was just a racing instant. The 269 didn't know he was there. Rafe Harwood took a very wide line and a lot of speed through the corner, but the 269 is now in second place. Great to see the 514 as well in third. There is the 514, third place. A great performance from him so far. If he can just keep this up, it'll be a great result for him as well. But the top three seem to have actually split up quite a fair bit now. The 514, oh, there we go, just going over that bump there. The 514 Victor Konozewski had a great launch and currently going round.
Yep, still holding on to P3 at the moment is Konozewski, so having a good little ride after getting the whole shot, but just doesn't really have the pace, as we said, to be up the front with the other riders. Just kind of not quite on best of the rest kind of possibility, but he's still very quick, as that is the 269. Hunter Riley's gone down again, second time this race, still in P2, it must be said. Tells you the advantage he had over Konozewski in P3, but that's the second time now that he's gone down, and this time he's made his own mistake, gone down on his own fruition. So more problems befalling the 269 as he gets really airborne, really attacking the tabletop there, getting way high up in the air, landing it nice as well. But up the road, Rafe Harwood in the 99 can cruise on home now, because there is a huge gap separating them. Look at the levels of dust that are getting kicked up now as this second place rider that we're currently watching continues to push his way up Suron Summit. A bit slow on the accelerator out of Suron Summit there. I wonder if there was a problem, but continues on round nonetheless into K-Tech Curve. Flies round into the final corner. Only going to be a handful of laps left to go now, surely. Yes, it is, as he gates his way over the whoops, doubles the whoops. Very, very nice indeed. Then into turn one once again. There is race leader over the tabletop, completes it in one. Rafe Harwood has had the weekend of his life and is set to sweep it as well. A fantastic, fantastic weekend as he makes his way through the bottom of Mallory Mountain, now heading up Suron Summit. Bit of traffic to contend with just in front of the 181 there of Finley Moore as he makes his way through. No issues really for the 99 on that occasion. And into the left-hander, still preferring to use that wider bank line through that left-hander there before making his way into K-Tech Curve once again. And then flies his way around, final corner, does the last lap flag wave. Yes, it does. So one more tour to go for Rafe Harwood. And Alex, I mean, there's nothing else you can really say. He has absolutely dominated this weekend.
He has indeed. You know, this rider is so talented. Obviously, coming in this weekend is the championship leader and would only be extending his gap to Hunter Riley on the 170. With 170 points. Only 9 points separate them coming into this weekend. I've got a feeling it might be a fair few more coming leaving this weekend. So the 99 has had a great weekend. Rafe Harwood, fantastic. Now, the final lap for the E5. This actor as well as a motocross rider, talented on many levels. Look at the showboating coming through K-Tech Curb. Another Oscar-worthy performance that Rafe Harwood has had. Slowing down, going over the line. It's going to be another win for Rafe Harwood, the number 99. A fantastic, dominant weekend. Another dominant weekend he's had this weekend. Fist bumps all round, high fives, and a lot of celebration there. We can see Daisy Rudd just coming through there as well into the paddock. Oh, lots of mistakes, lots of drama, but an amazing performance by this actor, as well as being a very talented motocross driver as well. But next, for our final race of the weekend and the final race of round 4, it will be the Suron Cup for 7 laps of amazing racing.
One final time here at round 4 of the 2025 Mallor-E Park Electric Motocross Series. And it all comes down to this, moto number 6 of the weekend in the Suron Cup. It has been a very competitive weekend worth of racing, and these guys are going to show us how to do it one more time. It has been all action between Paisley Cleft and Hunter Riley across the weekend, and we wait to see who's going to be on top at the end of the final race of the weekend, not just for the class but for the series as well. Almost 60 races completed, just one more to go this weekend, and it has been very exciting indeed. Last few checks and balances being made down at the starting gate. Before we get going, we can see there a few words being had with the marshals. Paisley Cleft on the 32, just to the right-hand side of those yellow cones in the middle there. One of our multiple race winners this weekend. Interesting that she's starting in the middle of the pack again. No qualifying here at Mallor-E Park. Where your starting position is behind the gate is determined by essentially a lucky dip. You draw a number out of a hat to make it fair as possible. And of course, ideally, you want to be starting here on the very outside, on the left-hand side of your picture, because you can get the momentum into the sweeping turn 1. That looks like it's going to be where Tristan Bailey on the 07 will be starting this race from. So he has that advantage. But, of course, it's anybody's guess who's going to be quick away from the start, as it looks like we are all ready to drop the gate and get going for the final time this weekend. The gate goes down and we're underway. Good start there by Paisley Cleft, and it will be Cleft who gets the Durstorm hole shot coming through turn number 1 into turn 2. Hunter Riley right there with her, though, as they push through. Look at the dust being kicked up once again, making their way towards the tabletop for the first time. Do we clear it at the first time of asking? No. Cleft a little bit cautious. Riley a lot more aggressive. Is he going to be able to sweep around the outside? Uses the banking, but Cleft will shut that door and maintain that lead as they head down Mallory Mountain. Now the right-hand hairpin, very awkward through there. Very off camber. The road drops away from you. You need to be careful not to drop the front end of the bike up to the top of Suron Summit. Then back down we fly. into this next left-hander now. Cleft still under huge pressure from Riley behind, both of them bolting away from the pack. K-Tech corner for the first time as we come towards the end of lap 1. It will be Paisley Cleft that leads the way, but Hunter Riley right on her tail.
Oh, it's a fantastic battle all weekend between these two riders, the 32 and the 269. A fantastic rivalry so far. Hunter Riley winning the last race number 5, but Paisley Cleft winning pretty much every other race 1, race 2 and race 4. The battle of who is going to have the most race wins today comes down to this, the final race of the Suron Cup. 6 more laps of action ahead of us. They go side by side. The 269 goes wide. They almost make contact. The 32 of Paisley Cleft been really nice and cautious. She doesn't want to have a slip. She just wants to keep this race win, but the 269 having a little bit of a moment there, coming round to the top of Suron Summit in the Suron Cup. These two riders really are so talented. A really wide line taken there by the 269 that might have given Paisley a couple of tenths of a second there. Look at the really wide line and the difference of lines that these two riders are taking. The 32 of Daisy being really nice and cautious. The 269 just going all out and taking every single banked corner that we can get. The number 32, Paisley Cleft, having a brilliant battle so far with the 269 in the lead of this race. Only 5 laps to go now for our final race of this weekend. High drama. Look at the height of the drama and the height of the jump that the 269 has. He goes very wide. It's going to be almost equal. My word. The number 32 of Paisley Cleft having a big moment coming out of the top of Mallory Mountain. Now coming up Suron Summit. She still keeps the lead. Amazing defense there. The 269 trying everything that he can do. Hunter Riley now making sure he is the hunter and chasing down the number 32 of Paisley Cleft. Only a few more laps to go in this race.
Riley backing off a little bit there. Wonder if he just wants to reset and go again. Sometimes that is the best thing to do. If you're stuck behind another rider and you're pushing and you just cannot find a way through, sometimes it's better just drop back a little bit, take a moment, cool off, calm yourself, collect yourself and go again. And I think that's what we're seeing here from the 269. He's just bringing it back a touch to launch again. As you can see how much more committed he is into the tabletop, really hitting that as they're coming up on a bit of traffic. And there's a contact. The 07 goes down as the 32 tried to sneak up the inside. Riley backed off there. Correct thing to do to not get involved in a bigger accident there. Paisley Cleft will hold on to the lead for the time being. This battle for the lead of the race, absolutely phenomenal action here at Mallory Park in the Suron Hyper-B UK Cup, as Paisley Cleft now pulls away just a little bit from Hunter Riley coming into the whoop section to start the next lap. A little bit awkward through there, didn't quite get the double that she wanted. Starting another lap though, that gap actually widening a little bit on that occasion, so Hunter Riley now really needs to get his head down and push on. Lost a lot of time trying to avoid that accident at the top of Mallory Mountain.
Yeah, not sure if that'll be investigated or not, but it was a very good ride anyway. So this is P3 that we are currently looking, the number 29. Great performance by Colby Fletcher so far in this race. A very quiet race, but getting multiple podiums this weekend as well. A very talented rider nonetheless. But Paisley Cleft and Hunter Riley still battling it out. Obviously, on that last lap, Paisley Cleft extending the gap a little more to Hunter Riley, the number 32 leading the 269, as we're just having a look at a couple more riders in the background there. Number 29, a fantastic performance so far. Colby Fletcher just doing what they need to do. Oh, and a big slide there. Almost a drift going around the top of Suron Summit. A great ride so far in this race. Currently waiting to have a look at the battle between our two leaders as well. We can just see them in the back. There's no change so far, but it's going to be a very interesting end to this race, as we've seen so far today. If you're just joining us, okay, you are a little bit late now. We're halfway through the last race, but still, we love to have you here watching this as well. There is another bike there just going through. I think that's the 26. I can't quite see because the branding is in the way there. Yeah, the number 26 having a great performance so far as well. It's Hunter Kirk having a great little ride ride as well. But this is the gap between 32 and the 2.69 of Hunter Riley. Paisley Cleft extending that gap. Just what we like to see in this race. Hunter Riley's still trying to do everything that he can do to chase Paisley Cleft. She's had a dominant weekend so far, a couple of mistakes, but still, this is the only race that sort of matters. It's the last one. It's the last race of the weekend, and this is the one where all your confidence comes through for your next round, which will be round 5 in August. The number 32 Paisley Cleft now having a great little gap to the 2.69 Hunter Riley behind, coming around Mallory Mountain for the last time this weekend. Now at the bottom, she turns right to come on to Suron Summit for the final lap of the Suron Cup. A fantastic performance from this rider. The 2.69 dropped back a little bit. Now coming down the hill, it's all going to be applause for this young rider. She's so talented. The number 32 looks like an old brand of sweet that you may remember, but I tell you what is sweet, it's going to be another victory it's going to be the number 32 Paisley Cleft that wins the final race of the day. A brilliant performance from her, racking up 4 wins this weekend. The 2.69 having a great performance as well, winning a race this weekend as well, race number 5. But it will be Paisley Cleft that wins this race. My word, what a fantastic weekend of racing we've had this weekend, Ross.
A brilliant way to end the action here at Mallory Park. Paisley Cleft, a fantastic ride. Hunter Riley just looked like the pace just dropped off towards the end there and just couldn't quite match what the 32 was doing, which is a real shame for them. But I'm sure that Paisley Cleft is more than delighted with that one. But that is it. As the heat rises, yes, you can go and get yourself an ice cream, because it's getting very warm here once again at Mallory Park. He's absolutely, not only is he absolutely ripping along the infield there, he also looks like he's dented the front end, which might, if he's ripping it along, that would explain why he's dented it. But that is it then for the Suron Hyper-B UK Cup. All 6 of their races done. And in fact, that is all that we have time for here at Mallor-E Park, the Electric Motocross Championship. What a fantastic weekend we have had, but we're done. Unbelievable.
I know, we've had some amazing racing this weekend, as we can see the BMF Little Festival in the background as well. A fantastically, beautifully, and let's be honest, it's been a very warm weekend as well. It's been a very warm weekend for everyone, for the riders, a very dusty weekend as well for our poor cameramen and for all the marshals and all the riders as well. It's been a brilliant round of racing. You can feel free to join us for the next round in August as well. A brilliant round. Join us on round 5 and the 31st of August here as well. And it's brilliant racing as we've seen. So thank you very much to all of our sponsors, to Stuart Hickins of Mallory Park for letting us use this amazing track. It is a brilliant track that they have constructed. It only came to fruition in about January this year. So from January, that was just a hill that we were watching, and now it is now a home of brilliant racing. Fantastic racing this weekend, as we can see all the marshals coming in now and saying congratulations to all of their kids, as so often is the case at the end of these events. We hope you've enjoyed all 60, that's right, 60 events that we've had this week, and it's been hard work in the comms box for all of us, especially fighting all the wasps that we've been fighting as well, and I'm sure plenty of adults and riders have had the same issues as well. So thank you very much to all the marshals and all the paramedics for all of the hard works this weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing here. So thank you very much for watching the most brilliant racing this weekend. In the comms box this weekend, I've been Alex Rizzola-Paniotis Lambropoulos, joined in the comms box with doing a fantastic job, I must say as well, with Ross McIntyre. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching this weekend. Thank you very much, and see you at round 5.